Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku reincarnated with Mangekyo Sharingan? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Cycle of Hatred by Black Thunder 0611_. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. It was a lovely afternoon. The wind was rustling. The sun was setting, while the sakura leaves were slowly falling to the ground. We see two young children who were eating peacefully at the rooftop of the Yaoyorozu mansion after a full day of hanging out together and having fun. YYUK no YUDD didn't H have to EW with me Yaoyorozu-san. A boy with messy black hair with black eyes said of the name of Izuku Yagi while fidgeting with his fingers. Momo only giggled. Of course I would want to eat with you, we've been friends for a while now, and how many times did I tell you to call me Momo? She said as she lightly pouted at him. B but ITH think I'm N not W worthy O of Y your F first name, he said quietly as Momo sighed. Of course you do Izuku, because you're my best friend and I love your kindness. She smiled at him again with a hint of blush on her face. Oh okay thanks Yaoya I mean Momo, he said nervously as he returned her smile while Momo softly giggled. Momo looked at his eyes filled with sadness and fear. Agai, no always. Izuku. Don't tell me they did it again? He didn't respond it as he looked at his lap, clenching his pants tightly as tears slowly falling down from his eyes as Momo placed her hand on top of his, comforting him. Izuku, please let me help you. I can ask mother and father to let you stay here. We can prepare a room for you, please. I don't want to see you get hurt anymore. She pleaded with him as Izuku only shook his head, saying no. Please J, just don't Momo, I don't want to be a burden to you and your F family, he said as he wipes her tears and smiled at her to ease her worries. I'll be fine. I did promise youth that I'll get stronger, didn't I? B but they always do this. They always beat you up for no reason and I can't stand it anymore. I want to help you, Izu. I don't want to see you pain and I can't do anything about it because you always denying it. Please Izuku, I want to help you, Momo said as she hugged Izuku tightly, tears slowly falling from her eyes. It's okay. Please don't cry. It hurts me when I see you cry. He forced a smile as he rubbed her back with his left hand while his right was wiping her tears away gently. A minute of silence passed them as they just stared at each other's eyes for a while. Momo stared at his mesmerizing warm onyx eyes that shine in the sun, his cute messy hair that's sticking in all places, his enticing smile that's telling her that everything will be okay. Blushing, Momo looked away, her face burning red from her blush. Momo, or why you okay you looked red? Izuku asked in worry as he put a hand on her burning forehead. Why yeah I'm fine Izuku, Momo said as she recomposed herself from her blushing stupor. If you say so. Alright. Then we will train together for 3 years before the UA exam, she exclaimed as Izuku stared at her blankly. What do you mean by Momo said as she lightly pouted. You want to be a hero, right? Then let's train and study together, and with no time you'll be the first quirkless hero, she said, pumping her fist in the air with determination. Izuku stared at her with awe and amazement before stuttering a response. Why yeah 3 years B before the UA exam and we would the be best heroes talk together. Izuku looked at her with the same determination she gave him a while ago. Promise me we will both become a hero together. She held her pinky to him with a smile on her face as Izuku gladly linked it with his own, returning her smile. Yeah let's be a hero together, Izuku exclaimed as he gave her his signature 1,000,000-watt smile. As their hair began blowing through the wind, Momo smiled brightly at him while he smiled at her, returning her smile with his own. They just stood there for a minute, both enjoying the moment. Then, it's a promise? Promise? Is it really a promise if you break it? You said that you'll be fine? You said you can handle it? You're always telling me that you're fine? That everything will be okay? You said that we'll be heroes together? You always wore that fake smile. I hate it when you did that. I hated it when you hide your pain for me. I hate it when you always tell silly jokes for what? To hide your pain. I hate it when you don't want my help. I hate it when you're being selfless. I hate it when you put others than yourself. Why? Just why? You said that you'll never leave my side? You said that we will always have each other's back? Each other to rely on? You promise that we'll be together forever? You promised that you'll never leave me, yet you left me. Momo slowly woke up from her sleep, slowly opening her eyes as she felt the dry tears from her cheek. She stared at the ceiling for a minute while her mind wandered off to their time together, how they would always eat at Momo's rooftop, their favorite spot, how he would make her laugh by telling her silly jokes or by his innocent personality. She missed him, but she knew that she'll never be able to see him again, and for her that was the hardest part out of all of it. A knock was heard. It was one of her maids and saying, "Good morning, Mistress Momo, breakfast is ready." "Ah, thank you, I'll be there in a minute," she called out as the maid quickly left. She stood up after wiping the tears from her eyes and fixed her bed before quickly descending downstairs. She saw her father, who's reading a newspaper on one hand and a coffee on the other, and her mother, who was helping the maids prepare breakfast for them. "Hey there, Momo, good morning." Her father greeted her while sipping a sip from his coffee. "Morning, father," she replied as she sat down pouring her glass with orange juice. "How are you?" her father asked her, noticing the tear streak on her cheek and her gloomy attitude. She just sat there at the dining table eating quietly while her parents know that they can't do anything. "Fine," she said bluntly as she finished her breakfast and went to the bathroom while her parents looked at each other with sad and worried look. They also knew Izuku and grew fond of him because Momo was always talking to them about him and how he made their daughter happy. They even invited him to stay in their home cause they grew fond of his childish action, unstoppable muttering, his pure kindness and a heartwarming smile that lit up the room and was even brighter than the sun, making them happily laugh at his actions. Even the maids and butlers grew fond of him thanks to him helping them in their task even though he doesn't need to. But now the house was devoid of all noise, it was empty. They feel empty without him, especially Momo, and they know how special he is to her, and when they lost him it's like a part of their soul was also lost, but it was worse for her than it is for them. She quickly dresses herself in her room into her UA uniform. After that she tied her hair into her signature ponytail and looked back at her mirror. She just stood there and looking at herself, trying to hold back her tears to no avail. She just stood there for a minute silently sobbing as she clutched her uniform tightly before recomposing herself. "Okay, just breath, Momo. Breath, this is for him, you'll become the greatest hero for him." She looked back at the mirror after wiping her tears from her eyes with nothing but pure burning determination reflected in her eyes. Now she was walking in the halls of UA until she came to a stop, seeing the gigantic 1A door. Slowly she took deep breaths before smiling widely for the first time in a while. Yeah, she'll be a hero for him. She'll accomplish his for him, she thought as she entered her classroom. She made it early as she opened the door to see no one. She quickly sat on the edge at the back and pulled something from her backpack to pass the time, a book to keep herself calm. It was a Harry Potter book. Her and Izuku would always read it together and promise each other that they'll continue to read it until the end. But now she was the only one reading it alone in the end. After a minute, one by one her classmates start coming in the classroom, not until she saw the two persons she hates. No, she absolutely loathes them the most. It was a girl with blonde hair going down her back with cerulean blue eyes and a boy with spiky ash blonde hair and red eyes with a permanent scowl in his face. These persons were Izumi Yagi and Katsuki Bakugo, the friend that beat Izuku countless of times, and his little twin sister who tormented her own brother for no good reason. Izumi and Momo shared a stare as Momo glared at her with full of hatred while Izumi looked to the ground to avoid her glare, her face full of regret. Why did they even let them in here, after what they did? Why? Momo thought angrily as she gripped her book tightly, but then she started breath slowly to calm herself down and continue reading the book. Bakugo sat in his chair and put his feet up the desk, prompting the blue-haired boy with glasses to try to scold him. Keyword tried. "Please put your feet down. It's disrespectful and inappropriate for the school. You should treat it with some respect." The blue-haired boy with his hand in a chopping motion. "Huh? Who do you think you are?" Bakugo shouted at the blue-haired boy. "Put your feet down." The boy tried to scold him again to no avail. "Shut up, Four Eyes, or I'll kill you," Bakugo yelled at him as the other student gasped in shock from the threat. "Let's start over," the boy said, adjusting his glasses. "I'm Tenya Iida from Some Academy." "TCH, so you're from an elite school, huh? It's gonna be fun tearing you a new one," Bakugo said with a sadistic smirk. The newly named boy named Iida gasped in shock once more. "Are you sure you wanna be a hero?" he asked calmly as Bakugo was now looking at him furiously. "Of course I'm gonna be a hero. I'll be the next #1. None of your extras can even compare to me." He yelled as everyone glared at him, but none more so than Momo, who looked at him the utmost fury that her face was starting to look red with steam coming from her nose and ears. You Kachan, please calm down, Izumi said quietly as Bakugo only ignored her. Then someone entered the classroom, a brunette with brown eyes and a permanent blush on her cheeks by the name of Ochako Uraraka, who looked around to find her savior from the 0-point robot on the entrance exam until she found a dual-haired boy with heterochromia eyes with a scar on the side of his face. It was Shoto Todoroki, one of the recommended students and the one who saved her in the exam. Ah, you're the dual-haired boy who saved me from the giant scary robot. Thank, by the way, you're really a lifesaver, ya. No, she exclaimed brightly as she bowed to him a bit in gratitude for saving her. I must say I'm impressed at your heroic actions. Even though you're a recommended student, you still risked your life to save another student. I must say you're a far better hero than me, he said as he bowed to him while the others in the room sweat drop at his actions. Thank you for saving me again. Uraraka asked him as he looked at her. Todoroki Shoto, and no problem, he said bluntly with a small blush on his face that no one noticed because of his stoic face. Thank you again, Todoroki-kun. I'm Ochako Uraraka, she said as she extended her arm for a handshake, which Todoroki gladly took. Suddenly the door slid open and came out a man in a yellow sleeping bag, making him look like a caterpillar while sipping from an orange juice box lying on the floor. If you're here to make friends, I suggest that you immediately leave, the man said. There's something over there, most of the class thought as they stared at the caterpillar man, as they dub him. It took you 8 seconds to finally shut up. That won't do, the man said as he got up from the ground and got out of his cocoon-like sleeping bag. He had unruly long black hair, tired black eyes with dark circles beneath his eyes signifying he hasn't been sleeping much. He has a stubby facial hair. He wore an all-black baggy outfit that consists of a long-sleeved shirt and matching pants that tuck into his boots. He has a utility belt tied in his waist and his signature capture scarf tied around his neck where he hides his yellow goggles. This is Shota Aizawa, aka the Pro Hero Eraser Head. Momo smiled at the man as he remembered him during the times that he would visit his sister and nephew. She even met him before when Izuku introduced her to his infamous uncle. Is he a hobo? Wait, is he a caterpillar stage? I wonder when he'll turn into a pretty butterfly. He looks like a zombie. I wonder when his butterfly wings will show up. Wait, is he drunk? I'm Shota Aizawa and I'm your homeroom teacher. Put your PE uniform on and meet me outside, he said lazily as he left them dumbfounded, gaping like a fish, well other than Momo and Izumi, who has gotten used the man's behavior. They quickly put on their PE uniforms on and meet their teacher outside the PE grounds. Good, you're here today. You're going to do a quirk assessment test, he said to them as he grabbed his phone and a ball. OUIRK assessment test. Most of them yelled as Aizawa looked at them with a tired look. Yes, he said to them bluntly. But sensei, what about orientation? Uraraka asked their teacher. There no orientation on a battle and saving people, he responded as many of them got quiet before looking at Katsuki for a second. His feature change, he glared at the boy, his mouth forming into a scowl before disappearing as quickly as it got there. Now Katsuki, how many meters can you throw? 67 meters, he growled as Aizawa tossed him the ball. Now try it with your quirk, he said as Bakugo walked forward with an arrogant smirk. He then swung his right arm before throwing the ball and yelling, "Die! Die!" Most of them thought as they watched the ball explode from his touch and going into the sky thanks to his quirk. Aizawa's scowl was hidden behind his scarf as he glared at the ash-blonde boy like he wanted him to fail or something. Hell, he was tempted to just expel him and his bitch of a niece right now. Whoa, 705.2 meters. That's manly. So we can use our quirks, huh? Yeah, this will be fun. Aizawa glared at the pink-skinned horned girl as he got flashback remembering his deceased friend and nephew before his eyes hardened. Fun, huh? Well, the last person will be immediately expelled, he said, shocking most of the class as Momo, Izumi and even Katsuki shivered. They all know what was going to happen next. Expelled? Hey, that's not fair, Uraraka exclaimed. Yeah, not fair, the pink-skinned horned girl said before shutting up thanks to Aizawa's glare. He was angry at them. No, not just him, as Momo was pissed as she started getting flashbacks. Momo was currently looking for Izuku while holding her new book in her hands. She was looking for him so they could read it together, but he was nowhere to be found. Not until she heard sobbing. She followed the sound behind a Sakura tree where he sat there in a heartbroken state. Momo quickly put her bag down and started to comfort him by rubbing his back. Izuku, what happened? Did they do this again, didn't they? She yelled out angrily as she gritted her teeth as Izuku flinched at her tone, which she noticed. Izuku, I'm sorry, she said as she picked up his thing on the floor. I'm the O1W who show should be BS sorry, he said shakily as she hugged him tightly. Why? She asked him. I didn't even try to defend myself, he said with tears in his eyes started to flow down. Shush, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry, it's gonna be okay, Momo said in a soft tone as she rubbed his hair in a comforting manner. It's just it hurts seeing you like this. It's fine, Izuku said while wiping his tears and broke the hug. It's just why is life as so you unfair, he said quietly. Momo looked at him with a sad face as he looked at his lap. Yes, life is indeed unfair, until she got an idea to cheer Izuku up. She remembered why she wants to find him in the first place. Hey, let me cheer you up, she said brightly as she scooted closer to Izuku, grabbing the book and turning it to chapter 1. Mother and father recently purchased me this will surely cheer you up, she said as she began to read the first chapter. Chapter 1. The Boy Who Lived. Aizawa was about to say something when Momo beat him to the punch. Unfair. You think this is unfair? What about natural disasters, murders, suicides, and etc.? Are those fair to you? What about the person who wanna be a hero despite being quirkless but the society mistreat them miserably? Open your eyes, the world's not fair, open them and grow up, she said as she narrowed her eyes to the two persons she despised the most. Life's unfair and so be it, she added with a hint of anger as she glared at Izumi and Katsuki. Izumi looked down to the ground to avoid her glare while Bakugo simply scoffed before looking away. Wow, I couldn't say it better myself, and she's right, Aizawa said with his trademark shit-eating grin, feeling a bit of pride from his student welled up in his chest. Most of the class shivered at his grin. They didn't wanna be expelled in the first day, so they mentally and physically prepared themselves for what's going to happen next. Now let's have some fun, Aizawa said in an unusually cheery tone as the class minus a few gulp in fear. Most of them was now exhausted as Aizawa was grinning ear to ear seeing them like that and revealed their scores. You're all exhausted. Good, now here are your scores for this test, Aizawa said as he was grinning ear to ear as he showed them his phone. 1. Momo Yaoyorozu. 2. Izumi Yagi. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Tenya Iida. 6. Fumikage Tokiyami. 7. Mezzo Shoji. 8. Mashirao Ojiro. 9. Ajiro Kirishima. 10. Mina Ishido. 11. Ochako Uraraka. 12. Koji Koda. 13. Rikido Sato. 14. Tsuyu Asui. 15. Yuga Aoyama. 16. Honta Siro. 17. Denki Kaminari. 18. Kyoka Jiro. 19. Toru Hagakuri. 20. Minoru Mineta. No, I haven't even gotten a harem yet, he yelled as tears of blood poured from his eyes as the boy's sweat dropped while the girls furiously glared at him and scooted 20 feet away from him, avoiding him like his the plague. Oh, and the explosion was just a lie, Aizawa said, his grin never leaving him as the students gaped at him in shock. What, didn't you guys know? Momo asked as they all turned their attention towards her and shook their head. It was a logical ruse to give it our best, it's pretty obvious, she said. Well, it was half the truth. She knows that if they didn't show any potential he would have expelled them on the spot. That was just the kind of man Izuku's uncle was. You should have said that earlier, the boy with blonde hair with a black lightning bolt said. Why would I? She said in annoyance as the boy felt a bit betrayed. That's all, Aizawa said as he grabbed his sleeping bag ready to go to sleep. Bakugo furiously stomped towards Momo. You ponytail bitch. What did you just say? I'll be the number one, he yelled. Kachan, please calm down. Izumi pleaded to calm him down, but no avail as Momo just walked away from them. Then Bakugo went towards her. Come back here, you ponytail bit. Bang. A gunshot was heard as they looked towards Momo, who's holding a small handgun loaded with rubber bullets. She had a furious look, her eyes almost budging due to her anger as she shot his leg with a rubber bullet. Ask, he yelled in pain as they widened their eyes. You're lucky that it's not a real bullet, but I'll be happy to shoot you again, she said with venom making them shiver in fear as she loaded her gun. Why did they even let you in? You're even worse than villains, she growled at them. Guys, let's just calm down, okay? The spiky red-haired boy said, trying to defuse the situation but quickly shut up when Momo directed her intense glare at him. She look at Izumi, and you, why are you even in here? What kind of acting did you do? Whose dick did you suck to get in here? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Izumi said as she dropped toward her knees, clutching her chest while she sobbed. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. While the others were confused and didn't know what to do, so they decided to just watch them. Sorry. Just sorry. Your sorry isn't going to bring him back, Yagi. How naive are you? How disappointing to just say sorry. After all the things you and your little pet have put him through. And you're just going to say sorry? Momo furiously yelled, her hands shaking before she put them on her face while she sobbed, finally breaking down before then grabbing Izumi furiously by the collar of her shirt. The girl with the dark purple hair with earphone jacks attached to her ears stepped in, trying to calm Momo down while the pink-skinned horned girl helped Izumi up as the spiky-haired boy helped Bakugo to Recovery Girl's office. Yaoyorozu, calm down, the purple-haired girl said while holding Momo, who's sobbing, in her shoulders. Let go of me, she said, but the girl only helped her and walked away from the scene for her to calm down. Unknowingly to them, Aizawa was grinning ear to ear to see the mud being put in his place, feeling proud of his new favorite student. It was satisfying to see the hurt and sad face of his she's no niece of his and her little pet chihuahua. That's enough, this is all for today. You can pick your syllabus up and introduce yourself in the classroom, Aizawa said as his students start to walk away to pick their syllabus. Aizawa quickly dismissed his class as he noticed something in the corner of his eyes as he walked toward the side of the building to see All Might in his buff form hiding in a corner. That was mean Shota threatening them with Expulsio. He didn't get to finish as Aizawa glared at him with his quirk activated. Shut up. That's Aizawa to you, you don't deserve my name after what you did to Izuku. Honestly, Inko would be disappointed in you. Why my sister even married you. I will never understand. The only good thing that came out of that marriage was my nephew, which is now dead by the way, thanks to you and your bitch of a daughter and her little mutt. You're nothing but a muscle-headed fool throwing punches expecting the problem just to go away. You're a hypocrite, Toshinori. You yourself know what it is like, be powerless and quirkless, yet you abandoned your son because he was quirkless, which by the way is you and your stupid DNA's fault. Oh, and news flash, it's my fucking class. My fucking rules. Consider yourself lucky I didn't immediately expel your daughter and his little lap dog, Aizawa said as he walked off fuming, leaving All Might behind. All Might kneeled to the floor, tears strolling from his eyes as he gripped the dirt tightly, regret filling his heart, regret for his wife and son. I'm sorry Inko, I'm sorry Izuku, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. He just kneeled there silently sobbing as he asked forgiveness from his deceased wife and son. Momo had skipped the introduction part and walk away alone. She didn't want to see Evil Queen and her pet with rabies. This is frustrating. Why did they even let them in here in the first place? Not after what they did. They don't deserve to be heroes. He does. He should be the one who's alive and those two should be the one dead in the dump somewhere. She thought while clenching her fist tightly while walking. She then grabbed her phone to call her butler. Hello Simon, I'm going to go somewhere. You don't have to pick me up, I'll walk today. Ah, are you sure Mistress Momo? Her butler responded as she sighed. Yes, I need to clear my head a bit, don't worry, I'll be careful. She hung up as she continued to walk. She finally arrived at her destination with flowers in her hands and gently laid the flowers on the grass and sat in front of the tombstone. She took a deep long breath. Sorry to keep you waiting. You couldn't believe what I did to Bakugo. She chuckled softly. No one answered. Guess what, I made it. I'm officially a hero student and future hero, and you know Uncle Zawa is our homeroom teacher. Still no answer. I'll admit it was satisfying watching him in pain. Heck, even that Yagi was bawling her eyes out. Well, I cried too. She rubbed her back sheepishly. No response. Do you remember the promises that we made with each other, right? She asked as tears was slowly starting to leak from her eyes. Still no response. No response. Again. Quote. Quote. Why you know? You promised to me, right? Right. Izuku. You promised to me that you'll never leave me, that we'll be heroes together, that we'll always be together. You promise me that you'll be okay. Where's that promise then? If you're already in that coffin, how can you fulfill your promises to me? She said shakily as she burst into tears while clutching her chest in pain. Why did you leave me? R.I.P. Izuku Shota Yagi. Loving brother, son, nephew and friend, may you find peace in the afterlife with your mother. UNKOWN location. A man was currently monitoring his current protege's latest developments. He was wearing an expensive black Italian suit with a white undershirt. The only unsettling appearance are his lack of a face and a nose. His face was covered with scars with the exception of his mouth. Tubes were attached to his neck set to a machine allowing him to breathe. This man is all for one the symbol of evil and the boogeyman in the criminal underworld. It seems that young Tamura still has a long way to go, he said as he observed his disciple's result on his last test. Suddenly a swirling vortex opened, alerting the man as he got on guard. From the vortex a man stood there. He was wearing a black cloak, messy black hair hidden behind his orange mask with what looked like black flame-like markings on them with one eye hole. From there you can see his red eyes with 3 black tomos spinning wildly. Quiet jumpy are we, the man said in amusement. Oh, and who might you be? All for one said as he raised his non-existent eyebrow at the man. Well, you may call me Madara Uchiha and I'm here to make you an offer, the newly named Madara said. And what offer would that be, may I ask? All for one said curiously as he wondered what kind of offer he was offering. Well, to help heal your face, of course. Call it a favor, you can pay me back later, Madara said as his eyes shifted into a different state. Suddenly another swirling vortex appeared and in came out a man with white silvery hair tied in a ponytail with bangs framing the sides of his face. Onyx eyes. He was wearing glasses. He had in a dark purple high-collar sleeveless shirt with matching dark purple pants, white undershirt and a white cloth waistband tied to his waist. He was also wearing a dark purple fingerless gloves with metal plates at the back, dark blue headband with a music note on it and shinobi sandals and a kunai pouch with bandages tied to the right side of his leg. This man is Kabuto Yakushi, the apprentice of the hero-turned-traitor Orochimaru. Madara-san, what can I do for you? Kabuto said as he adjusted his glasses. Ah, Kabuto-kun, glad you came. I need a favor. All for one slowly removes the bandages from his face as he looked at himself in the mirror. What he saw shocked him. It was his face, the same white hair and black eyes he had before All Might had injured him. He looked at Madara with a questioning look. Why are you doing this, if I may ask? He asked as he examined himself once more. Madara chuckled. Why, 'cause I need you. You'll be a good pawn and a good red herring, Madara said as his eyes began to morph. What are you tall? He didn't get to finish as his eyes began to morph the same way and shape of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Now don't fight, it'll only make it harder. Now KOTOAMATSUKAMI. Madara said as his eyes began to spin wildly as All for One eyes began to change, mimicking Madara's own. Now you will do exactly as I say, no questions asked, understood? Yes, master, All for One said as he kneeled in front of Madara as Madara smirked inside his mask. Now about that favor. It was the next day as Momo walked to her classroom as she was early once again. She entered her classroom as she silently went to her desk and sat in her chair while she was silently reading her book. The purpled-haired girl from yesterday suddenly walked in before going towards Momo and sat beside her. I'm sorry for your loss, she said sadly to her. Momo raised her eyebrow at her as she looked at her in confusion. Huh? She asked the girl. The girl rubbed her head in embarrassment. A small appeared blush in her face. Why, yeah, I kinda followed you yesterday. I'm sorry, I was just worried about you, she said sheepishly as Momo only sighed. Momo smiled at her genuine concern for her. Thanks for your concern about me, but I'm fine now, thanks again. I believe I haven't gotten your name yet, Momo asked the girl. Oh. I'm Kyoka Jiro. It's nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu-san. The newly named Kyoka Jiro introduced herself to her potentially new friend. Momo smiled at the girl. Well then, Jiro-san, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please, Jiro's fine, there's no need for honorifics, Jiro stated, a little embarrassed. Well, if that's the case then call me Yaoyorozu or Momo, she said. Oh well then I guess I'll call you Yaomomo, sounds good, Kyoka asked as Momo smiled at the nickname. I'm sorry again for following you yesterday. I was just worried about my friend. Wait, we're friends, right? Kyoka asked her, a bit worried. It's no problem. And yeah, we're friends, she said quietly as Jiro sadly smiled at her. So, it's that the reason why you were pissed at those two yesterday, she said. More than that, Momo said angrily as she glared at the heads of Izumi and Katsuki, wanting them to explode with her glare. Is that so? Well, your secret's safe with me. I'm a trustworthy one, Kyoka said, making a zipping motion with her hand and lips, making Momo chuckle a bit. After a minute, Aizawa entered the classroom as he looked at them before his gaze went towards Momo. I saw what you did yesterday, Yaoyorozu. Good work. Aizawa praised her with a grin on his face as the others once more gape at him. He's praising her. We thought he was going to reprimand her, they thought in shock. I regret nothing, she replied bluntly with a smile on her face mimicking Aizawa's own. Aizawa nodded in agreement, feeling pride from his student, but it quickly disappeared once he looked at Bakugo. And you, it's your fault for attacking her, what a child. Stop acting like a rabid dog who missed their rabies shot. If you do that again, worst case scenario, I'll expel you on the spot, put you to jail for attempted assault and illegal quirk use. Oh, and let's not forget about your past accomplishments with your close friend, and with that amount of evidence in the class who witnessed the whole thing and will be asked to testify against you, it will be enough for you to be locked behind bars for life with no possibility of parole. Best case scenario, I dropped you to the general studies, put anti-quirk cuffs on you and a muzzle on your mouth while I replace you with a student in 1C. That caught my eye. Do you understand? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, quote. Aizawa said as he activated his quirk to emphasize his point, as the rest widened their eyes and began to sweat uncontrollably, and Bakugo, who was scared for the first time in his life as his eyes were wide and his face was paler than a ghost while drool starting to come out of his mouth, nodded his head profusely while Momo was enjoying the moment, especially the look on Bakugo's face. It was one of the times she wished she had a camera, then she remembered she can just make one. Good, now I won't be your teacher for today. Wait here, he'll be here in a moment, Aizawa announced as he walked out of the class, much to the relief of his students. The class began to mum with each other, wondering who their mystery teacher is. Who do you think it is? I hope they're hot. Whoever it is, I'm sure learning from them will be manly. Well, I think it's Present Mike Kiro. Nah, pretty sure he teaches English. It could be ectoplasm. They were suddenly interrupted from their talking when they heard a loud bang from the door slamming, and they looked to see All Might in the doorway. I am here, he exclaimed as they looked at him weirdly, coming through the door like a normal person. If that's how a normal person would enter the door, I'd hate to see how insane one would do it, most of them thought as they imagined the scenario from their head before quickly dismissing it, though not before getting a shiver from the thought. Oh, it's All Might, so he's gonna be our teacher, huh? Yeah, he even got his Silver Age costume on. Dude, this is so cool, I'm getting goosebumps. Ha 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 ha. Well, today's activity is going to be. Drum roll please. He was met by silence as the class was still busy admiring him. Wow, tough crowd. Well, anyway, today we'll be doing battle training. Battle training, Bakugo yelled excitedly as he stood up from his chair like a child in a candy store. And of course you can't be a hero without hero costumes. All Might pushes a button as cases containing their hero costume came out of the wall. Now put on your hero costumes and meet me in training ground beta. Whoa, our hero costumes. We get to wear them. This is going to be so cool. This is so exciting. Now grab your cases and change in your hero costumes and meet me in training ground beta, All Might said as he sped off, leaving them to grab their cases and go change. Yes sir, everyone said excitedly as they all walked towards their locker rooms to change after they had grabbed their cases containing their hero costumes. As they got into the changing room, the girls changed in awkward silence as no one dared to talk due to the intense tension two people were giving off. Well, specifically one person, as the other was desperately trying avoiding her gaze, which was failing miserably. Momo was glaring at Izumi the whole time. It was so intense and quiet that you can even hear a pin drop. Momo continued to glare at her as she finished changing into her hero costume while Izumi desperately tried to avoid her gaze, looking away. The intensity of the room was interrupted as they heard commotion from the other side of the room. Jiro decided to plug one of her earphone jacks on the wall to check what the commotion was about. Hey girls, something going on in the boys' locker room, she said as she used her other jack to plug it in her phone and put it in speaker for them to listen. Boys' locker room. Hey guys, check this out. The little midget said, pointing to a poster in the wall. Our seniors gave us a gift. He said as he peeled of the poster, revealing a tiny peephole. A hole so we can finally see the other girls changing, he said as he pointed at the wall with a little drool coming from his mouth. Dude, not cool, the boy with blonde hair with a lightning bolt said. Yeah man, super unmanly, said the spiky red head. That is extremely inappropriate behavior. I demand you stop it this instance, Iida said as he reprimanded the midget, his hands in a chopping motion. PSH, whatever, you're lost now. I can't wait to see those nice curves, those plumps ass, those luscious brie. He looked to the hole only to be stabbed in the eye by a long tiny sharp pole that fit perfectly into the hole as the girls looked to see Momo's right hand on the hole while she created a pole in her hand to stab the midget's eye, as screams can be heard from the other side as Momo had an annoyed face as her eyes were twitching as she was fuming from anger. Honestly, why hasn't he been expelled yet? Momo muttered loud enough for the other girls to hear, which caused them to nod in agreement. Honestly, if there was someone who deserved to be expelled, it was that perverted midget. Well, he was the second. The first was of course Bakuho and Yagi, she thought. I think that. Still not enough, Jiro muttered bitterly as the other girls continued to change. Ah, they say the clothes make the pros. You young heroes finally made it. All Might exclaimed as the class walked out in the tunnel, their heroes' costumes on. You all look amazing. Now then, like I said earlier, today's activity is going to be battle training. Now let's GE. All Might was interrupted when the class started asking him questions. All Might sensei, are you going to threaten us with explosion like Aizawa sensei did yesterday? Can we kill anyone? Now, not manly dude. As this graded, me, this is safe right? X, revelry in the dark, PLA, can we eat something like soba? 1, yeah, that would be nice while we're watching. Oh, no, that's extremely inappropriate, right sensei? Come, isn't this cape look magnificent on me? Okay, enough. No, I won't be expelling anyone. No, you can't kill your classmates. Yes, it is graded. Yes, it's safe. I think. No, we're here to fight and test your fighting capabilities, not to eat. And yes, that cape looks lovely on you. Now young zygotes, please let me explain furthermore. All Might yelled as he pulled something on his back pocket, a little notebook, as he faked cough to get their attention. We will have battle training. Today's activity will heroes versus villains. The villains will hide the fake bomb and defend it, while the heroes will either take out the villains or touch the bomb before the timer runs out. You all will be divided in 2 members each by a draw, he explained as he grabbed the lottery box with their names written on it. Sensei. Iida stepped forward to voice his thoughts. Is it really going to be a draw? Why can't we just pick the partners we want? All Might was about to answer the boy's question when Momo cut him off. This is an effective way to do it. When we're pros, we may have to team up with other pros that we don't know, she explained. Yes, young Yaoyorozu is correct, All Might said, confirming her statement. I see, thank you, I see you've proved an excellent point, Yaoyorozu-san. I'm sorry for disturbing you, All Might sensei, Iida said as he bowed to them. Now then, I'll now pick the teams, All Might said as he drew the lots and revealed the teams to them. Team A, Momo, Yaoyorozu and Kyoka Jiro. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Ochako Uraraka. Team C, Denki Kaminari and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Izumi Yagi. Team E, Eijiro Kirishima and Mezzo Shoji. Team F, Mina Ishido and Toru Hagakuri. Team G, Mashirao Ojiro and Yuga Aoyama. Team H, Tsuyu Asui and Koji Koda. Team I, Fumikage Tokiyami and Honta Siro. Team J, Rikido Sato and Tenya Iida. The first round will be Team A versus Team D. Team A will be playing the roles of heroes while Team D will the villain. You have 10 minutes to prepare to hide the bomb and think of a plan. The rest of you follow me to the observation room, All Might announced as the rest of the class followed him, leaving Team A and Team D to prepare. Bakugo smirked evilly at Momo as he was ready to get some revenge for yesterday. Momo on the other hand just gave him the finger before walking away, further infuriating him more, gaining snickers and shocked looks from her classmates. Bakugo was now fuming as smoke can be seen ejecting from his nose and ears as he looked at her walking away with Jiro right behind her to make a game plan. With Momo and Kyoka, Momo sighed as she rubbed her forehead in annoyance. It had to be them. On the bright side, I get to beat them up without anyone really stopping me, she thought cheerily after calming down and turning to Jiro to make a plan. So Momo, you have a plan. I can see that you've been waiting for this moment to beat the crap out of them. Jiro's sly smirk as Momo returned it with her own. Her mind began to work its magic as her mind was running through plans and making battle strategies and playing the scenarios on how they will work in her mind. First we need to know where they are and where the bomb is. Maybe I can make some X-ray goggles or something, Momo said as she held up her wrist to make one but was stopped by Jiro. Don't worry Yaomomo, I got this, Jiro said to her as she closed her eyes and opened them again, revealing pure pinkish white eyes, no pupils on them, as veins start to appear in the sides of her eyes as she said, Byakugan. Momo looked at her in shock. How? I thought your quirk was your earphone jacks, Momo asked her flabbergasted as Jiro only gave her a smirk before replying. I have 2 quirks runs in the family I guess, she replied, shrugging it off before looking at the building. The bomb's on the top floor along with Yagi. Bakugo however is heading down, possibly waiting to ambush us. What's the plan? She said as she asked her teammate. I'll handle the mutt, you handle Yagi. I'll hold him. Of just make you capture Yagi or touch the bomb. Wait, are you sure? I mean, this is the aggressive Pomeranian who loves blowing up stuff we're talking about. Jiro asked her, worried for her friend's safety. Momo steeled her eyes as she made a bow staff and gripped it tight. Don't underestimate me Jiro, I'll handle him, and like you said, I've been waiting for this moment too. I apologize for my vulgar language, beat the shit out of him, now go. Momo yelled at her as Jiro nodded and smiled at her with a mischievous smirk. So to recap the plan, Jiro, you looked for the bomb as I hold of Bakugo, and if you see any chance to beat that bitch, do it for me, will you? Momo said as she smirked at her evilly as Jiro followed her actions. Fine, just be careful, alright, and I'll kick her ass as long as you kick his ass for me too, Jiro said as she agreed reluctantly but not before giving her a worried glance. Momo smirked at her. Will do, Kyoka will do. With Izumi and Katsuki. Okay Kachan, I have a plan, Izumi said as Bakugo only ignored her, walking off. No, I don't need a plan, I'll just have to beat the shit out of them, especially that ponytail bitch, Bakugo growled as Izumi shook her head. No Kachan. We can't, we need a plan, plus you saw how mad Yaoyorozu-san was at us, please. Izumi pleaded as tears were forming in her eyes. I don't care, I'm still beating the shit out of her for what she did to me yesterday. Bakugo yelled as he stormed off to find Momo and Kyoka. Alright heroes, you may proceed to enter, All Might announced as Momo and Jiro entered the building. Alright, you know the plan. Jiro nodded in confirmation. Good, let's do this, Momo said as they walk inside as they meet Bakugo, who's fuming with anger. Boom. Momo backflip as Jiro dodged by going to the side, narrowly dodging the explosion that came from Bakugo from their back. Observation room. Whoa, not manly, Hiroshima said. Wow, how did she do that backflip? Uraraka asked. Isn't that not allowed? Shiro asked. The class watched as their classmates narrowly avoid the sneak attack that came from Bakugo. Well, that's good, attacking from behind is strategizing. He's playing the role of a villain well, and young Yoyorozu and Jiro's reflexes aren't bad either, All Might said. But damn, this fight will be intense. I mean, you all saw what happened yesterday, right? Yaomomo just shot Bakugo without any hesitation. There's definitely some bad blood between those 3. Mina said as they nodded in agreement, while All Might was looking down in shame as he remembered what had occurred yesterday. Oh no. He gritted his teeth as tears began to well up his eyes but held it back. It's all our fault, no, my fault. If I had been a better father to Izuku, none of this would have ever happened and he would still be alive today. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, All Might thought as he fought the urge to cry and silently mourn for his son. Momo scoffed and muttered. Not hard to do, when she heard All Might's statement about Bakugo thanks to the little earpiece he had given them in the beginning of the exercise. Come out, Bakugo yelled as blew away the smoke with his arm, his face showing rage and anger. Where are you, you ponytail bitch, he yelled. Go, Momo ordered to Jiro as she made a shield on her left wrist while holding the bow staff she had made earlier in her right. I'll hold him off, Momo instructed. You better come out this alive, Yaomomo, Jiro said. Momo gave her a smirk. Of course I will, just make sure to beat the shit out of that bitch, alright, Jiro gave her smirked back to her. Of course, do the same for me with the mutt, Jiro said with a glint in her eyes. Good, now go. Jiro nodded and quickly ran off to find the bomb. Come here, you ponytail bitch. Bakugo said as he leapt towards her. So you have chosen death, huh? Very well, I'll gladly grant your wish, Momo said as she prepared herself as she leapt towards him as well. With Izumi. Stupid Kachan, you're an idiot, she muttered to herself as she was guarding the bomb. You know how Yaoyorozu-san hates us. I wish I didn't follow you, she muttered to herself, sadly wishing she could change the past. She looked at the ground while clutching her chest, silently crying. Why did I follow you? She said as tears poured from her eyes. I'm really sorry for everything that I did. I truly regret everything I've done to him, I truly do, she said while silently crying, unaware of the presence of Jiro, who was hiding behind a wall. What did they do to him? Who's him? Jiro thought to herself, as now curious and confused as to who him is and what truly happened between Yagi, Momo and Bakugo. Now she knows it was something big for Momo to hate. No, despise them for it, as she silently thinks to herself to what it could mean while she listened to Izumi's sobbing. With Bakugo versus Momo, asked. Bakugo yelled as he spit some blood and felt some his tooth loosen, thanks to Momo, who had hit the side of his face hard with her shield before creating some guns with rubber bullets and shooting his, well, let's just say his precious balls and little Kachan. You bitch. Bakugo yelled out weakly as he clutched precious balls and mini Kachan while blood was leaking from his mouth. He was cut off as Momo punched him hard in the gut, followed by an uppercut made extra painful thanks to the spike brass knuckles she had made. Bakugo gasped for air as he felt the wind knock out of him and felt his lunch from earlier trying to escape his stomach. How was that? She smirked as Bakugo sluggishly rushed at her, his legs trembling from pain as his mouth was leaking blood as he officially felt some of his tooth leave his mouth thanks to the uppercut earlier. Bakugo yelled in pain as Momo still wasn't satisfied with his screams as she grabbed him by the arm and judo flipped him hard on the ground as Bakugo gasped from shock before grabbing his right hand and twisting it. One wrong move and I'll break your arm, she whispered to him dangerously. Observation room. The class cringed at the beatdown Momo gave Bakugo, especially the boys, as they held their hands protectively covering their jewels and silently praying not to get in her bad side, while Mineta cringed as he rubbed his bandage eye, as punishment earlier was tame compared to what she did to Bakugo. Man, she really hates him, huh? Siro said as he cringed at the fight. This is going too far, Mina said. Yeah, she's going to kill him if this continued, Tsuyu said, a bit worried. Yeah, I wonder why she hates Bakugo and Yagi so much, Uraraka asked as they thought about it. Yeah, by the looks of it. Yagi's really nice, right? Denki asked. I don't know. We all saw how Yagi was apologizing to Yaomomo yesterday. I wonder what's that all about, Toru asked. All Might Sensei, should we stop this? Iida asked, concerned. No, let her vent out her anger, trust me, she needs this. I'll step in if things get too far, All Might assured his students, though they didn't seem convinced about it. While All Might had a depressed look, he really regretted it. First his parents, then his mentor, then his wife, and finally his son. It seems like wherever he goes death seems to follow him everywhere. Maybe it was the curse of wielding one for all and he neglected his son, all because he was quirkless. Aizawa was right about him, he really was a hypocrite. How can he save people when he can't even save his own son? How can he be called the symbol of peace if he can't even be a good father to his only son? How can he save people from darkness if he can't even save his son from his own? His thoughts were wandering off as he stared at the screen blankly. Tears started to drop from his eyes. With Izumi versus Jiro. Izumi screamed in pain as she held her hands to her ears in attempt to stop the deafening noise. She looked up to see Jiro standing in the doorway as her earphone jacks were plugged into the sides of her boots, where it contained a support item called stereo boots, which was tiny speakers attached to her boots that was enough for a whole concert. Jiro-san, Izumi said in shock that she hasn't noticed her before now, as she gritted her teeth as she began to stand up, covering her ears from the loud noise and pain. Yup, ya got me. You seems that your ears aren't working properly. Here, let me increase the volume, she said with a smirk as she increased the volume while she put on her soundproof headset. Izumi screamed as she got to her knees, covering her ears painfully. No, I won't let you beat me, she said through gritted teeth as she stood up once more before activating her quirk as orange lightning starts to spark of her body as red veins was coursing throughout her body. I won't give up yet, I'll fight for him, she yelled as she clenched her fist in her newfound determination as she activated 5% of One for All, I'll be a hero for him. We'll see about that, Jiro said as smirked before activating her eyes and got in her stance of the once and powerful Hyuga clan before rushing towards Izumi, her hands in the Juken style. Observation room. Whoa, now that's what I call a manly determination, Kirishima said admiring Izumi's determination to win. That's womanly, you idiot, Mina lightly chuckled at him as Kirishima rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. That style, I didn't know Jiro knows how to fight in martial arts, Ojiro said as he examined Jiro's Juken stance. Who knew she could fight like that, Denki said agreeing with his friend as he watched their fight. All Might smiled proudly at his daughter as she wanted to accomplish her brother's dream of being a hero for him and her determination to achieve that dream. Only if you were here now, Inko, Izuku, you too would be proud, All Might thought with a sad smile. With Katsuki versus Momo. Bakugo had successfully escaped Momo's grip by attempting to explode her face with his free hand, which she managed to dodge in the nick of time. Momo jumped backwards to gain some space between them as Bakugo saw an opportunity and exploded himself towards her and punched Momo's stomach, catching her off guard. Observation room. They gasped in shock as Bakugo managed to caught Momo off guard and successfully managed to land a hit for the first time in the fight. That's not manly. Kick his ass, Yaomomo. Teach that mud a lesson. I hope she'll be okay. Tear him a new one. Kick that jerk's his ass, no one likes him anyway. I want soba. With Katsuki versus Momo. Momo coughed up some blood. Lucky shot, she growled as she stared at Bakugo, who's panting and stoop up. Ha, you're still fighting, huh? TCH, you're just like him, he said as he smirked as Momo widened her eyes. Hey, so you're still into that loser, huh? How disgusting, you hanging out with a Deku like him. He was nothing but a useless good-for-nothing Deku. Momo saw red as her eyes bulged from anger as she snapped as she created a spike metal bat and smashed it to the side of his face, giving him a concussion as his forehead started to bleed. As she didn't stop there as she smashed the bat into the other side of his face before ditching the bat and created hard metal brass knuckles before slamming it hard in his face, then his stomach, then his right cheek, then his left cheek. How could you? She yelled to the top of her lungs as she gave him another haymaker. How can someone like you be even near this school in the first place? You're just a spoiled mutt. Who has a big fucking ego, she said as she gave another punch in the nose, breaking and dislocating it in the process, followed by another punch in the stomach. You're the worst. You're worse than villains. Your brother was right about you. You're nothing more than a monster. I'll be doing the world a favor if I kill you, she yelled with tears in her red eyes as she was furiously and mercilessly was punching Bakugo's bruised and battered face. He was barely even recognizable as his vision was getting fuzzy as he was slowly falling into unconsciousness. He then weakly raised his gauntlet arm towards her with an unrecognizable smirk on his battered face as he was coughing blood, his yes swollen that he can barely even see in them as he was coughing up blood profusely. All Might widened his eye. Wait. Young Bakugo, don't, you'll kill her. All Might yelled in his earpiece in attempt to step him as the class widened their eyes in horror. Hey, not if she dodges, he said weakly as he ignored All Might's warning as he took out his earpiece before dropping it in the floor before pulling the pin, and was followed by a large explosion consuming the room. Young back. BOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO With Izumi vs Jiro, Izumi dodged another Juken strike from Jiro as she cocked her fist and then disappeared on a burst of speed before appearing behind her to knock her out as Jiro managed to duck behind the attack thanks to her Byakugan before seeing an opening striking Izumi with her Juken in her stomach. Izumi widened her eyes as she was sent flying thanks to the attack alone as she coughed up some blood as she weakly stood up. "Give it up Yagi, you can't win against me," Jiro said as she hoped she would just give up. "And no, never," she yelled as she once again charged up one for all this time at 8% as she disappeared as Jiro looked around for her before feeling something in front of her to see a fist planted in her face that caught her off guard. Jiro was sent flying from the punch before she recomposed herself from the shock and pain before doing a double backflip to regain her momentum before landing in her feet and charging at Izumi again, ignoring the throbbing pain in her cheek. Jiro faked a strike, causing Izumi to held up her arms on her face to block the attack, only for Jiro to plug her earphone jacks to her arms, which had tiny speakers on them like the one she had on her boots, as she sent a full blast of sound wave towards her, causing Izumi to scream in pain as she held her ears protectively. Jiro, seeing an opportunity, quickie strike all of Izumi's pressure points on her left arm, causing it to go numb as Izumi screamed in pain. Izumi grabbed her now limp left arm as blood was leaking from her ears as she was panting heavily from exhaustion. Jiro was about to finish this fight by knocking her out when they felt the building suddenly quake, followed by muffled explosion. "Kachan, what was that?" Izumi asked welcly from their earpiece, getting no answer in return as she dodged another Juken strike from Jiro. "Damn it, Kachan." Izumi gritted her teeth as Jiro plugged her earphone jack to the ground to check if Momo was okay. Bakugo vs. Momo. Bakugo was about to stand up and look for Momo. He was suddenly impaled through his stomach with a blade as he screamed in pain as Momo twisted it, rupturing his organs and stomach. She was perfectly fine aside for some burn marks and bruises on her, but other than that she was perfectly okay, much to the relief of her classmates. "Aaggghhhhh," he screamed in pain again as Momo broke his right arm before screaming once again as she broke the other one. Bakugo was about to stand up when she furiously stabbed her blade into his knee before doing the same thing on the other one. Bakugo laid there in a broken, beaten state, barely even alive and recognizable due to the beating Momo gave him. Momo furiously grabbed his collar before spitting in his face before grabbing him by his hair and drove it into the wall, cracking it in the process before she ran at full speed her body could manage and dragging Bakugo's head with her as blood was smeared and splattered on the broken walls as she threw Bakugo's body into the floor before creating a crowbar before beating him mercilessly again, Jason Todd style. Observation room. Silence was heard in the observation room as they watch her mercilessly beat Bakugo with a crowbar as Bakugo just laid there half dead, long gone to unconsciousness due to the shock and pain he felt. They as were terrified, even All Might was. Bakugo was now bleeding half dead in the floor, laying in a pool of his own blood as Momo's crowbar was covered with his blood. Because of you, he's now gone. Because of you he broke his promise to me," she said as she gritted her teeth in anger and swung her crowbar again while she finally burst into tears. "This pain, this beating still isn't enough. For all the pain and misery you put him through. For years and years until he finally snapped. Why?" she yelled through her lungs, letting all her pent-up anger towards them as she swung the crowbar again and again. The students watch as she tore through her emotions. They can feel her rage towards Bakugo and sadness for someone. They asked All Might what she was saying as only he can hear her voice because of the earpiece he had given her, as they wanted to know what they were talking about to no avail. "All Might Sensei, you should really stop this," Iida said in a worried tone. "No, young Iida, she needs this. Let her be. But this is getting too much. We should stop her now before she kills him," Iida said, concerned not only for Yaoyorozu but for Bakugo as well, because he may be an asshole but he was still his classmate. "You don't get it," All Might yelled at them, startling them as they look at him in shock. "She needs this. Just let her be," he said again in a quiet tone only they can hear. "Because of you, he's gone," she said as she slowly dropped the crowbar in the floor with a loud thang asterisk. "You son of a whore," she clenched her fist. Bakugo was now unconscious as she looked at him in anger. "Because of you. I lost the only man that I love," she said as she threw him like a trash bag before she kneeled on the ground and broke down on the floor, crying, her hand on her face, trying to desperately stop the tears to no avail. Jiro and All Might widened their eyes at her words as they had heard everything due to the earpieces they have on them. Jiro now finally understanding everything, why she hates the two of them with a passion. The trip to the cemetery yesterday, the name of the tombstone, all of the clues, all of the pieces, her mind slowly starting to put the pieces together as she slowly understand the reason why she despised them, and it hurt her seeing her friend in pain like that, and that fueled even more fire to her hate as it grew even more than before, as glared at Izumi with her newfound hatred for the girl and her little pet. While All Might was beyond shocked that she loved his son, a new kind of regret and pain entered his heart. the regret of separating two lovers together forever as he knows that feeling all too well when he lost his wife. Why young Bakugo is captured. All Might said sadly, his voice filled with regret. Izumi versus Jiro. Jiro glared at a panting Izumi who's holding her left arm, who's now limp thanks to Jiro sealing her pressure points away. What did you do to him? Jiro said as she glared at Izumi, who was confused by her question. What do you mean? Izumi asked her, confused. Jiro growled at her. Don't play dumb with me, Yagi. I followed Yaomomo yesterday and she went to a graveyard to a tombstone named Izuku Yagi. You two have the same last name, quite a coincidence, huh? So I'm guessing Izuku is your brother. Now Yagi, what did you do to him? Jiro asked her angrily as Izumi's eyes widened as she began to hyperventilate. No response. Answer me, Yagi. What did you do to your brother? What did you and Bakugo did to make her despised you two the most? Answer me. She yelled at her again as Izumi was now openly sobbing. I didn't say that you can cry, I said what did you two do to him? She yelled again, now getting annoyed. But before Izumi can answer her question, Jiro heard Momo's voice through the earpiece in her ear. Jiro, what floor are you in? Momo said weakly after taking a few deep breaths. On the 5th floor, she answered, her eyes never leaving Izumi's. I'll be right there, Momo said as Jiro heard footsteps on the earpiece. Roger that, Jiro quickly replied before breathing a sigh of relief knowing that her friend was okay. And not a minute later Momo entered the room. Her eyes were red and puffy, her clenched fist was covered in blood, she had many bruises and burn marks on her as she turned her attention to the crying Izumi as she gritted her teeth and her face twisted that of anger. I'm so sorry, why Yaoyorozu-san, I su surrender please, she said as she went on her knees and begged for her forgiveness. Momo walked up to her and raised her fist next to her face ready to punch her, as her hands were shaking uncontrollably and her breathing became haggard, but then stopped when she remembered his smile and his words to her. Why Momo, it's okay to be mad, so sometimes be, but try to calm down cause so sometimes they aren't worth it. Izuku's words kept repeating in her mind as she slowly puts her hands down as she took deep long breaths to calm herself once more, as the image of Izuku's smile flashed before her mind as she looked to the crying Izumi, who's now on the ground sobbing before scoffing and walking away towards the bomb. I will never forgive you, she said, not even looking at her as she touched the bomb, signaling their victory as Jiro went towards her to see if she was okay. Hero team wins, All Might slowly said sadly. Jiro walked towards Momo. Let's go Yaomomo, you're covered in burns and bruises, she said as Momo nodded, quickly going towards Recovery Girl, leaving a crying Izumi behind on the ground. The two friends were making their way to Recovery Girl's clinic as they began to talk about what had happened earlier. I gotta say you beat him good, Jiro said, trying to lit up the mood, but it was honestly satisfying to see Bakugo in half dead, a pool of his own blood. Too bad you didn't get beat, Yagi, but it was fun kicking her ass, Jiro said as she sighed. Well, she's not worth it, but that Mud on the other hand, he deserved it. No, he deserved far worse, Momo said as Jiro snickered as they finally arrived in Recovery Girl's office and entered the clinic's doors. Momo, Jiro and Izumi finally returned to the observation room after the medical bots had picked up the badly beaten Bakugo to be healed by Recovery Girl. As they entered the observation room they were met by silence. They didn't know what to think of the fight. On the other hand, Bakugo's beating was well deserved as many of the class didn't like him due to his rudeness, arrogance and his inferiority and superiority complex. On the other hand, his beatdown was too brutal for them as they didn't know what to think as they did not know the whole story about their feud. Momo had bandages around her to cover her bruises and burn marks as everyone stared at her. Momo stared at them back before emotionlessly saying, he was an asshole, it was fun beating his face into the ground and I have my reasons, she said furiously as they gulped in fear. Momo ignored them as she went to sit by the corner by herself as she read her book only for Jiro along with the other girls except Izumi to sat next to her with a worried expression on her face. Are you okay? Jiro asked her softly as she put her hand in Momo's shoulder in a comforting manner. Yeah, we were worried about you. She was suddenly embraced in a hug much to her shock by Mina, who had tears in her eyes. We thought you're dead when Bakugo pulled that pin and made a large explosion, she whined as she broke the hug. But gotta say that was absolutely awesome. The way you fought and beat the shit out him was terrifying but also cool, Toru said as the others agreed. All Might then fake coughed to get their attention as they turned towards him. Alright, can anyone tell me who the MVP of this round of the exercise was? Todoroki raised his hand to answer All Might's question. It's obviously Yaoyorozu. She made the plan and beat Bakugo by herself. To be honest, it was satisfying to see him like that because of his fucking ego, he said in a monotone voice, earning nods of agreement from his classmates while Uraraka giggled next to him. Why yes, you're right, young Todoroki. All Might stuttered. Anyways, good job. Now let's continue to the next battle. All Might said as the next participants went to their assigned places. Yaomomo, are you sure you're okay? Uraraka asked, still concerned. Momo weakly smiled at her before nodding. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks for your worries. I just need fresh air, she said as she stood up and walked outside to get some fresh air, not even bothering to ask All Might for permission as the others continued the activity. The girls was about to follow her only to be stopped by Jiro, who shook her head saying no, just let her get some fresh air, guys, she said as they reluctantly nodded their head. The day quickly flew by for Momo as she was now walking out of UA to go to her home. She decided to just walk once again in order to clear her head. She was about to walk out through the gates of UA when she heard a familiar voice making her stop. Hey Yaomomo, wait up, Jiro said as she quickly caught up to her. Jiro, what are you doing here? She asked curiously as she wondered why her friend stopped her. Hey, so your driver's gonna pick you up? Jiro asked, slightly panting. No, I decided to just walk again today, to clear my head, she said. Oh, will let me join you, Jiro said as smiled at her. Are you sure, Jiro? Momo asked, a bit shocked and confused. Yeah, I'll keep you company, Jiro said as she insisted. Yeah, if you insist, she said as she smiled at her gratefully. Thank you. Jiro only returned her smile as the two students walk out of the UA gate together. UNKOWN Laboratory. All for One was currently monitoring his latest pet project that his master had given him. He was looking at a test tubes. Inside those tubes were a creature with completely black skin from the right side of its body head to toe, with the exception of its eye, which has no sclera, with only a yellow eye with no pupil if the creature opened them, and the other was its other left half. The left side of the creature had messy short green hair, snow white skin, although this one has a proper eyes if the creature opened them. This were black and white Zetsu, a Nomu that isn't meant for fighting but for espionage, infiltration and spying, personally requested to him by his master himself. Zetsu is like Kurogiri, a smart Nomu. Suddenly a swirling vortex opened up next to him, signifying his master's return. Madara stepped out of the vortex and standing next to All for One. All for One greeted his master and bowed to him. Master, glad you can come. Greetings All for One, I'm guessing what I assigned you is ready. Madara looked at the tube containing his second member of his little group project. All for One shook his head. Not yet, my lord, but I'm certain it will be ready within the next few days, All for One said, gesturing to the creature in the tube. Excellent, let me know once Project Zetsu will be ready, Madara said with a smirk hidden behind his mask. At once, my lord. All for One once again bowed before him as he watched his master disappear in a swirling vortex. It was a normal day at UA as the students were trying to enter the gates UA only to be blocked by a bunch of news reporters and cameramen as they interviewed the student who were trying not to be late. What are your thoughts on All Might teaching in this school? The reporters asked Kirishima. I think it's manly, Kirishima said, giving them a thumbs up. What are your thoughts on All Might teaching in this school? The reporters asked Uraraka. I think he's cool, he didn't threaten us with explosion the other day, Uraraka said. What are your thoughts on All Might teaching in this school? The reporters asked Bakugo. Fuck off, you damn extra. Bakugo yelled before storming off as the reporters muttered rude to him, which he didn't care. What are your thoughts on All Might teaching in this school? The reporters asked Todoroki. I want soba, Todoroki muttered as his stomach rumbled in agreement before walking off, leaving the reporters confused. What are your thoughts on All Might teaching in this school? The reporters asked Izumi. I think it's cool, Izumi said as she stuttered in nervousness due to all the cameras pointing at her. What are your thoughts on All Might teaching in this school? The reporters asked Momo. Momo only ignored them as she continued walking to the gates. Hey wait, you're the daughter and heiress of the Yaoyorozu company, please just one interview, what it is like to have All Might as your teacher. The reporter asked as they got close, much to Momo's discomfort and annoyance. Momo was about to tell them to leave her alone as Aizawa appeared next to her, beating her to the punch. Enough, you're harassing the students of UA, now go, Aizawa said as the reporters looked at him. Yaoyorozu, go, hurry up to your classroom or you'll be late, Aizawa said as Momo nodded in thanks before walking out. Eraserhead, we just want interview with All Might, is he here? One reporter asked as he got close to Eraserhead. Yeah, we want to know why he would teach at UA and why now. Another reporter said. Just one interview, that's all we want, another reporter said. He's not here, Aizawa said before walking off, much to the reporter's annoyance. They tried to enter the gate only for it to close shut in front of them before they can even step their foot in, much to the shock of the reporters. One reporter gripped her microphone tightly as she gritted her teeth. One interview, just one, is that so hard to ask? She said as she yelled at the doors of he blocked gate of UA. Momo quickly made it into her classroom, much to her relief that she wasn't late, as Jiro waved at her as she waved back before sitting next to her, talking with each other to pass the time. It was a couple of days since the battle training exercise. Since then everything was quiet, uneventful, as they were just learning English from Present Mike, learning history from Smentos, mathematics with ectoplasm, and so on. All in all, it was just a normal school days for them. Bakugo had successfully recovered from his injuries, much to Momo and Aizawa's disappointment, although he still wore a cast on both arms and bandages from his face preventing him from talking, much to the joy of the class as they couldn't hear his constant screaming due to Recovery Girl putting a muzzle on his mouth when he wouldn't stop yelling at her. All in all, it was quiet in their class aside from Bakugo's muffled screams. It was another day at UA as the class were chatting with each other. Momo was talking with Jiro, Izumi, who was awfully quiet, and Bakugo was screaming his head off, or attempted to, as only muffled noises can be from his bandage-muzzled face. A minute later Aizawa finally entered the classroom with a satisfied smirk as he seemed to be in a cheerful mood, which was terrifying for his students. All right, you brats, quiet down, he said, his cheerful attitude not leaving him as the class quickly obeyed him, terrified. I watched all of your performance yesterday. Most of them are gulping in fear as his gaze went towards Bakugo, who looked like a living mummy with anger issues. Aizawa's smirk grew even wider, almost like a Cheshire cat, as he stared at Bakugo, sending shivers down his spine. Remember what I said yesterday? He asked with his cheesire-like grin as Bakugo's eyes widened in fear as he froze in his seat. You're on thin ice, Bakugo. One more stunt like that and pray to whatever god you believe in, because you better beg that I choose option 2. Got it? Aizawa asked him as Bakugo nodded his head profusely as he looked like a blur to the rest of the class. Good. Aizawa grinned before turning his attention to Izumi. Yagi, Aizawa said, gaining her attention. Why yes, Aizawa say sensei, Izumi weakly asked him as she had her head down. Keep your pet on a tighter leash next time. Got it? He asked as he looked at her as she avoided his gaze. Why yes, sir, she said as she nodded her head. Aizawa's gaze finally went toward Momo as he gave her a proud smile. I saw what you did yesterday. Excellent job yesterday, Yaoyorozu. It was satisfying seeing him in pain like that. I kept watching the video over and over again last night. I even made my ringtone his painful screams, he said as if on cue. Bakugo's painful screams can be heard as Aizawa picked up his phone. Sorry, I need to answer this. It's really important, he said as he walked out the door, answering his phone as the class just sat there speechless in awkward silence, although Momo was smirking in gratitude. A minute later Aizawa entered the class again. Now today you'll face a great obstacle, he said as they gulped in fear. It's a test, isn't it? I knew his cheerful attitude meant he was gonna punish us, the class thought dreadfully as they began to sweat profusely. Aizawa smirked seeing their dreaded looks before continuing, and that is, he paused for dramatic effect as the class was starting to get anxious. Choosing your class rep, he finally said as the class face faulted as some of them sighed in relief. A normal school activity, the class thought as they cheered. Now choose a class representative. I don't care how you do it, just do it, Aizawa said as he got on his sleeping bag and zipping it all the way up before falling asleep. The class was bursting into excitement and raising their hands, suggesting others to vote for them. Hey, let me be class representative, it'll be fun, Mina said. Choose me, it's going to be manly, Kirishima said. We choose me. I'm perfect for the job, merci. Aoyama said. If I became class representative, the girls will have to wear really short skirts, Mineta said as drool came out of his mouth. No, everyone yelled at him, feeling creep out. Shut up. Vote me, you fucking extra. Bakugo yelled as he somehow managed to get out of muzzle and bandages, only to shut up again as Zero taped his mouth shut. As muffled screams can be heard as the class nodded a thanks towards Zero, who rubbed his head in embarrassment. Everyone, let's be reasonable about this, Iida said as they all turned their attention toward him while Zero tied up Mineta in the ceiling for his suggestion earlier. It seems like he's the real hero today, as the class thought, simultaneously thanking Zero in their heads. The class rep is a highly important role. We must pick who is suited the best for the position, Iida said as he went up into the front of the class. It's obvious that you just want it for yourself, the whole class said in a deadpan tone as Iida looked down dejectedly. All right, how about this? The highest votes will be elected to be the class representative, and the second highest will be the vice rep. By voting, we can pick whoever we think is the best suited for the role. Once you're done writing the names of whoever you think is best suited for the position, you can drop your votes in this box, Momo said as she rolled up her sleeve to make a small box as the class does as she instructed. That's a good idea, Yaoyorozu-san. Is that all right to you, Aizawa-sensei? Iida asked their teacher, who had woken up from his sleep due to the commotion the class had made. I don't care, just pick your class rep already, Aizawa mumbled as he glared at the class, who gulped in fear before going back to sleep, much to the relief of his students. Thank you, sensei, Iida yelled with a marvelous bow, only for him to shut up as Aizawa glared at him for interrupting his sleep again before zipping up his sleeping bag as the others' sweat dropped at them. After a while, the class had chosen who they were voting for and had put the votes on the box that Momo had made for them as Aizawa announced the results. Momo Yaoyorozu 7 votes. Izumi Yagi 3 votes. Huh, so I guess I'll be the class representative. Momo muttered, a bit shocked that she was chosen as the class representative, though she didn't seem happy that Izumi became the vice rep, as she stood in the front of the class with Izumi, who's quaking in her boot due to her nervousness and being near Yaoyorozu. Who the fuck voted for this ponytail bitch? Bakugo shouted as he once again got out of his bandages and muzzle, as well as Zero's tapped he had put on him a while back. Seriously, how is he doing that? Both of his arms are in a cast, there's no way he can move them. The class thought with a shock and annoyed look on their faces. Iida, Mina, Toru, Tsuyu, Jiro, Uraraka, and Izumi raised their hands as Izumi weakly raised hers next to Momo, which surprised them. Better her than you, dude, Zero said as the rest snickered. What the hell are you saying, you damn extra? Bakugo yelled at him furiously. See. Zero gestured his hand towards the fuming Bakugo to emphasize his point. Yeah, I totally agree with this, she would have made a good class rep, Kaminari said. You go girl, Mina cheered at her. Yeah, you were manly womanly the other day, that fight was awesome, Kirishima said. It's a shame I didn't get the position, but I will do my best to help you, Iida exclaimed as he stood up from his desk. Enough, Aizawa said as he glared at them, shutting them up. It's decided, Yaoyorozu will be the class representative while Yagi will be the vice representative, he said as he turned to the two. You two will report to me a file containing every single one of your classmates' quirks. You got until tomorrow to do it, got it? He said as the two nodded their heads in understanding, as Momo was a little miffed that she has to work with Yagi, as Izumi looked at her before looking away nervously, noticing her glare towards her. Lunch time. Momo was currently eating with Jiro peacefully as they chatted with each other, but was interrupted when Mina, Iida, Uraraka, Zero, Kaminari and Kirishima joined them. Hey Momo, Jiro, mind if we sit here? Mina asked her as Momo nodded in confirmation. Mina smiled brightly as she and the others began to sit next to them. Hey, you know, I've been wondering something about you, Iida-kun, admit it, you're rich, aren't you? Uraraka asked as the other turned to him. Iida stiffened as he stammered an answer. Well, you see, Iida said as he recomposed himself, slightly adjusting his glasses. The Iida family have been pro-heroes generations, he said as they stared at him in awe. Do you guys know the Turbo Pro Hero Ingenium? Iida asked them as they all nodded in agreement. Well, he's my older brother, he said as he puffed his chest and beamed proudly as the others stared at him in shock. Wow, manly, Kirishima said. No way, Kaminari exclaimed, a bit shocked. So cool, Mina shouted as she was excited. Why didn't you tell us, Iida-san? Yaoyorozu asked him, curious. Well, I'll admit I thought that once you learned about my family that you will treat me differently, he said as he looked down ashamed. Nah, you don't have to worry about it. I mean, look at Yaomomo, she's crazy rich and yet we don't treat her any differently, Jiro said as she assured him as everyone nodded in agreement as Iida gave her a grateful smile. They continued to eat as they chatted with each other as the topic eventually went to Momo's election as the class rep. Are you excited to be the class representative, Yaomomo? Uraraka asked her. Yeah, but I didn't expect that it would be me. I thought it would be Iida, she said as she voiced her thoughts. You kidding, you're perfect for that role, Jiro said to her, a bit proud. I agree, although I did not receive the role I can't deny that you would be a better class representative than me. I already accepted my defeat earlier. I will do my best to assist you and Yagi, Iida said, his hand in a chopping motion. Yeah, you killed it, girl. You already have this leadership aura on you, plus it helped that you managed to beat Bakugo, who got first on the entrance exam, Mina exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, you were awesome during the battle training. You kicked Bakugo's ass good, Kirishima said, giving her a thumbs up. Yeah, you were a badass during the exercise, Shiro said. Yeah, you were electric during the battle exercise, Kaminari said with a smile as Jiro, who was sitting next to him, elbowed him for the lame joke. Momo blushed red at their praise before she recomposed herself, giving them a thankful look. Thank you, I will do my best as the class representative of Class 1A, she said with a proud and determined look on her face. Yeah. The others cheered her on as they continued to eat their lunch, chatting with each other. Hey, who do you think voted for Yagi? Mina suddenly asked them in curiosity as the others looked at her. Probably Bakugo, Jiro and Momo muttered as the others nodded in agreement. Well, I don't know the other two, but apparently Todoroki voted for her, Uraraka said, a little annoyed with a small pout on her face which the others didn't notice, well, aside from Mina, that is. Todoroki voted for her, Kirishima asked, a little shocked. Yeah, I wonder why, Kaminari asked, wondering the same thing as Kirishima. Mina suddenly looked towards Uraraka with a smirk and a mischievous look in her eyes. Oh, and how did you know that you, Rara, Ka? Mina asked her as she sung her name with a gleam in her eyes. ... Uraraka flushed red as she looked down, suddenly interested in her half-finished curry and rice on her plate. Hey, you still haven't answered my question, you, Rara, Ka? Mina snickered as Uraraka's face flushed even more redder than it was before as the others snickered along with her. Well, he told me. Uraraka said, stuttering as she covered her face with her hands in embarrassment as she floated up, unconsciously activating her quirk before being caught in Shiro's tape, bringing her back down to the ground. The others laughed at her while Uraraka playfully glared at them through her still red face, especially Mina. Momo, on the other hand, had a smile on her face as she was reminded of Izuku because of his heartwarming smile, his stuttering, his kindness and pure innocence. She sighed sadly as she truly missed him. She had a sad smile on her face as she was eating with her classmates as Jiro noticed her mood shift from happy to sad as she was about to ask what was wrong until she was interrupted when a loud alarm went off, startling them as the other students began to panic. The teacher's table. The teachers were currently eating their lunches in the teacher's table as they chatted with each other, but was interrupted when a loud alarm suddenly went off, disturbing them from their lunch. What was that? Smentos asked as he grew concerned. That's the alarm for an intruder alert, Midnight said as her eyes widened. There's an intruder at UA. Present, Mike said as he and the others went to check. Let's go, we could be under attack and the students might be in danger, Ectoplasm said as he and the others went to check what was going on while the others check on the students. Aizawa was about to follow the others as he suddenly got a bad feeling in his gut telling him that the real danger was somewhere else. Present Mike looked to see Aizawa hasn't moved yet. Shota, you coming? Present Mike asked him, concerned for why his friend hasn't moved to help the others yet. You guys go, I'll catch up with you, Aizawa said as he ran to the teacher's lounge office, leaving Present Mike wondering what was wrong before following the others to help calm the students. Aizawa ran as fast as he can towards the teacher's lounge as he slammed the door, looking around as he saw a man with a black cloak with a hood that covered his head. He was wearing an orange mask with black markings on them with only one visible eyehole with red eyes that he swore looked familiar for some reason, although he couldn't look at it properly due to the hood and mask covering most of his head and face. Who the hell are you? Aizawa asked as he looked at the man with his quirk already activated readying his capture scarf to fight. Ah Shota Aizawa aka the pro hero eraser head, truly it is an honor to meet you, and as for who I am, well, who I am is not important right now, Madara said. Aizawa threw his scarf around the man in order to capture him, but was shocked as the attack simply phased right through him like he wasn't even there. What the hell? Is his quirk, is it like Tagata's? Is that how he got in here without alerting anyone of us? Aizawa thinks as he recovered from his shock, quickly getting on guard. Nice try, but it was a futile attempt. Now that I have what I wanted, I can now leave, Madara said as Aizawa grew furious. You're not going anywhere, Aizawa yelled as he prepared his scarf once more, but Madara threw something at him as he caught the kunai with ease as he heard hissing sound coming from the paper warp around in the kunai as his eyes widened before throwing it away. The kunai exploded with a loud boom followed by a blinding light that temporarily blinded him for a second as Madara disappeared in a swirling vortex. Aizawa looked around after blinking a few times as he adjusted his blurry eyes to the light once more thanks to the flashbang that went off earlier. He looked to where Madara was before seeing he was now gone, nowhere to be seen before he clenched his fist in anger and punching the wall in anger. Damn it, he exclaimed as he let someone get away with who knows what he stole from them. With Momo, everyone was now panicking as the other students ran towards the exits in a rush, trampling and hurting many students as they pushed and shoved each other away. What's going on? Hiroshima said as he stood up. Iida grabbed one of the older students and asked, what is going on? What is the meaning of this? He asked as he looked at the older student. That's the alarm for an intruder attack. There's an intruder here at UA. Probably villains. I don't know, this never happened before, the older student said as he quickly ran off, leaving them shocked and speechless. Momo instantly went to leader mode, as the others would soon dub it, as she ushered every one of her classmates to go to the exits carefully. They were squishing against each other as Momo was shoved to the window by another student as she got a view outside. What she saw was the press had somehow broken into UA as they were trying to enter school grounds, as President Mike and the other teacher were trying to control the situation and keep the press from entering private property. Then a light bulb went in her head as she created a megaphone and looking around to find Iida as she finally found him. Iida-san. Iida turned his attention towards her. It's just the press, I have a plan here, catch. She yelled at him as she tossed the megaphone towards him as he quickly caught it. Uraraka-san. Uraraka looked towards her. Use your quirk to make Iida-san float up, she instructed her as Uraraka nodded her head in understanding. Hi, she said as she touched Iida's back, making him float up as Iida uses his quirk to boost himself toward the front of the crowd before landing awkwardly as he looked like the man from the emergency exit sign. Everyone, Iida yelled, gaining their attention. Please calm down, it's just the press, just look outside. They all look outside to see that the police had arrived as they quickly saw the press being arrested by the cops for trespassing into UA property as they all sighed in relief. Please, I want you all to return to your classrooms in an orderly fashion. Class reps, lead your classmates and make sure that they're safe, he said as they did as what they were instructed. Uraraka released her quirk as Iida slowly floated back down to the ground as the class began to surrounding him and Momo praising them for their quick thinking and good planning. That was cool, Iida, Mina exclaimed as Iida shook his head. It was all Yaoyorozu-san's plan, I simply followed her orders, Iida said. Good thinking, Yaomomo, Jiro said as she gave Momo a thumbs up. As expected of the class rep, Hiroshima said. Indeed, your plan was impressive, Yaoyorozu-san, Iida exclaimed. Momo smiled at them in gratitude for their praises before saying, all right everyone, that's enough, let's head back to the class before Aizawa-sensei gets mad at us, she said as she began to walk back to their class as she ushered everyone to follow her as they gulped in fear before following her back into their classroom. In the classroom, they quickly made it back in class in time to see Aizawa waiting for them in his desk as they quickly took their seat as Aizawa spoke. I heard what happened earlier, good job Yaoyorozu, Iida, you handled the situation well. Aizawa praised the two for their actions of dissolving the panic that the students were in earlier as Aizawa finished their lesson they were having. As they were about to finish class for today, Izumi suddenly raised her hand and stood up. Wait everyone, I would like to make an announcement, she said as everyone looked at her. I would like to resign my position as vice rep, she said, much to the shock of the class. What? Why? The class asked her, confused and shocked. I think I don't deserve this position. Earlier it was Iida-san and Yaoyorozu-san were the ones who calmed down everyone as I did nothing, and thus I don't think I'm right for the position of vice representative, and I think it should be Iida-san helping Yaoyorozu-san as the vice representative, so I would like to resign and give the position to Iida-san. Is that alright, Aizawa-sensei? Izumi asked their teacher, who shrugged. Sure, whatever, he said nonchalantly as the class stared at him. Just like that, seriously? The class yelled, bewildered as it was that easy. Iida stood up from his chair with tears in his eyes as he clenched his fist. I won't let you down. I will do my best as the vice representative of Class 1A from now on. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, he exclaimed as he bowed and looked towards Izumi and gave her a grateful nod as Izumi nodded in thanks before sitting back down. Well, gotta admit he was manly earlier, Kirishima said. Hey, is it me or did he look like the emergency exit sign earlier? Kaminari said, earning a few chuckles from the class. Yeah, you'll be a great vice representative, Iida. Mina cheered as Iida nodded his head with a smile on his face from the praise and support his classmate are giving him. Sounds good, emergency exit, Shiro said as the class laughed at that. Alright, that's enough, it's official. Your class representative is Momo Yaoyorozu and vice representative is Tenya Iida. Now that's all for today, you all may go home, Aizawa said as he zipped up his sleeping bag and went to cocoon mode, as the class packed their things and left. Uwa entrance gate. All the teachers along with the principal was currently looking at the destroyed gate of Uwa as they wondered who could have done it, although Aizawa had a sneaking suspicion that it was the intruder earlier or maybe one of his accomplices. How could ordinary members of the press able to bypass our security systems? The principal said as he looked like a mixture of a mouse, dog and bear wearing a suit. Someone else must have been behind this. Some villain actually managed to infiltrate Uwa and use the press as a distraction, but is this purely a show of power or a declaration of a war? The principal wondered as he talked his thoughts out loud for everyone to hear. We will start an investigation. I'll ask Hound Dog to sniff around if he can find any scent. The rest of you will look after the students if the villains decide to attack again, this time bringing a better cavalry, the principal said as the teachers nodded in understanding. Unknown to them, a man with a black hoodie and light blue hair. His hair was covered by his hood as he had red eyes and a chapped lips. He was currently walking away from Uwa as he was grinning widely as he did exactly what his master had ordered him to do. He would disintegrate the gates of Uwa and letting the press enter the school as a distraction, as someone would appear inside of Uwa before copying all the students' file and description and the location of their next activity into a flash drive. He assumed Kurogiri has successfully completed the mission as he was the only one that he knew that had a warp or teleportation quirk as he made his way back to the bar. Principal's office. Aizawa knocked politely on the door before hearing a "come in," as he twisted the doorknob and opening the door and going inside to talk to the principal about the incident in the teacher's lounge. Ah, Aizawa-kun, what can I do for you? Nezu asked him as why he visited him. I need to talk to you. Something happened in the teacher's lounge when the press got in and caused a panic, Aizawa said as he looked at the chimera. What do you mean, Aizawa-kun? Nezu asked in a worried tone. Someone was inside the lounge, Aizawa stated as Nezu's eyes widened in shock. What did he look like? Nezu asked him in a serious tone. He had a black cloak with a hood covering his head and an orange mask with black marking on them with one eye hole, but, Aizawa said looking confused. What is it, Aizawa-kun? Nezu urged him to continue. His eyes, Aizawa said as he hesitated for a bit. I couldn't see it properly due to the hood and mask that he had on, but his eyes looked familiar for some reason, like I should know them, but I just can't put my finger on it, Aizawa said as he looked confused. I see. Well, I'll have to investigate about who this masked man is. Everything's going to be okay, Shota, just make sure that your students are safe, Nezu said as he reassured him. Aizawa nodded before leaving the room, leaving Nezu to ponder what this could all mean. Somewhere in the city of Musudafu. One more step and they get it. Got that, a villain said as he held a family hostage. Please help us. Pros, where are the pros? Help, help. Shut up you, the villain said as the family cowered in fear. We see Kamui Woods along with Mount Lady, who were trying to defuse a hostage situation from a villain named Habit Headgear as they struggled to take down the villain without injuring the family in the process. Damn it, we can't get close, Mount Lady gritted her teeth. We need a plan to keep the family away, Kamui Woods said as he analyzed the situation. Suddenly a blur was seen and a familiar voice that made the family happy and the villain scared was heard. Missouri Smash! All Might yelled as he punched the villain, knocking him out cold. Do not fear, for I am here, All Might said, doing a pose with his signature smile. All Might save us. Look Mama, Papa, All Might, can I get your autograph? The people began to surround All Might, asking him for photos and autographs. Ha 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 ha, of course, All Might said as he signed some merch and took some photos before turning his attention to the two heroes. Ah, Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, I assume you had this covered, All Might said as he gestured to the villain who was in handcuffs being put away in a police car. You got it, All Might, Mount Lady said as she gave him a thumbs up before she and Kamui Woods walk up to the cops to make sure everything was all right. All Might frowned. Lately he has noticed that less and less villains had showed up and crime was going down. Maybe it was his hero instincts or maybe it was paranoia, but lately he had this sinking feeling that the villains were being organized and was planning for something big and wondering what they could be planning, as he thought before shrugging it off and going towards his home. Unknown location. A swirling vortex can be seen as Madara stepped into his hideout as he noticed someone waiting for him. The man has short green hair with yellow eyes. His face was both black and white, splitting in his face as he had a Venus flytrap over his shoulders, as he wore a black cloak with red clouds on them, as this is Zetsu, Madara's pet Nomu. Master, sup boss? Zetsu said. Ah, it's good to see you, Zetsu. Tell me, how have you been adjusting lately? Madara asked as Zetsu had recently got out of his test tube a while back as he was checking if he was okay. I'm doing fine, Master, we're good, Zetsu answered. Good, that is good. Now I want you to give this to All for One. It contains all of the files of the students along with the next location of their field trip, Madara said as he handed Zetsu a flash drive containing the students' names and quirks along with the next location of their field trip. At once, Master. Yes, boss, Zetsu said as he quickly sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Madara smirked behind his mask as he said, let the games begin. At a bar, the man with the black hoodie and bluish hair quickly made his way to the bar as he opened the door only to be greeted by a man that looked like purple smoke wearing a suit. Ah, Master Tamura, you have returned. I assumed that the mission was a complete. The mist man asked the newly named Tamura as he smirked. Of course, Kurogiri, did you complete your mission? Tamura asked as he took a sip from his coke. Kurogiri shook his head, making Tamura look at him confused. I'm afraid that you're mistaken, Master Tamura. It was not me who had entered UA and stole the files, he said as Tamura's widened in shock. What? But who did? Tamura asked, confused. I am sorry, but I do not know, but I assume that Master must trust him to put him up to this task, Kurogiri said as Tamura scoffed before changing the subject. Kurogiri, is the Nomu ready? He asked as Kurogiri nodded. Yes, young Master, it will be ready once we attack UA, Kurogiri said as he wiped a glass cup with a towel. Perfect. Tamura smirked to himself. The heroes will never see it coming. The bar was silent as Tamura, Shigaraki and Kurogiri were getting ready to attack the USJ any second now. Kurogiri, is everyone ready? Shigaraki asked as he looked at Kurogiri. Yes, Master Tamura, everyone is ready to be warped in the USJ, Kurogiri said patiently. And the Nomu? Shigaraki asked, getting annoyed that they were not there yet. Yes, it is ready, Kurogiri said as Shigaraki scratched his neck in irritation. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Shigaraki yelled at him as he glared at Kurogiri. Patience, Master Tamura. Master has some announcement to make, Kurogiri said as he looked at the empty monitor. What? He was cut off as suddenly the TV monitor turned on, revealing a man with messy grayish-white hair and black eyes. You know, Kurogiri is correct, Tamura, you need to learn some patience, All for One said as he shook his head. Tamura was gaping at the man as he wondered how his master got his face back. Master, why your face how? Tamura asked as he stuttered to get the question out. All for One chuckled. I see that you notice, All for One said as he looked towards Tamura. I recently got it, he'll call it a favor from a friend. Shigaraki nodded, although he was still in disbelief. Now Tamura, someone will join you in your attack in the USJ, he will be here in a minute, All for One said, and as if on cue a swirling vortex opened up and came out a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds on them and an orange spiral mask with one eye hole. He had black messy hair hidden behind his mask. The man landed softly as he looked around before noticing the people in front of him. Hi, I'm Toby, nice to meet you Shigi-senpai, Toby said in a childish voice as he waved his hand excitedly in front of them. Shigaraki deadpanned before looking at the screen. Where his master is. Master, who the fuck is this guy? He asked. Tamura, meet your new teammate Toby. Toby, meet Tamura. Shigaraki, your new leader, All for One announced as he introduced the two. Yay! Toby cheered as he pumped out his hands in the air while Shigaraki looked dumbfounded, his mouth slightly hanging open. He was the one who retrieved the files for the USJ along with the files of the students yesterday, All for One said. Yup, Toby said in a proud tone as he crossed his arms triumphantly. You're kidding, right? Shigaraki asked his master, hoping it was all a big joke. No, young Tamura, he is the newest member of the League of Villains, All for One said in confirmation. No fucking way, Shigaraki shouted as he pointed at Toby, who was innocently preoccupied by a butterfly that somehow made its way to the bar while Toby was muttering, wow, admiring the creature. I'm not working with an idiot like him, Shigaraki yelled as he looked at Toby with an annoyed look. Shigi-senpai is so mean, stop being mean to Toby, Toby shouted as he huffed and crossed his arms childishly, further irritating Shigaraki even more. I'm not working with a loser like him, master, this has to be a joke, Shigaraki said as he wished this was all an elaborate prank on him or something. Hey, Toba's not a loser. Toba's hip, yeah, Toba's the hippest person in the world, Toby said as he shook his hip left and right to emphasize his point. Did he just say hip? Shigaraki asked once again in a deadpan tone. My decision is final, Tamura. Toby will be your new teammate. Now prepare everything and make sure everything is ready for the attack, All for One said as his black onyx eyes flashed red with Tomos on them for a second before it quickly disappeared unnoticed by Shigaraki and Kurogiri, although Toby smirked beneath his mask. All for One quickly turned off the TV as his image disappeared on the screen before Shigaraki turned to Toby in annoyance. You better do your job, Shigaraki glowered at Toby before glaring at him. Yes, CRRR. Toby said as he saluted him before Shigaraki sighed in annoyance before walking off. Izuku was currently running happily as he looked to where Momo was until he spotted her as Momo sitting peacefully in a bench. He quickly hid something from his back that he was holding something as she looked forward and saw Izuku as she immediately smiled brightly towards him. Momo, he exclaimed as he ran toward her hiding something in his back. Izuku, you seem to be in a happy mood today, did something happen? She asked him with a smile and a curious look in her face as Izuku nodded repeatedly with a big bright smile on his face. Cute, she thought with a small blush in her face as she internally gushed at his cuteness. So what happened? She asked as Izuku smiled at her before revealing something from his back. The book of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Momo's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the cover, a Harry Potter book. She asked him in shock. I bought this 01A at TDS store. He said excitedly as he showed her the book. But why didn't you say something to me? I could have bought one for you if you wanted one, or you could have just borrowed mine. She asked him as Izuku only shook his head. I wanted my own, Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. And why you don't have tea to tea, that be because I've been saving my money for tea this, he said as Momo smiled at him. And I wanna red tea this W with YU, he said as he smiled brightly at her, making her profusely blushed red again. Is that so? Momo fondly smiled at him while her heart started fluttering as a blush started to appear on her cheeks. Why yeah, A and W, we will read this tea together you until tea the end. He exclaimed excitedly as Momo was now blushing uncontrollably, making her look like a tomato. Momo. WYA or YU so red? A or YYUS sick? He asked worriedly as he shook Momo's shoulder to wake her up, but it was too late as she had already passed out due to the thought of her and Izuku being together, as she had an intense blush on her beautiful face with a happy smile on her face as Izuku was desperately trying to wake her up. Momo, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, Mistress Momo, wake up, breakfast is ready. Her maid knocked on her door as she heard her alarm clock was blaring. Beep asterisk beep asterisk beep. Momo lazily put a pillow in her head to muffle the sound as her hand reached around to touch her nightstand after finally finding the alarm clock and throwing it to the wall, breaking it in the process. She got up as she stretched her body to remove the sleep from her as she rubbed her eyes to get the sleep out as she remembered her dream before smiling fondly as she looked at the picture at her nightstand. It was a picture of her and Izuku reading the Harry Potter book he had bought that day as they laughed at something they read. She smiled sadly before she shook her head and got ready for school. She quickly freshened up as she got downstairs and ate her breakfast before going to her limo as her butler drove her off to school. She made it in her class as she quickly sat down as Aizawa entered the classroom not a minute later. "All right you brats," Aizawa said as he looked at them as now one dared say a word as Aizawa smirked. "You finally learned how to shut up. Good, today's training is gonna be different. Today we're going to the USJ. Universal Studios Japan." The class yelled excitedly as they pumped their fist into the air in excitement. "Shut up." Aizawa activated his quirk as he glared at them, making them quiet down. "Wrong kind of USJ. We're gonna have special training, 3 teachers to instruct you. Me, All Might, and another teacher who will meet us there. We will be keeping tabs on you from now on. 3 pro heroes. Is this about the break-in that happened yesterday?" The class murmured to each other, a bit shocked. "Sensei, what kind of training is this?" Zero asked their teacher. "This will be a rescue training, to be exact. This special training you'll be dealing with natural disasters, earthquakes, shipwrecks, stuff like that," Aizawa announced to his class. "Disasters, huh? Sounds like we're in for a big workout," Kaminari said as he raised his eyebrow at Mina. "Totally," Mina said, getting excited. "Real hero stuff, real manly. I'm shaking with excitement here," Kirishima said, pumping his fist. "Finally I get to show off how good I am in the water, Kiro," Tsuyu said. "Guys, I'm not finished yet," Aizawa said in an annoyed tone. "What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you're excited about your hero costumes," Aizawa said as he clicked a button and the wall slid open with their hero cases inside, "but keep in mind that you haven't gotten accustomed to them yet, so it may hold your abilities back. This special training is in an off-campus facility, so we will be taking a bus to get there. I'll give you 10 minutes to change, then head outside and meet me there," Aizawa said as he walked outside, followed by the students as they grabbed their cases and went to change. Outside, the whole class was gathered outside as Iida had a whistle on his mouth as he was trying to instruct them to get in the bus. Iida blew his whistle, gaining everyone's attention. "Gather around class 1A using your student numbers. Form 2 different lines so we can load the bus efficiently," Iida said as the image of a bus appeared on top of his head. "Iida's kicking it gear as our vice representative, huh?" that class said in a deadpan tone as Iida continued to blow his whistle. Momo only shook her head as she went to the bus. As they entered the bus, Iida instructed them to take their seats in their student number order, only to deflate as his sitting plan he had made earlier was now useless as it was an open layout seat. "This opened layout seat ruined my boarding strategy," Iida said as he looked down dejectedly. "Iida, you need to chill," Mina said in amusement as Iida was sitting on the floor dejected, drawing circles on the ground. Momo was sitting next to Jiro in her left side and Asui was on her right while Izumi was in front of them as class chatted with each other and Momo was reading a book to keep herself calm. "Yagi-chan, I'm Tsuyu Asui, but you can call me Su, and I always speak what it comes to my mind, so you mind if I ask you a question?" Asui said bluntly as Izumi was trying to look at her, but Momo was glaring at her and releasing some murderous aura, causing Izumi to turn her head away. Izumi weakly nodded with a small smile as she asked what her question was. "Sure, Su-san. Yagi-san, you and All Might quirks are similar," Tsuyu said directly as Izumi stiffened. "Not only that, but you have the same blonde hair and blue eyes as All Might. Are you two related?" Tsuyu said as Izumi was stammering for an answer. As Todoroki, who was looking bored until now, perked up when he heard that Yagi and All might be related as his brain began to spin wildly as he picked up a notebook and began to write profusely and started muttering about secret love childs to himself as Uraraka, who was sitting next to him, looked at him a bit startled and shocked. By that question, the whole class looked towards and waiting for her to answer as Momo, who was now sweating bullets and struggled to find an answer. "Why yeah, but I have 2 quirks, remember? The one with the stockpile quirk and..." She paused as she looked down sadly as she remembered hurting her brother with that quirk, while Momo glared even more at her for what she did to Izuku with her quirk. "And what Yagi-san?" Tsuyu asked her, confused as why she suddenly stopped and looked down. "It's and nothing," Izumi said as she waved off her question. "It just bad memories, that's all." she said sadly as Suyu nodded in understanding it was her secret and it wasn't her business to poke and prod in it as. Momo looked sad as she remembered Izuku before quickly going back to glaring at Izumi. Oh yeah right. Plus All Might doesn't break his bones and she explained to us from the start that she can't really fully control her quirk and her draw is broken arms and All Might's quirk doesn't have that drawback besides a lot of people have blonde hair and blue eyes, Kaminari said as everyone looked at him as if he had grown a second head. What the fuck did you eat? Jiro said shocked as this wasn't the idiot that she had grown fond of, well not that she will ever admit it. That's not Kaminari, he's an imposter get him. Shiro said sarcastically as he pointed his finger at Denki accusingly while he smirked to himself when he saw Kaminari's annoyed look. Hey, for your information I can be smart I just choose not to. Kaminari said in an annoyed tone as the others snickered at him. Yeah Kamibro's right, still I bet it will be cool to have a simple augmenting type of quirk you could do a lot of flashy stuff with my hardening looks super strong and can destroy the bad guys in fight but it doesn't look all that impressive. Kirishima said as he hardened his arm showing it to the class. Momo shook her head. Don't sell yourself short Kirishima-san your quirk is very powerful you just have to be the shield that protects people and besides being a hero isn't about flashiness it's about saving lives, Momo said reassuring him. Hey you're right thanks class rep, Kirishima said as he gave her a thumbs up in gratitude. My naval lasers got the perfect combination of panache and strength, Aoyama said. But it's way lame if it gives you a stomachache sweetie, Mina said as Aoyama looked down deflated. If we're talking about flashy quirks, it would be Yagi, Todoroki and Bakugo they might get popular. Shiro said. But Bakugo-chan won't be popular if his manners and personality has to say something about it, Kiro, Asui said as she pointed her finger at the fuming Bakugo. What the fuck did you say about me frog face? Bakugo yelled furiously as he stood up and gripped the railing of the bus. See, she said as she shrugged it off while Bakugo was fuming with rage. You know we basically just met you but we already know that your personality is flaming crap mixed with garbage, Kaminari said as he shrugged of Bakugo's threats. What did you say? You're gonna wish you were never born you loser. Bakugo furiously yelled at him as Kaminari simply shrugged it off. Same as ever, Momo muttered in annoyance as she rolled her eyes at him with a sigh. Enough you brats were here stop messing around, Aizawa said breaking their conversation as they got up and walked out of the bus. In front of the USJ. They walk out of the bus as they were in front of a huge building standing in front of the building was a pro hero that looked like an astronaut wearing yellow boots. Ah you must be class 1A, a hero said she wore what looked like a space suit with yellow shoes, I've been waiting for you. The class gasped in shock as they instantly recognized the pro hero. It's 13, she's one of my favorite heroes. Uraraka exclaimed in awe with stars in her eyes as she admired one of her favorite heroes as she fangirled. Welcome to the USJ. The unforeseen simulation joint I can't wait to show you what inside, 13 said as she gestured to the USJ facility behind her. This is going to be awesome, the class said in unison. They entered the building as they stared in awe at the sight in front of them as they all stood in the entrance of the USJ as they looked to see a place that looked like it was on fire covered by a red dome with fire design on them. Another one looked like an earthquake had just hit the city and looked like the building got buried in the ground due to a landslide, another one who looked like it came straight out of an apocalypse movie, another one looked like a large ocean with a ship in the middle of the water, and another one that looked like a mountain and lastly one that looked like it was constantly raining and was covered by a blue dome with what looked like fish design on them. Holy crap it looks like some kind of amusement park, the class said as they admired the inside of the facility. Wow, it's huge, Mina said excitedly with stars in her eyes. Man, I'm hyped, Kaminari said as he pumped his fist. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare young heroes to deal with different kinds of disasters, 13 said as she gestured to the zones in the USJ. I call it the unforeseen simulation joint but you can call it the USJ. 13 said as the class stared at her in awe. Aizawa suddenly walked forward cutting her off before asking, hey shouldn't All Might be here by now? He asked her annoyed. 13 raised two fingers and whispering to Aizawa, Yeah, about that. Apparently he did too much hero work on his way to school this morning and used up all of his power. His resting in the teacher's lounge. Aizawa scoffed. Of course he would. That idiot is the embodiment of irresponsibility, he said as he sighed. Well, we should be okay with just the two of us. Clocks ticking. We should get started, he said as he gestured for 13. Continue. Excellent. Before we begin, let me just explain one thing. Well, two things. Possibly 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7. It's increasing. Most of the class thought as they sweat dropped. Listen carefully. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk, 13 said as she held up her finger. It's called black hole. I can use it to suck up anything and turn it into dust. Yeah, you've used black hole to save people from all kinds of disasters before, haven't you? Uraraka said as she fangirled in front of her idol. That's true, but my quirk can also be used very easily to kill, 13 said as the class gasped in shock. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and regulated, so we can often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or the wrong move, your powers can be deadly, even if you're trying to do something virtuous to rescue someone. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness test, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential, and because of All Might's battle training, you likely experience how dangerous your powers can be if used against other people. This class will show you a whole new perspective. You will learn how to use your quirks to save lives. Your power are not meant to inflict harm, 13 explained. Momo, on the other hand, was clenching her fist as she glared at Izumi and Bakugo with hatred in her eyes as she was lost in her own thoughts again. Your quirk is for saving lives. Powers are not meant to inflict harm. How about the people who were born quirkless? Because of that, the powerful ones must treat them by using their own quirk. She gritted her teeth as she clenched her fist in anger. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. That's all I have to say. Thank you for so much for listening, 13 said as she did a little bow as the class cheered and applauded her for her speech. Izumi looked down at the ground while reflecting to herself with teary eyes as she was clenching her fist as she thought about her brother. Oni-chan, I have a question. Little Izumi asked her big brother, who's writing something on his paper with crayons in their living room. Ah, Imoto. Sure, what is it? Little Izuku exclaimed as he looked at Izumi, who was beaming at him. Why do you want to be a hero? She asked him happily. Izuku pondered about it for a minute before his face instantly lit up and patted her head. I want to be a hero just like All Might. I want to save people with a smile on my face just like him. Whoa, that's cool, Oni-chan, Izumi said with stars in her eyes. I know, right? He's so cool, Izuku said as he beamed at her. So we will be a hero together, right, Oni-chan? Izumi asked him. Yeah, of course we're gonna be heroes. We're gonna be, because we were meant to save people, Izuku said as he gave her his 1,000,000-watt smile. They suddenly heard a voice. Izuku, Izumi, you guys hungry? I've baked some cookies. A woman with black hair and black eyes suddenly appeared in the living room as she had an apron on and a tray of cookies on her hands. Izuku and Izumi beamed at each other before running off to the woman. Mommy, we want cookies, they said as they surrounded their mother to get their tiny hands on the cookies. The woman laughed before setting the tray on the living room table. Careful, you two, it's still hot, she warned them, her motherly instincts kicking in. We will, they said in unison before carefully grabbing a cookie and put it in their mouth and began eating it happily. You're meant to help people. She quickly wipes the tears won her eyes and looked up with her eyes burning with determination. Yeah, I'll be a hero, Oni-chan, I'll do it for you, she thought as she clenched her fist in determination. Alright, now that's over with, let's got this started, Aizawa said as he got up from the corner he was leaning on. Suddenly electricity started appearing on the light bulbs as the lights were cut off, causing the facility to turn dark. Aizawa looked over to his shoulders as he suddenly got an overwhelming feeling of dread overcome him. Suddenly a dark purple mist began to appear in the central plaza as a hand can be seen coming out of it as he head with light blue hair with hands on his face and head as eye can be seen picking through the portal. Aizawa eyes widen as he instructed the students to stay together. All of you stay together and don't move, he said as he got ready for an attack. 13 Protect the students, Aizawa yelled to her as the class immediately began to panic. Kirishima looked to where the central plaza was to see a purple portal as people started coming out of it. Oh whoa, what is that thing? Kirishima asked as he looked at Aizawa confused and worried. Suddenly a man wearing a black long-sleeve shirt and matching pants came out of the portal. His body was covered in hands as he had a hand on his face to cover up his face. He had light blue hair and red piercing eyes. Next to him a man that's wearing a black cloak with red clouds on them appeared. He had an orange spiral mask with one eye hole. He had black messy hair covered behind by his mask along with a muscular dark purple bird creature with its brain exposé. Eventually more and more villains start to come out of the portal surrounding the whole central plaza by their numbers. The orange spiral masked man looked towards Class 1A before his eyes landed on the two-person he despised the most, as he glared at them as he unconsciously activated his eyes turning them red with tomos on them. His gaze then went towards a black hair and onyx-eyed girl, her hair tied in a spiky ponytail behind her. His gaze softened as he looked at her a bit before shaking the feeling off and going back to the situation they were in. Wait, did the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people. Kaminari asked confused. All of you stay back. Aizawa glared at the warning them not to get closer as Aizawa put on his goggles and preparing his scarf. This is real, those are real villains. He said as the class gasped in shock. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead, the Purple Mist villain said, perplexing. According to the schedule Toby retrieved from Ua, All Might should be here. Oh. I can't wait to play with them. Can I, please Shigi-senpai? Toby said as he looked at Shigaraki with his puppy dog eyes. Please knock yourself out. Literally, Shigaraki said, getting annoyed. Aizawa's eyes widened at that. So it was them who had stolen those files, he thought as he gritted his teeth. Where is he? Shigaraki said as he scratched his neck in irritation. Where is All Might? I went to so much trouble of bringing so many friends of mine who were so eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace, and I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill some brats then he'll come out and play, Shigaraki said as a sadistic smirk appeared behind his hand-like mask. The class looked on in horror as the realization finally kicked in. This is not an exercise anymore. Those aren't fake villains, they were real and their lives are truly in danger. What real villains? No way. Zero said in shock. How can so many villains made it to a UA facility this secure? Yeah, 13, why aren't the alarms going off? Uraraka asked worriedly. Good question, 13 said. I'm not sure, she said, making them gasp. Is the entire campus under attack or is this their only target? Momo said. Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't triggered then something is jamming the signals. They carefully chose this facility as an entry point at a time where a class was being thought they're idiots for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever they're planning, they must have a concrete objective in mind, but the question is, what is it? Momo explained to them as they gasped in shock. Good observation as always, class rep, Aizawa said before turning his attention towards 13. 13, get them out of here and alert the main campus. Actually, if they got the ability to block our sensors then they might be jamming our regular communications too. Kaminari, Aizawa called out as he turned his attention towards him. Try using your quirk to contact the school, he said as Kaminari nodded. Yes, sensei, Kaminari said as he put his hand on his earpiece. I can't, someone's blocking it. Should I have no choice? Aizawa said as his scarf began to levitate and his goggles lit up red from the inside. What are you gonna do? You can't fight them on your own, Izumi said in a worried tone. There are too many of them. Even if they can nullify their quirks, your fighting style is not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. Aizawa turned his attention towards her. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick, Yagi, he said as he looked at 13. I'll leave it to you to protect the students, 13, he said as 13 nods in agreement. Aizawa jumped toward the crowd of villains, his quirk activated and his scarf levitating off him. Shooting squad, a finger gun villain said. Take your aim, he said as the other followed his instruction and began to fire at him, only for Aizawa to activate his quirk, nullifying their quirks in the process. My quirk. What the hell's happening? What's going on? Damn it. Aizawa suddenly warps his scarf around them, tossing them into the air before slamming them hard on the ground. The villains gasp in shock as they recognized the pro with the yellow goggles and scarf. Hey, that's Eraserhead, a pro. He can nullify your quirks, just be looking at you. The villain explained to the others. An erasing quirk, huh? Bet you can't erase a mutation quirk like mine. a four-armed rock villain said as he rushed at Aizawa only for Aizawa to spin kick him and grabbing him by his scarf mid-air and tossing him to the other villains. But a villain like you is only dangerous if you reach me, Aizawa said as he dodged a punch to his head before kicking the villain and throwing him away with the others, but I've taken measures to make sure that's never going to happen now. Who's one of you gutter punks is next? The villains began to surround Aizawa as he fought them off one by one like a pro, punching, kicking and throwing his scarf around left and right as the villains were starting to get overwhelmed by him. In the entrance, the students were running toward the entrance of the facility as Momo ushered them to move forward. The students were about to make it through the entrance when the purple mist villain suddenly appeared in front of them. There is no escape, the mist villain said. It is a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello to the future generation of pros. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath here? And yet I see no sign of him. There must be some kind of change of plan that we cannot have foreseen. Ah well, in the end I supposed it doesn't matter, I still have a role to play, the villain said as he spread the mist around him as 13 opened her finger to use her quirk but was interrupted by Bakugo and Kirishima. Die, you fucking extra, I'll fuck you up, Bakugo said. Take this, Kirishima said as he raised his fist. Wait, don't, 13 said to try and stop them, but they simply ignored her as they rushed at him, creating a large explosion in the process. Did you really think that we're just gonna stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? Kirishima asked him rhetorically. Smoke began to clear as the mist villain unharmed much to their shock. I see that you live up to your school's reputation, but you should be more careful, children, otherwise someone might get hurt, he said as a metal neck bracer appeared on his neck. You two get out of the way right now, 13 said to the two as she had her fingers pointed at the villain ready to activate it. I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades and your deaths. Suddenly multiple dark purple tendrils began come out of the mist villain and began to surround the students. Crap, what the heck is this? Kirishima muttered as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly Iida used his quirk to grab some of his classmates, successfully getting out of the mist villain's grasp as they look in horror at the dark purple mist that's surrounding their friends. Suddenly the same dark purple portal appeared all over the USJ as it dropped of the students. Conflagration Zone Ojiro landed in the configuration room as he looked around to see the building on fire and villains surrounding him. Well, what do we have here, boys? The villain laughed as the others followed him. Ojiro readied himself as he smirked to them, his tail waging wildly behind him. Bring it on, Ruin Zone. Bakugo and Kirishima landed on the Ruin Zone as the villains were already waiting to ambush them. Grr, you fucking extra. You wanna die? Bakugo yelled as he started taking down villains left and right, Kirishima following behind him. Downpour Zone Tokiyami and Koda landed on the Downpour Zone as they looked around to find if any of their friends had been warped along with them. Landslide Zone Todoroki landed into the ground as he groaned in pain as something landed on his back. Ah! A familiar feminine voice was heard as he felt two big pillows landing softly on his back, making him blush when he realized what they were. T. Todoroki-kun? Uraraka yelled as she got off his back with a deep blush on her face. Ah, Uraraka, he groaned as he rubbed his back. I'm so sorry, she stuttered out as she bowed to him, his face still red. It's fine, he said with a slight blush as he was looking away from her, realizing what those soft plump pillows were earlier. Oh, what do we have here? A villain said as he and his friends appeared out of nowhere. Hey, look, a girl, we can have some fun with her once we kill that guy, another villain said as pointed at Todoroki with a smirk on his face. Uraraka hid behind Todoroki, scared as she was looking at the villains who had lust looks on their faces while licking their lips greedily. Todoroki seeing her scared face and went forward to protect her like a knight in shining armor. Don't worry, they'll never touch you as long as I'm here, Todoroki said as he put his hand in front of her protectively as Uraraka was blushing madly at her knight, unknowingly getting Toru excited as her ship was sailing. Damn it, Uraraka, you lucky bastard, Toru thought. Oh, she was differently gonna mean about this later on. Huh? You think you can beat us, you punk? The villain said as he activated his quirk. PSSH. Don't make us laugh, you brat. Hey, the sooner we beat this guy, the sooner we can have fun with her. Todoroki glared at them as his right arm began to get cold as smoke was coming from it. Well then let's get this over with, shall we? Todoroki said as he narrowed his eyes at them. At the mountain zone. Ouch! Kaminari yelled as he, Jiro and Momo fell to the ground in the mountain zone with Jiro on top of him. Their faces were centimeters away from each other. Their noses was almost touching each other. They immediately blushed red and their eyes widened as they stayed there for a minute, their eyes meeting each other until someone ruined the moment with a cough, much to their annoyance. So are you gonna kiss or what? Momo smirked as she rolled her eyes while holding her laugh. Jiro and Kaminari immediately got off each other with a huge blush on their faces as they looked away from each other embarrassed. Oh, Jiro-san is red. I wonder what does it mean? Momo teased them as she leaned into Jiro's shoulder while she was rubbing her chin mischievously. Shut up y'all, Momo, Jiro said in annoyance, her face still red as she playfully glared at her while she covered her face with her hands. And now not the time, Yaoyorozu. We're under attack here, Kaminari said as he blushed red as he changed the subject while trying not to look at Jiro while Momo sighed. Aren't you scared? Jiro asked her as she looked at Momo, who oddly had a calm look in her face. No. I've dealt worse than this, Momo said in a sad voice as Jiro nodded in understanding while Kaminari looked at them confused, not knowing what they were talking about. Era, what do we have here? A villain asked as he looked at them. Oi! Look at those gorgeous girls over there, we'll have some fun with them, another villain said, licking their lips. Oh my! Another perverts! Momo muttered as she created a bow staff before smirking sadistically. Good. Hey y'all, Momo, mind making me a sword? I'm gonna beat the shit out of them, Jiro said as she activated her eyes glaring at the thugs. Momo nodded and held up her arm as a sword came out as Jiro gratefully took it, nodding a thanks to her. Oh, you guys are fuck, Kaminari said as he winced remembering what happened to Bakugo and Mineta. Yeah, he did not want to get in their bad side, he thought as a shiver crawled up his spine. Huh? What do you mean, ya brat? The villain said, confused. Yeah, you guys are dead. We have a pervert in our class and he tried to peek on them, changing only for her to stab his eye with a really tiny but sharp needle. Then we have an asshole in our class that she beat until he was bleeding on the floor in a pool of his blood, half dead. Mind you, that same asshole got first in the entrance exam, he said as he gulped in fear, not for him but for them, knowing what was going to happen when you pissed off Yaoyorozu. What was the saying again? Never poke a sleeping dragon. Yeah, something like that, he thought as he looked at Momo and Jiro's eyes, who were burning with anger. The villains felt the intensity of the murderous aura the girls were giving off as they looked to see Momo and Jiro had a sinister smile on their faces with their weapons on their hands. The villains gulped in fear as they realized that they were not the hunter in this game. No, they were the prey. The flood zone. Izumi fell out of the portal as she landed on the water on the flood zone. She tried to swim up when she saw a villain about to attack her with his shark-like teeth, waiting to eat her whole, only for him to be kicked away from her by Tsuyu, who rescued her in the nick of time. Hey Yagi-san, Tsuyu said as she extended her tongue to warp around her waist as Tsuyu swam up, dragging Izumi with her. Tsuyu emerged from the water as her tongue gently laid Izumi into the boat. As Izumi coughed up some water, Tsuyu had Mineta in her arms as he was slowly trying to wake up. Wow, you got some pretty big boobs, Tsuyu, Mineta said as he snuggled closer into her breast as Tsuyu was trying to drown him for his comment before dropping him hard on the floor on the boat. Tsuyu climbed up to the sides of the boat thanks to his quirk. You saved my life, Asui-san, thank you, Izumi said as she bowed her head in gratitude. I said to call me Sue, Asui said as she gripped the railings on the boat and hopped in the boat. This is turning out to be a terrible day of class, Asui said in a sad tone. Yeah, I've been thinking about what that villain said, Izumi said as she took her hand on her chin in a thinking pose. They knew our whole schedule and who will be here. They must have gotten into school files when we were stuck in the cafeteria. The teachers were too busy trying to get the media off school ground. That means that they've been waiting the perfect time to attack, just like Yaoyorozu-san said they were. Mineta suddenly butted in. Hey, hold on a second, it's not like this guys can really kill All Might. When he shows up he'll pound these villains until there's nothing left, Mineta said as he made punching motions with his fist. Think about it though, Tsuyu said. If the villains spend so much time planning this attack, then they probably figured out a way to kill him, otherwise we might not survive long enough to see All Might again, and even if he does show up, who knows if he'll make it out alive, Tsuyu said as Mineta began to panic and began to sweat uncontrollably. No, the pros are gonna save us, right? Yagi, tell Asui to shut up, Mineta said as tears began to come out of his eyes. Suddenly villains started to come out of the water as they began to surround the boat. Finally fresh meat, one villain said. Sorry brats, nothing personal, another one said. Asui-san may be right, if they're here for Dad then they might have a way to beat him. They wouldn't have planned this attack if they didn't. Did they find out about Dad's injury? Izumi thought worriedly. No, I can't give up yet, I still have to be a hero for him. I'll just have to face this evil head on. Guys, we need to work together and keep All Might safe. Izumi looked at them as she had a look of seriousness on her face. No one at UA knows what's happening. This is up to us, let's be heroes, she said in a determined tone. If they're somehow able to kill All Might and you think we can take them. Are you insane, Yagi? Did you hit your head when we got here? Mineta said as he was bawling his eyes out in fear as he panicked around the boat. The best plan is just to wait for a real pro from UA to come and save us. He said as he started whimpering. Think about it, Izumi said as she looked towards the villains analyzing the situation. Those villains down there clearly have the advantage in the water and assume that's where we'll fight them, she said. Are you even listening? Mineta yelled at her. If that's the case, they must have known what was inside the USJ before they warp us, Suyu said, agreeing with Izumi. Yeah, but for a group with such careful, there's one that really sticks out to me, something that doesn't add up, Izumi said, looking at Suyu. They sent you here a quirk that's good at swimming, they warped you to the shipwreck zone. It kind of fell together on you, didn't it? Suyu asked her. Yeah, a little bit, Izumi said, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. Why does it matter that Shesha here? Mineta shouted at them. It means that the villains probably have no idea what our quirks are, Izumi said, shocking them both. Suyu blinked in surprise. You got a point, Kiro, she said as she looked at the villains below them. If they knew I had a frog quirk, they would have sent me to the fire zone over there, isn't it, of somewhere full of water. They probably separated us because they didn't know what we could do and planned to overpower us once we're in a smaller groups. Easier to pick us off one by one, Izumi said, her mind already creating a plan. But we can use that to our advantage. They didn't know what our quirks are, so for all they know the three of us could be super powerful. Izumi pointed to the villains in the water who were just staying there not doing anything. Look, none of them are trying to climb into the boat. They're a little unsure about what our quirks are, but that means they're not going to attack and underestimate us either, for now. Okay, let's talk about quirks, Kiro, Suyu said, gaining their attention. I'll go first if you want. Obviously I can jump really high and climb pretty much any wall, and of course my tongue, which I can stick out about 20 meters, Suyu said, and they gained a gross out look. And I can spit out my stomach so I can clean it. That's not really useful. Finally I can secrete a toxic mucus, it just stings a bit. We could probably only use my jumping and my tongue here. Forget about the last things, she said. Izumi's eyes widen in amazement. Wow, I thought you were powerful, but that's amazing. I have my super strength HUD, it comes at a price, Izumi said as she held up her fist. Once I use it at full power I'm pretty much out of commission. It's a double-edged sword. I can control the percentage, but my limit is just about 10%. Mineta popped off his balls on his head and turned to them. I've got these sticky balls, Mineta said as he stick the ball on the wall. Their strength varies depending on how I'm feeling. They might stick to something in a whole day. The grow pack as fast as I can pull them off, but I'll bleed. I use too many and they don't stick to me. I just bounce right off them. Mineta then turned to Izumi. Hey wait, didn't you say that you had 2 quirks? Mineta asked her, curious as why didn't she mention her other quirk earlier. Izumi suddenly got quiet as she looked down to the ground. I don't think it will be a good idea to use my other quirk. I could seriously hurt the both of you, she said as she looked down with tears in her eyes as she remembered hurting her brother with that quirk. Mineta was about to ask her why when Suyu stopped him by wrapping her hand around his mouth. We understand, Yagi, it's none of our business, Suyu said, trying to comfort her, gaining a nod from the girl. Suddenly a hand made out of eater slammed into the boat, rocking it in the process as the student struggled to stay on the boat, holding into the railings as the villains were starting to get impatient. Let's get this show on the road, the villain said. Finally, another one said. The ship's sinking, we need a plan now, Suyu said as she held on to the wall with her quirk. Mineta suddenly ran forward as he threw his sticky balls at the villains with tears in his eyes. The villains avoided the purple balls on the water. Wait, they're afraid to touch them, Izumi thought as she noticed this, her mind already racking in for a plan. The villains watched as the boat was slowly sinking into the water. The boat will fully submerge within less than a minute, and once they're in the water they don't stand a chance against us, the villain said as evil smirk crossed his face. Mineta suddenly started to panic once again as he started to back away as he hit his back on the wall. We're dead. We're fish food, he said with tears on his eyes. So Mineta, are you really sure that hero thing is right for you? Suyu asked him as she watched start to panic. Are saying that I shouldn't be scared right now. We just got out of the general a little while ago. I didn't think I'd be facing death a few days after starting UA. Mineta said as he was now crying tears. An enemy certain of their victory is bound to make a mistake, Izumi said as she finally came up with a plan. Now's our chance, we can beat them, Izumi said as she clenched her fist tightly. He poor them, bet they're crying for their mommy right now, a villain said as he laughed. Hey now, don't forget Shigaraki told us to keep our guards up. We can't judge them by how old they are but by their quirks. They could do anything, the villain scolds him. Izumi suddenly jumped off the boat as she used 20% of one for all on her fingers. I have to go beyond my limit, 20% will do, take this Delaware smash. She said as she flicked her finger with one for all as she large whirlpool on the water sucking the villains in it. You ready, Mineta? Suyu said as she had Mineta in her arms ready to jump. Mineta now, she called out to them as Suyu jumped up with Mineta in her arms as Suyu extended her tongue and wrapped it around Izumi's waist, pulling her towards them. Mineta suddenly started throwing his sticky balls on the villains, making them stuck in place as blood was leaking from his head profusely. They slowly started falling as they widened their eyes as the whirlpool was still sucking up villains. Hey, if we fall we're gonna get caught up in the whirlpool too, Kiro, Suyu said as they were slowly falling into the whirlpool. Izumi mustered the rest of her strength as she clenched her fist and yelled, Detriot smash, propelling them forward away from the shipwreck zone and towards the mountain zone. Crap, I used too much power. Guys, hold on, we're going to crash, Izumi said as the others followed her instruction and bracing themselves for the crash. In the landslide zone, the villains all stood there frozen from their neck down, preventing them from moving their bodies as the landslide zone was now covered in ice. Shit W, who the hell is this guy? The villains yelled as he was shivering due to the cold ice that gulfed his body. I don't know, but this is sea cold, another one said as Todoroki went towards them with a murderous aura surrounding him. Who the hell are you? What are you up to? Todoroki said coldly as he stared at them with icy cold glare as the villains gulp in fear. No response. I'll ask you again, what are you up to? He said while grabbing the villain by his collar. Okay, I'll tell you, just don't hurt me, the villain said in fear. That guy's name is Tamura Shigaraki, he wants to destroy All Might. The students widened their eyes, as Todoroki let him go and went towards Uraraka. Are you okay? He asked her worriedly. Why yeah, thanks for saving me again. That was so cool, she said as she beamed at him, causing him to blush before looking away. And no problem, he stuttered, his face still red. When's the wedding? Toru suddenly asked as she startled the two of them, interrupting their moment. Huh? Uraraka stuttered, her face suddenly gaining a red tint as she looked around and saw nothing. Hagakuri, is that you? Todoroki said as he recognized his bubbly voice. Where did you come from? Uraraka asked, shocked that she had been with them the whole time. Of course it's me, who else would it be? Didn't you guys know that I was here? She exclaimed, shocked. Yeah, because your quirk is invisibility, remember? Todoroki said bluntly, making Toru pout at him in annoyance. Toru said with a pout on her face. Guys, let's go and regroup with the class, they might need help fending off the villains, Todoroki said as the girls nodded in agreement. With Aizawa was currently fending off the villains left and right as Shigaraki was getting annoyed that his pawns were being thrown around like nothing. Hey, Shigi-senpai, mind if I play with him for a bit? Tobi said excitedly as he looked at Shigaraki for confirmation. Go ahead, at least do something useful, Shigaraki said, annoyed. Yay, Tobi said before rushing to fight Aizawa. Aizawa kicked another villain away as he looked at the orange-swirled masked man in front of him. And who are you supposed to be? Aizawa asked as he activated his quirk after blinking for a bit. Come on Shota, don't tell me that you don't recognize me. Tobi said, dropping his childish attitude as his voice becoming serious. Aizawa's eyes widened as he recognized the voice. It's you, You were the one in the teacher's lounge yesterday, he said as he gritted his teeth. Aizawa looked at him. As he looked at his eyes closely he finally recognized them as his eyes widened in shock. The Sharingan, but how? Aizawa thought in shock as an image of a certain dojutsu his ancestors have flashed in his mind as he stared at it in disbelief. Toby smirked behind his mask. I see you recognized my eyes, Toby said with amusement in his voice. Who the hell are you? Aizawa said with a hint of fear in his voice. Who am I? Well, I am Madara Uchiha, Toby said as Aizawa's eyes widened in fear as he recognized the name. No, that's impossible, Madara Uchiha is long dead, Aizawa said as he gritted his teeth. We lived in a quirked society. Aizawa-kun, do you really think that immortality is that far-fetched? Toby asked him rhetorically as Aizawa glared at him with his quirk activated. Your infamous erasure quirk, a mutation of my own dojutsu although far weaker and inferior, Toby said. Now I have to go and visit your students, although let the others have some fun. Aizawa had enough and threw his scarf at him. You're not going anywhere. He yelled out in anger and rushed towards him before the Nomu punched Toby in the head as it just phased right through him, hitting Aizawa instead, sending him flying. Have some fun. Bye. Bye, Toby said, going back into his childish voice as he disappeared in a swirling vortex. In the USJ entrance, the rest of the class that weren't teleported was desperately trying to contact their missing comrades as Shoji had his quirk activated, looking for any signal of their friends. Shoji, you got anything? Where is everyone? Iida asked as he looked at the duply armed quirk user for some answers. They've been scattered across the facility, but our classmates are still here, he said as the others sighed in relief. What do we do? This guy's not affected by physical attacks and he can apparently teleport stuff. Zero asked as he looked towards the mist villain who was still in front of them. 13 turned her attention towards Iida, Vice Rep. Go to the school and tell the faculty what's going on here. The alarms aren't sounding and our phones and radios have no signals, so it's useless right now. One of these villain must be jamming the signals somehow. Even though Eraserhead is canceling people's quirks left and right, we're still completely sealed off from the outside world. Likely whoever is causing this interference is, as soon as they warp into the USJ they could be anywhere, impossible to hunt down. It will be faster for you to run and get help than for us to find whoever is jamming everything, 13 said. Yes, but it would be disgraceful for me to leave you all behind, Iida said in protest. Sato suddenly walked forward. No emergency exit, there are a lot of alarms outside, that's why they're keeping all of us trapped inside the USJ, right? He said as he took a fighting stance, Zero following behind him. As long as you can get outside there they won't follow. Blow this stupid mist away with those quirks of yours, Zero said as he readied his elbows. Use your quirk to save others, be a real hero, 13 said as Shoji walked forward. Don't worry Vice Representative, we'll help you, Shoji said as he stood in front with Zero and Sato. You need to do it Vice Representative, it's the only way. Iida suddenly narrowed his eyes as he took a running pose, aiming at the gate behind the mist villain, his quirk activated. Even if this is your only option, are you really foolish enough to strategize in front of your enemy? The mist villain said as he shot dark purple tendrils towards them. It won't matter if you know what we're planning or not, 13 said as she activated her quirk, sucking up he mist around them. I am done standing around, black hole. A quirk that sucks up matter and turns it into dust, such an outstanding power. However, you're a rescue hero, 13, skilled at saving people from disasters, consequently that means that you have little fighting experience or battlefield awareness, the mist villain said as a portal opened up behind 13, making her use her own quirk against herself as the students watch in horror as her quirk destroyed the back of her hero costume. How unfortunate that you've turned yourself into dust, the villain said as the student watched helplessly as their teacher was slowly being killed by her own quirk. I'm sorry he got me, 13 said weakly as she started to fall down to the ground. The back of her hero costume was completely destroyed. 13. Mina yelled as the other looked at their teacher worriedly. Iida, you need to get out of here, Sato yelled at him, snapping him from his shock. Go now. Iida gritted his teeth as his quirk began to activate as he ran as fast as he can. You have tried to escape from me before. I won't let it, the mist villain said as he turned his attention towards Iida as a portal opened in front of him as he gasped in shock. Once the other heroes arrive it will be harder for us to put an end to All Might, the mist villain said as Iida came to a halt in the nick of time. This responsibility was entrusted to me. Classmates, I'll keep you safe. Iida thought as his eyes flared in determination before Shoji grabbed the villain from behind, distracting him, allowing Iida to continue. Run. I've got him, Shoji said as he gritted his teeth, tightening his hold on the villain to make sure that he doesn't escape. Iida ran forward as the mist villain escaped from Shoji's grasp and turned his attention towards him. You impertinent child, the villain said as he shot forward. You won't set foot outside those doors. I have no time for this, he said as mist began to surround Iida. Not so fast, Shiro yelled as he used his tape to wrap it around the mist villain's metal neckpiece as Sato grabbed the tape from Shiro's elbow and yanked the villain hard away from Iida, as Iida prying the gates open as he ran towards Ua, his engine bursting with speed propelling him faster. The mountain zone. Momo and Jiro was currently fighting off the villains one by one, Jiro with her sword and eyes as she constantly dodged attack after attack from the villains before they can even hit her due to her 360 vision granted to her by her Byakugan. Momo on the other hand did not hold back as she was beating villain after villain, showing no mercy as she was taking them all down left and right with her bow staff. Kaminari just shivered at the ruthlessness the two were displaying their enemies as he looked around to see the unconscious bodies of the villains piled up staking against each other but somehow more keeping out of nowhere. Damn it, there's too many of them, Momo gritted her teeth as she was almost exhausted. Jiro nodded in agreement, they just keep popping out of nowhere. Kaminari-san, how many volts can you electrify them? Momo asked him as he thought about it. 1 million volts I think, he responded as Momo nodded her head while rubbing her chin in thought and thinking of plan. After a while a light bulb appeared on her head. Ah, I see, so here's the plan. I'll make a big thick electric proof cloth as you electrify them, but it will take longer because of how big it is. I need a distraction, Momo said as they nodded and began to distract the villains as Momo created the cloth. Kaminari-san, it's done, Momo yelled as a big thick cloth appeared on her back as it covered her and Jiro. Right, let's fry them up, Kaminari said with smirk on his face. 1 million volts coming right up, he said as electricity came out of him and into the villains, shocking them to unconsciousness before his brain got fried due to his quirk as he went into his jamming yay state, as Jiro would soon dub it. Yay, he said, his thumb swaying in mid-air. Alright, let's go, Jiro-san, Momo mumbled. Wait. Cover yourself first, y'all, Momo, Jiro said as she saw Momo's torn clothes. Ah. My clothes are torn apart, Momo said as she covered herself with the blanket. Wait, Kaminari, whatever you do don't loo. Jiro was cut off as she saw Kaminari's state. Yay, he said as he was looking around with his thumbs swaying in mid-air. PFFFFTTTT. Jiro tried to hold her laughed but failed as she watched him in his current state. As Momo finished creating herself some new clothes as she saw Jiro, who was currently rolling in the ground while laughing maniacally as Denki was on his jamming yay state. Momo's sweat dropped at the sight. Li look at him, ha 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 ha. Jiro said, struggling to breath due to her laughter as she was weakly pointing at Kaminari. Yay, yay, he said as he swayed his thumbs mid-air as Momo giggled. Maybe it's his drawback, Momo concluded as she chuckled. Indeed, but let's get going, the others might need our help, Momo sighed as Jiro nodded as she recomposed herself holding a dumb Denki on her hands. ARRRGGGHHH, Momo screamed in pain as a lightning bolt hit her, catching her off guard as someone kicked Jiro away from her. She looked to see that they had missed one villain who was hiding patiently to attack them as he saw his opportunity when they were now exhausted and was now walking towards her. Finally, it took you brats some time to take out my comrades and tire yourself out, he said as he picked up Jiro's sword in the ground, and now. Momo was backing up in the ground as her body was still recovering from the pain the villain gave her as the villain was raising Jiro's sword in the air ready to strike her. Die, bitch. The villain yelled with a sadistic smirk on his face as he swung his sword down ready to cut her in half. Yow Momo. Jiro yelled as her eyes widened knowing what was about to happen. Momo closed her eyes as she had tears on her eyes as she thought of the love of her life in her final moments. I'll finally be with you, Izuku, she thought sadly as she would finally be reunited with her love. Momo waited for the blade to cut her in half but felt nothing. She slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was the villain spitting out blood as a hand was through his chest where his heart was, His hands were shaking as he was still holding onto his sword as he finally dropped it and as his body fell limp through the floor dead. Momo looked up to see who her savior was to see a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds on them. His right hand was soaked in blood. He had on an orange spiral mask with one eye hole on it. He had with messy black hair hidden behind his masked and black onyx eyes that she swore looked familiar to her for some reason. The man looked at her, his eyes showing that of worry as he sighed, almost in relief that she was safe and okay before shrugging it off. "Oops. I thought you were one of the students, my bad," he said in as childish tone as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "Oh howdy there," Toby said as he waved his hand at the still shocked students. "I'm Toby and you are?" "With Aizawa." Aizawa was currently laying on the ground. His goggles was on the ground broken as he was bleeding from his forehead with the Nomu sitting on his back as he was groaning in pain. "What do you think, Eraser Head?" Shigaraki said as his eyes widened in amusement. "He's the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace, but you can call him Nomu," he said as the Nomu roared, showing its sharp teeth. "Arrrghhhhh," Aizawa yelled in pain as the Nomu broke his right arm with a sickening crunch. "You can erase people's quirks, that's irritating, but it's nothing impressive when faced with true devastating power. You might as well a curriculous child," Shigaraki said as he looked at Aizawa. Aizawa groaned in pain as the Nomu held his left arm as he gritted his teeth. "He's breaking my bone like twigs. I'm positive I erase his quirk, but that means he's super strong even without powers. I think he's as strong as All Might," Aizawa thought as the Nomu held up his head with its massive hands and slammed his head on the ground. The mist villain suddenly appeared next to Shigaraki. "Did you manage to kill 13? Shigaraki asked as he looked at Kurogiri. "The rescue hero is out of commission," Kurogiri said, "but there was one student that managed to escape my grasp and got outside of the facility." "Kurogiri, you fool, if you weren't our warp gate I'd tear apart every last atom in your body," Shigaraki said angrily as he began to scratch his neck profusely, making it bleed before stopping. "There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over." Back to the title screen, and here I was looking forward to finally finish him off. Suddenly they heard a loud crash as the doors of the USJ was blown completely out of its hinges as smoke started to emit from it. As suddenly a silhouette can be seen emerging from the smoke as All Might walked in with his teacher suit as the student began to smile and watch in awe as hope had finally arrived. "Have no fear, students," All Might said as his usual smile was now gone, replaced by a frown. "For I am here. Mountain Zone. Wow, you three did an awesome job beating those villains up. You were like pow and she was like hey," Toby said as he imitated their actions earlier, making punching and kicking noises. "Honestly, I was entertained the whole time. You guys certainly hero course material." There was awkward silence as the two students and Denki, who had just recovered from his idiot mode, as they just stared at the man that had just saved Momo, as it was interrupted when they heard a loud crash coming from the side of the Mountain Zone. "OWW. You guys okay?" Izumi asked as she got up and helped Mineta and Asui up off the ground. "Luckily Mineta managed to make us land safely, Kiro *. Suyu said as she looked at the makeshift trampoline made out of Mineta's quirk. "Yagi, Asui, Mineta, what are you doing here?" Kaminari asked them, confused to where they had come from. "We were on the shipwreck zone and we got surrounded. Luckily we made it out by propelling ourselves out of the shipwreck zone and landed here," Izumi explained what happened to them. "We'll now just my luck. Imagine going toe-to-toe against not 3 but 6 UA students, in a hero course no less. Man, what a bad luck," Toby said as he pouted in annoyance on the last part. "Huh, who are you?" Izumi asked him. "Oh, where are my manners? I'm Toby, the lovable new member of the League of Villains," Toby said, his arms at the side of his waist. "League of Villains, huh?" Momo muttered as she narrowed her eyes at him. "He doesn't look like an ordinary villain," Mineta said. "Relax, he probably just some thug like the rest of them," Kaminari said as he prepared his quirk. "Don't underestimate him. That could cost us a mistake," Momo said as she got off the ground and grunting as the pain hasn't fully left her body yet. "Guys, I think we should work together. We got a better chance of beating him that way," Izumi said as Momo glared at her. "Not a chance," she said as she gritted her teeth. "Yao Momo, she's right, we need to work together in order to beat this guy," Jiro said as Momo nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but just this once, Yagi," Momo said as she glared at her, making Izumi nod. "Try to subdue him. We can ask him some questions about their leader," Momo instructed them as they nodded in understanding. I don't mean to break your plan but that's kind of illogical Yaomomo, but we do have the advantage in numbers so we should be fine, Suyu said. Oh dear, Toby gasped, am I being underestimated? By you guys? Momo smirked at him. Huh, why are you smirking? Toby asked her confused. Take this you stupid villain. Kaminari suddenly ran forward, his fist in the air ready to punch him. Huh, a surprised attack. Oh no, Toby said as he gasped in shock only for the attack to phase right through him. Just kidding, Toby said as he stick his tongue at them behind his mask making raspberry noises. So that's his quirk, he can phase right through our attacks, Momo said as she analyzed the scene. Something like that. He must have a weakness though, Jiro said as she looked at him with her eyes activated. Jiro, can you see who's behind that mask? Momo asked her as Jiro shook her head. I can't, something preventing me too, all I see is a blank face, Jiro said as Momo nodded. Take this, Minata and Kaminari said as they attack him on both sides hoping to catch him off guard. Wow, you guys must really think that you can take me down. I mean honestly, what can two kids do to me? Toby said as he grabbed Mineta mid-air and threw him onto Kaminari, sending them both crashing. Okay, so far what we know is that he can phase through an attack like nothing, but when multiple people attack him he goes on the offensive, Suyu said. Which means that he can only be able to phase through one attack in a time, Jiro concluded as Momo and the others nodded in understanding. My, I couldn't help but notice that you're talking a little too much time with each other. Wait, don't tell me, Toby said as he gasped, putting a hand on his mouth. Are you guys really analyzing my powers for any weaknesses? Now you a student sure are clever, huh, but to tell you the truth, for just a common thug I'm doing pretty good, don't ya think? Toby asked them. Damn it, he's just toying with us, Jiro said as she gritted her teeth. This guy's really underestimating us, Kaminari said as he glared at the man. Maybe he can only phases through attack one at a time, Momo said as she readied her bow staff. Attack him all at the same time, got it, Kaminari said as he readied his quirk. Just give up, villain, all of your allies have been defeated by kids no less, Momo said, it's no use fighting, you'll be outnumbered in a minute. A tempting offer, let me think, Toby said as he put his hand on his chin. Since you had bring it up the fact that you beat my comrades even though you are children, how about I tell you a little secret? I'm a kid too. They gasp in shock. And no way, why would a kid like you become a villain? Izumi asked. Because they're cooler. Hey, by the way, from your point of view, this cloak make me look fat, Toby said as he moved side to side, giving them a better angle. Enough, we had enough of your silly jokes. Everyone in attacking position, Momo ordered as they nodded. Oh ho ho, getting serious now are we? Toby said. Well, it better up my game too. Let's go Kaminari, Suyu guys ready? Jiro asked them. Yeah, Suyu said, nodding her head. Ready when you are, Kaminari said as he nodded towards her. I have an idea, Izumi said as she looked at Momo. Yaoyorozu-san, throw me, she said as she held up her and for Momo to take it. Gladly, Momo muttered as she grabbed Izumi's hand and spun her around before throwing her at the air. Wow, she went really high, look at her go, Toby said as he watched Momo threw Izumi into the air as the others were heading toward him. You better pay attention, Kaminari said as he tried to punch Toby only for him to dodge. Woo-ah dear, Toby said as he narrowly dodged Denki's punch. You better watch out, Kiro asterisk, Suyu said as she extended her tongue towards him. Hey, no fair, Toby said as he dodged a tongue that came from Suyu. Pay attention, Jiro said as she swung her sword toward Toby, who dodged her attack in the nick of time. Olé, Toby said as he moved to the right, the sword narrowly missing his head. 3 against 1, you hero cowards. New Hampshire smash, Izumi yelled as her fist connected with Toby. Ah, you got me, Toby yelled as a cloud of smoke was created due to her attack. Did we get him? Suyu asked her. Way to go, Yagi, Kaminari said, cheering her on. Where did he go? Jiro asked, looking around. Izumi looked around at the crater she created as she felt someone behind her. Boo, Toby said as he emerged on the ground as Izumi turned around to punch him only for it to phase right through him. What the hell? Kaminari said in shock before gaining a confused look. Wait, is he flossing? Kaminari asked, clearly confused. The other looked towards Toby, who was flossing while muttering. Can't touch this, making them even more agitated. He's just messing with us. Jiro gritted her teeth together in anger. That's it, he's getting it now, Kaminari said in both annoyance and anger. Mineta, did you set the traps? Momo asked him. Yeah, they're ready, Mineta said as Momo nodded. Suddenly a man with a Venus flytrap over his head appeared as he was wearing the same black cloak with red clouds with a Venus flytrap as he emerged to the wall right next to Toby. All Might has arrived and he is currently fighting off the villains, the creature said in a monotone voice as it opened up its Venus flytrap revealing green hair, half black and half white face with yellow eyes. Toby gasped in shock. What, I don't believe it. Kidding, Toby said as his voice suddenly changes into a deep one replacing his childish voice earlier. It's just as I expected. They gasped in shock as he was just toying with them from the beginning. Now let's get serious, shall we? Toby said as a swirling vortex appeared next to him. Toby put his hand in the vortex and pulled it back out as he was now holding a black metal rod as he spun the rod in his fingers before blurring away from them. Toby suddenly rushed towards Izumi, as Izumi gasped in shock as she felt the black rod he was holding ripped through her stomach impaling her. Present time. The others gasp in shock as they see Izumi get impaled through the stomach. Izumi widened her eyes as blood started leaking from her mouth as she felt rod painfully tore through her flesh then her stomach as she gasped in shock. Toby pulled the rod off her as blood started to leak on her stomach as Izumi fell to the ground in pain as she put her hand on her stomach desperately trying to stop the bleeding. Look at you, how does it feel to be in pain this time? This pain isn't even enough for what you did to your brother. What was his name again? Izuku Yagi? Toby said as he looked down at her from the ground. To think Ua would stoop so low to let you and you little boy toy in their school. Oh, how far the hero society has fallen to let villains like you two into their ranks. You're just a fake hero, you don't even deserve that title. You don't deserve to be heroes, especially you. Toby said as he kicked Izumi away, sending her flying to the ground. And you? Toby turned towards the others. A perverted coward who couldn't even fight without whimpering like a bitch and all he can think about is getting it on with the ladies. And the idiot who couldn't even control his own quirk without frying his brain and leaving himself vulnerable for an attack. And society expects you two to be heroes. How can you expect to save people when you can't even save yourselves? Oh, just how low could this hero society could have fallen to even consider you two a useless pervert who can't even save himself without whimpering like a coward, and the idiotic blonde who couldn't even fight without frying his brain out. How disappointing, you two are just utterly pathetic. Toby said as Kaminari and Mineta look at the ground clenching their fist in anger. Although I'll give you three some credit, Toby turned towards Momo, Jiro and Tsuyu. At least you three have talent and have what it takes to be heroes, unlike these three. How pathetic, Toby said as he looked at Izumi, who was still recovering from the stab wound with her hands on her stomach trying to stop the bleeding, and Kaminari and Mineta, who were still looking at the ground in shame and anger. You don't deserve to be a hero after you did. Do you really think that your father can protect you? I wonder what will happen if your classmates were to find out about you and Bakugo's little secret. I wonder what would happen if the world found out what All Might did to his son. I wonder how the world would react if they found out that Nezu let villains enter his school to be heroes. You're a wolf in sheep clothing, Izumi Yagi. You can't deny whatever you are, no matter how much you believe that you aren't. No matter how you pretend to be a hero, you will always KNW what you are. You can't deny it anymore, Yagi. You know deep down you know what you are. You're a monster. A villain in disguise. A kinslayer. The murderer of her own brother. Toby whispered to Izumi as she was now crying as she remembered the last words she said to her brother before she found his dead body hanging on a noose in his room. You want to have a quirk, Deku? Then how about you go and kill yourself and hope for a better quirk in your next life, she said as she and Bakugo walk off laughing, leaving a bloody beaten Izuku behind. Izumi had tears in eyes as she remembered those exact words. That was the last word she had said to her brother before she ever saw him alive again. I'm highly disappointed. I could expected more from the daughters of famous #1 hero All Might. Instead I got a whimpering bitch who couldn't do anything more other than crying. You're a disappointment. A disgrace. Toby whispered to her as he grabbed Izumi by her hair. Hey, do me a favor, would you? How about you kill yourself and ask for forgiveness in the afterlife? After all, that's what you want, right? Forgiveness for your brother? Toby said as Izumi's eyes widened at those words. How did he found out the last words I said to Izuku before his death? She thought as her mind struggled to comprehend what was happening, plus the blood lost she was having made it even harder for her to think. Izumi just kneeled in the ground silently crying as she felt an emotion that she hasn't felt in a long time. Anger, anger for herself, anger for what she did, anger for this man to bring up her brother. She felt something bubbling inside her that she hasn't felt in a long time. She felt the anger, the rage as her eyes turned red with slits on them. Her fingernails become sharper. Her teeth now showed fangs as 3 deep thick whisker-like marks appeared on each of her cheeks as a red aura began to whirl around her, spinning wildly as the red aura taking the form of a fox's head bearing its fangs, as smoke started to emit from her stomach, healing the wound as she looked up at Toby, her eyes showing nothing but pure unbridled rage in them as she roared before she rushed towards him. Uncount. A massive creature opened its eyes, revealing red eyes with black slits on them as the creature smirked in amusement, showing it large baring teeth that can devour you within a second. Finally, the creature said as it got up in all fours, "After all these years, locking me away, refusing to use my power. You finally wanted to use my power, huh?" The creature smirked. "Well then, if want my power, then have all of it." The creature roared, its 9 tails waging wildly as if they had a mind of its own as a red aura starts to emit from him and began to cover the place. With Izumi. "I'll kill you," Izumi said, showing her now fanged teeth and deep red eyes with slits on them. Toby began to back away, intrigued as he thought, "So this is the power of the 9 tails, huh?" Toby smirked beneath his mask. "It's truly as fascinating." Izumi roared as she rushed towards Toby with nothing but the intent to kill. "With all might." "Have no fear, students," All Might said as his usual smile was now gone, replaced by a frown, "for I am here." All Might threw his yellow jacket to the side as he eyed the now terrified villains before looking at the injured Aizawa, then at Shigaraki and the Nomu. "Holy crap, it's All Might. I've never seen the guy in person before," a villain said in a terrified tone. "I didn't expect him to be so huge," another one said as he stared at All Might in fear. "This is no time to talk, you idiots. If we strike him now we can key." He was cut off as a blur knocked him out before he can even react. A blur suddenly began knocking out the villains left and right, only leaving the now unconscious bodies of the villains as All Might had Aizawa in his arms. "All Might, be careful, he's strong," Aizawa muttered weakly before passing out. "I'm sorry, Aizawa. I should have been here sooner," All Might said sadly after looking at the unconscious Aizawa's state before turning at Shigaraki, his eyes turning murderous. All Might suddenly rushed at him, but the Nomu, acting upon its instinct, blocked the attack with its body, although not before All Might sent a shockwave startling Shigaraki and knocking his hand-like mask to the ground. "No, no, no," Shigaraki started to mutter to himself. He put his hands on his face, covering it as he walked to where his hand-like mask had fallen off. "It wasn't supposed to go this way, he's still fast." Shigaraki picked up the hand from the ground. "Father, somehow he managed to hit me," Shigaraki said as he put the hand-like mask on his face. "Of course a government hero relies on violence," Shigaraki said as he looked at All Might. "I wasn't prepared. I couldn't even see him when he moved, but he's not as fast as I thought he would be. Not as fast as he used to be. I guess it's true after all," Shigaraki said as he smiled sinisterly towards All Might. "All Might really is getting weaker." All Might turned to Shigaraki with his signature smile before rushing at him, his hands in a crossing motion. "Carolina smash," All Might said as he crossed his arms in a scissor motion at Shigaraki, but was blocked the Nomu as a shockwave was heard. "Guess Aizawa wasn't lying when he said that you were strong," All Might said as the Nomu tried to grab him, only for All Might to tilt his back, dodging the attack before punching the Nomu in the gut, which didn't phase. "Take this." All Might punched the Nomu in the face as the Nomu roared and tried to grab All Might once again, only for All Might to jump backwards. "Doesn't even matter where I punch you, does it?" All Might said as landed and punched the Nomu once again, who was rushing at him. "That because Nomu here has shock absorption, All Might," Shigaraki said as he watched All Might punch the Nomu again and again. "The only way you're going to hurt him is to slowly gouge out its flesh, but of course I don't think it'll just sit back and let you do that. Looks like you finally met your match," Shigaraki said as he smirked beneath his hand-like mask as All Might dodged another punch from the Nomu. "Thanks for telling me how to beat it," All Might said as he grabbed the Nomu by the back of his waist and lifted him up. "Now all I have to do is wear him down, then it's on to you," he said as he slammed the Nomu to the ground by its head, performing a suplex, creating a crater and shockwave in the process. Shigaraki put his arm around his face as a gust of wind flew everywhere, scattering the rest of the villains. In the entrance of the USJ, the students watch in shock as such power as they cheered All Might on. "Yeah, take that bird brain," Sato cheered as he watched the fight. "That's what you villains get for underestimating All Might." "Yeah, kick his ass All Might," Zero said as he cheered, followed by the others as they cheered All Might on. "Guys, I'll try to look around to find our classmates," Shoji said as he ran off to look for the others as the rest of the class nodded. With All Might grunted in pain as the Nomu grabbed him by his weak spot thanks to Kurogiri using his quirk to intervene. "Oh come on, what kind of cheap move was that?" All Might said as he grunted in pain as blood started to leak from his wound as the students watch on in shock. "Nice, you were trying to bury him in the concrete so he couldn't move around anymore, but sorry, that wouldn't work. Nomu is as strong as you are, that won't stop him," Shigaraki said as he began to chuckle madly. "Nice work, Kurogiri," Shigaraki said as he looked towards Kurogiri. "We've got him just where we want him now." All Might grunted in pain as he gritted his teeth as the Nomu tightened its grip on his weak spot. "This monster found out about my weak spot," All Might thought as he let go of the Nomu's waist and trying to break free from its iron grip. "Arg, gotta stop him despite his power. If this is your best, then you picked the wrong place to attack. You should just give up now," All Might said as he looked at the two villains. Shigaraki scratched his neck in annoyance. "Kurogiri," Shigaraki instructed as Kurogiri nodded. "Normally I wouldn't want blood and viscera flooding the inside of my warp gates, but I'll make an exception just for a great hero like you," Kurogiri said as he tightened his quirk's hold around All Might, making him grunt in pain. "Since you're too fast to see in the human eye, Nomu had to restrain you, and once it's pulled your body halfway through, I'll squeeze the cage shut. I'm going to enjoy tearing you to pieces," Kurogiri said as he prepared to tear All Might in half. Ruin Zone. Explosion can be heard inside a building as Bakugo and Kirishima were fighting the villains off. "Say goodbye," Bakugo yelled as he exploded another villain away, crashing them into the wall. Kirishima blocked a sword strike from a villain who had a sword in his hands as Kirishima karate chopped him in the neck, knocking him out. "Think that's the last of these guys? What a bunch of weaklings," Bakugo said as Kirishima turned towards him. "Alright, let's hurry up and find the rest of our classmates. If we're still in the USJ, then everyone else is probably too, and all of them have the offensive skills we do," Kirishima said as he held up his fist. "We gotta make sure that they're safe, especially since we screwed things up when we got in the way earlier," Kirishima said as Bakugo turned towards him. "If 13 had been able to suck up that villain, then we never would have been separated like that. We have to make it up to the others," Kirishima said as he looked at Bakugo. "If you want to track everyone down, then go ahead and have fun, but I'm gonna destroy that stupid extra," Bakugo said with a scowl on his face. "Hurt that guy? Come on, don't be an idiot, man," Kirishima said as Bakugo turned to him furiously. "Shut up. I'm gonna take him down cause he's their way in and out," Bakugo yelled as unknowingly a camouflage villain was trying to sneak up to them. "Seeing an opportunity when they're arguing with each other. If I cut off their escape route, they'll be stuck here and have to pay for what they've done. We'll just have to figure it out." "I hope you've had your fun chit-chatting. Too bad you let your guard down," the villain thought with a smirk as he tried to sneak up to the preparing his blade, only for Bakugo to grab him by his face and exploded him. "Anyway," Bakugo said as he calmed down before lifting up the unconscious head of the chameleon-like villain, "if all these villains are small fires like these guys worth, then our classmates can handle them." "That reaction time was insane," Kirishima said in awe. "Also, since when did you act so calm and rational? Usually you're all like, die, die, die," Kirishima said as he imagined an image of Bakugo yelling at them with his furious look in his head. "I'm always calm and rational, you red-haired loser," Bakugo furiously yelled at him. "Hey, yeah, there you are," Kirishima said as Bakugo turned to his usual self. Bakugo scoffed before turning away. "Go find the others if you want to," he said as he started to walk away. "Wait, hold up," Kirishima said, stopping Bakugo from walking out. "I think you're really saying that you believe in our classmates," Kirishima said as he hardened his fist and clashing them with each other, creating sparks in the process, "and that's thinking like a man, Bakugo." Configuration zone. "Damn it, he's too fast," a villain said as he looked around to find his target as the villains spread around to find him. A villain was running but was suddenly knocked to the ground by Weijiro, who was hanging upside down by his tail. "I see him, he's up there," a villain pointed towards Ojiro. Let's get him. Another villain pointed out. Ojiro landed on the ground as he felt lava started to well up his throat before spitting blobs of lava balls towards the villains, knocking them out before jumping away, propelling himself with his tail. I have to help the others, Ojiro thought as he jumped from building to building with the help of his tail. Downpour zone. We found you, a villain said as he looked at the terrified Kota as he rushed at him, the others joining him only for a massive shadowy hand to smack them away from Kota and into the wall. That's 6 of them down, Tokiyami said as Dark Shadow was watching for any more villains. We're reducing their numbers, but very soon we're going to get exhausted and eventually overwhelmed. With Izumi. Izumi was rushing towards Toby wildly. She was running on all fours with a red fox-like cloak with one tail surrounded her as her appearance became feral. I'll kill you, Izumi yelled as she rushed at Toby and tried to swipe her now sharp nails at his throat, only for it to phase right through. Toby phased right through the attack as he looks towards Izumi with the one-tail cloak on her with her feral look. My looks like I was right, you really are a monster, Toby said as Izumi growled at him. Well, if you want serious then let's get serious, shall we, Toby said as he went into some hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu. Toby said as he spit a massive fireball in his mouth. Izumi jumps upwards to avoid the massive fireball as she once again rushes at Toby. Suddenly a giant dark red rib cage with skeleton hands appeared on Toby, surrounding him as the giant skeleton hand slapped the rushing Izumi, sending her flying. But before Izumi could crash into the wall, Toby suddenly blurred towards her back and kicked her hard into the sky. Toby suddenly appeared into the sky on Izumi's back and drop-kicked her into the ground hard, causing a large crater to form and smoke start to emit from it. Even with the power of a tailed beast, you're still no match against me. How disappointing, Toby said in a disappointed tone. Izumi's expression grew furious as she rushed at Toby again with a new fury, causing Toby to smirk to himself. Meanwhile the others watched the battle in shock. What going on with Yagi? Mineta asked, terrified. What the hell, I thought his quirk was phasing, Kaminari asked in shock. This is unexpected, Kiro, Tsuyu said as she watched the fight. We need to do something, Jiro said as she looked towards Momo for a plan. Momo on the other hand narrowed her eyes at Izumi. She hasn't seen her use that quirk since Izuku's death. She would give Izuku scratches all over his body when she sensed that quirk. Momo gritted her teeth as she remembered Izuku's body, who was covered in burn marks and finger scratches thanks to Bakugo and Izumi using their quirks on him. Momo turned toward Jiro, but before they can react a swirling vortex opened up, sucking Tsuyu inside. Asui! They shouted in shock as they watched their friend disappear by a swirling vortex. Izumi rushed towards Toby as she clenched her fist ready to kill him, as Toby just held up his hand and swirling vortex appeared and came out Tsuyu as Izumi eyes widened as she couldn't stop herself in time. Come on Izumi, do it, Toby thought as he smirked beneath his mask as he held Tsuyu by the neck as Izumi eyes widened as her fist was cocked back, aiming for the heart as she about to kill her, as she knew she couldn't stop herself in time due to the tunnel vision she was having. Why don't you kill another one of your loved ones? You seemed pretty good at doing that, Toby thought as he watched Izumi about to kill her friend. Yagi, stop! The others yelled desperately, trying to stop Izumi from killing her as they rushed toward her, but they all know that they couldn't make it in time. Izumi was about to tore her fist right into Tsuyu's heart, as Tsuyu closed her eyes waiting for the pain as Izumi stopped her fist inches away from ripping Tsuyu's heart out of her body as she was breathing heavily. She was panting from exhaustion as the cloak disappeared and an image of her brother flashed from her mind. I Izumi please, Izuki begged as he put his arms around him to protect his face. Izumi only smiled evilly at him. Come on Deku, fight back you useless coward, she said as she had her red fox cloak activated on and scratched Izuku by his arm as Izuku screamed in pain. Izumi slowly let her fist fall down with tears in her eyes as she remembered that certain memory. It was the reason why she would never use this quirk in the first place. All it could do is harm people. She hurt her brother because of this quirk. How disappointing, and here I thought you liked killing your friends, Toby said as he kicked Tsuyu from him and towards Izumi, who luckily caught her just in time. After all, isn't that what you did to your brother? Suddenly a ball of lava and a tentacle flew towards Toby to hit him but phased right through him as Ojiro and Shoji suddenly arrived. Toba's eyes widened as he felt large amount of chakra. It wasn't as large as Izumi, but the other one was close. This chakra, it can't be, Madara thought as he smirked to himself. Yagi. Asui. Ojiro yelled out worriedly. You guys okay? Shoji asked them. Whoa, where did you guys came from? Kaminari asked in a shocked tone seeing them here. I was looking around for the rest of our classmate when I ran into Ojiro who was doing the same. We heard screaming here and decided to check it out, Shoji said as he helped Izumi and Suyu into their feet. I see, I thank you for coming, we could use your help on this guy, Momo said as she nodded gratefully before turning his attention towards Toby. Ah, if it isn't my lucky day, the 4, the 8 and the 9 all in one place. In one class no less, it looks like the fates are smiling at me today, Toby said as he looked towards Ojiro, Shoji and Izumi. Well, looks like the fun's over. I just came here to test the waters, you could say, but I am severely disappointed in UA for their students' lackluster performance. I do hope you can get stronger the next time we meet. After all, I like to have a good dance myself. Well, it looks like we just have to continue this some other time, Toby said. You're not going anywhere, Jiro yelled as she activated her eyes, the other following her example, preparing for a fight. Ah, the infamous Byakugan, Toby said as he looked towards Jiro. The dojutsu of the once and powerful Hyuga clan. I thought you were all extinct. Then again, I thought I was the only one of my clan to survive, well, until I found him, Toby said with a smirk behind his orange spiral mask. Clan? What clan? Izumi asked him, confused. My, you don't even know your own ancestors. What a disgrace, Toby said as he looked at Izumi with disgust. I'm talking about the most powerful clan, of course. My clan. The Uchiha clan, Toby said as he moved his orange spiral mask for a bit so they can see his eyes as he activated them. We will meet again soon, but when we do, I hope you get stronger and give me a good dance. Until then. Toby suddenly put his hand down from his face to his body until disappeared completely without a trace. What the hell? Where did he go? Kaminari asked as he looked around for any sign of him. Uchiha clan. Where have I heard that name before? Jiro muttered as she tried to remember the Uchiha name and those weird-looking eyes. That's not important right now, we need to help the others, Momo said as she snapped them out of their thoughts. The others nodded as they quickly left the mountain zone and towards Central Plaza. With All Might. Normally I wouldn't want blood and viscera flooding the inside of my warp gates, but I'll make an exception just for a great hero like you, Kurogiri said as he tightened his quirk's hold around All Might, making him grunt in pain. Since you're too fast to see in the human Inomu had to restrain you, and once it's pulled your body halfway through, I'll squeeze the cage shut. I'm going to enjoy tearing you to pieces, Kurogiri said as he prepared to tear All Might in half. Izumi, Momo and the others arrived in the Central Plaza to see All Might trapped in the mist villain's quirk and was about to be cut in half. All Might, Izumi shouted as she watched her father about to be cut in half. All Might gritted his teeth in pain as a memory of his son flashed in his mind. All Might, Izuku stammered as he looked towards his hero in awe. Ah, have no fear, young man, I'm always happy to meet a fan, he said as he smiled towards Izuku, who had stars in his eyes in awe. He stumblingly grabbed his notebook from his backpack and held it onto All Might. All Might, see, can you sign this P please? Izuku held up the notebook along with a pen towards All Might for him to sign it. Ha, of course, young, All Might asked as he took the notebook from the boy. Izuku why Yagi, Izuku said as he blushed in embarrassment by her asking him about his name. Ah, young Yagi, here, I already signed it, All Might said as he handed Izuku back his notebook. Izuku looked at the notebook in awe like it was the most precious thing in the world as Izuku bowed repeatedly as a sign of gratitude. Now then, I must get going, and I appreciate your support, he said as he tried to jump away only to be stopped by Izuku. Wait, already, I have a Q question F for you, he said nervously as he grabbed hold of All Might's shirt. Haha, I'm sorry young man, but I'm hero duty is really quite busy, All Might said as Izuku just tightened his hold on his shirt. Please, Izuku pleaded desperately, please, why you're my only hope left, Izuku thought while closing his eyes trying to stop the tears from leaking, clutching his uniform that has so many burns and dust on them. Alright then, ask away, All Might sighed as he finally relented. CC can IIBBAH hero WI without a Q quirk, he said shake IY as he looked towards the ground and waited for his idol for answer, unknowingly this decision would make him lose his son forever. Sorry young man, but I can't simply say that, You can be a hero without a quirk, All Might said sadly. I'm sorry Izuku, but this is the only way for you to be safe. All Might then put a hand on Izuku's shoulder while he wiped the blood on his mouth. Shit, I'm at my limit. I need to get out of here fast. All Might thought as he looked down towards Izuku. You can still be a hero by applying as a cop or a doctor, young man. He started to walk away but stopped as he turned to the now sobbing Izuku. It's not bad to have a dream, but that's how the truth speak. Try being realistic, young man. I'm sorry, he said. Now I must get going, he said as he jumped away, leaving the poor sobbing boy alone. Why, just why did I neglect my own son? He was quirkless like me before. But why did I despise him? How can I call myself a symbol of peace? I am sorry. I'm really sorry. I failed you. I failed you all. Izumi, I'm a horrible father. Inko, I'm sorry for not saving you back then. Izuku, I'm sorry for everything. Everything. Kurogiri was about to split him in half when All Might started to struggle, trying to break free. Ah! All Might yelled in frustration as he struggled to break free from Kurogiri's grip and trying to push the Nomu off his back. I can't die yet. I still wanna redeem myself for Izuku. All Might, you can do it. Izumi yelled as the others started to cheer him on. You can do it, All Might, Kamieri said as he cheered All Might on. Izumi, he thought as a smile forms in his face as he tried even harder. Ha ha ha, how's that for the symbol of peace? Shigaraki said as he laughed manically. I will not fall. Why? Becauiam here. And because I still want to save people. And tell the world that they too can be heroes, quirkless or not. He yelled as he struggled even harder, his muscles bulging, ripping his shirt. Azumi's eyes widened, her eyes with tears rolling on her cheek. Momo narrowed her eyes. On the other hand, was suspecting something, but she can't quite sure where to put it. Admirable, well then let's break that spirit of yours, shall we? Shigaraki said as he rushed towards Izumi as her eyes widened. Yagi. The rest of the class yelled as they realized what was about to happen as Shigaraki's hands were about to touch Izumi's head. No! All Might shouted for his daughter to get away. She closed her eyes while she gritted her teeth as she waited for something to happen while tears was rolling down her eyes. I'm sorry, Ani-chan. I Moto. What are you doing? A 4-year-old Izuku said shakily while Izumi and Bakugo stood in front of him with smirks on their faces. Don't call me Imoto, you useless Deku, she growled at him before she punched him hard in the stomach, making him stumble to the ground. Hey, what are you gonna do, Deku? A quirkless loser like you can't do anything, Bakugo said while making small explosions in the palm of his hands. And yet, you're still trying to be a hero. No one can do that, Izumi said as she cracked her K-nucleus, her appearance becoming feral while a red cloak-like aura was surrounding her. But IIC can still try, Izuku said in a raspy voice as tears was in his eyes as he weakly stood up. You can't beat Deku and yet you're still trying to fight us. Bakugo said as he gritted his teeth. Please, I just wanna be he was cut off as Izumi punched him in the face hard. Shigaraki was about to touch her head, but his hand was blocked by an ice wall while an explosion hit Shigaraki, making him jump away as Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, Uraraka and Toru had arrived to the central plaza. Yagi, are you okay? Todoroki asked her as Uraraka and Toru helped her get up. Izumi nodded as they sighed in relief. All Might turned towards the villains with a furious look on his face. Now to deal with you, All Might said as he cocked his fist, channeling the power of One for All in his right arm. I will save people and I will bring hope out there to the Curiclus and those who had weak or villainous Chorix, but in order to do that I must defeat you first. Cause just like my motto. Go beyond and, All Might exclaimed. Plus ultra. He and the student yelled together as he finally broke free from Kurogiri's grip and breaking into the Nomu's hand as he punched it. One for all, 1,000,000%. All Might yelled as he punched the Nomu directly with a 1,000,000% punch, sending it flying away to the sky, breaking the roof of the USJ in the process as everything started to shake due to the amount of power All Might was releasing. That was like the finishing move in a video game, Kirishima said as he looked at the hole in the roof in awe. He beat the shock absorption right out of him. Never seen that kind of brute strength, he said as his eyes widened in awe. Imagine having power like that. Bakugo said in awe seeing his hero in action. He must have been punching that monster so fast it couldn't regenerate. I really have gotten weaker. All Might said as the smoke started to clear, showing All Might as he panted a bit. Back in my heyday 5 his would have been enough to knock that guy out. He said as he put his fist in his chest. But today it took more than 300 mighty blows. He said as smoke started to emit from him. Time's up, gotta end this fast, All Might thought as he looked towards Shigaraki and Kurogiri. You've been bested villains, he said as Shigaraki started to shake in anger. Surrender, we all want to get this over with quickly. And no. Master said that you were getting weak, Shigaraki yelled as he scratched his neck furiously as he glared at the panting All Might. And look what he did to my Nomu. Master, All Might thought as he is panting heavily as he weakly stood up. His cheating. His clearly cheating, Shigaraki yelled as he pointed at All Might accusingly. Young master, we need to leave, Kurogiri said as he readied his quirk. No, this is unfair. He was supposed to be weak. His clearly cheating, he yelled again and stomping his foot like a 4-year-old. Shigaraki rushed towards All Might to kill him but was cut off by a gunshot as he was shot in the legs by Snipe as Kurogiri uses his mist to shield Shigaraki. As they all turned towards the gates of the USJ to see Iida and the rest teachers of UA along with the principal. Classmates, I have brought reinforcement, Iida yelled as the rest of the class looked at the heroes as they sighed in relief with a happy smiles on their faces. The principal then, who was in Vlad's shoulder, spoke. Is there any injured students? Are the rest of the students okay? The principal asked. 13 Sensei and Aizawa Sensei are injured but I'm not sure about the others, Momo replied as she looked to her classmate to see if they had any kind of injury. Present Mike went forward as he took a deep breath before yelling, why as the villains covered their eyes to stop the deafening noise as some of them dropped to their knees in pain. Now get them, the principal instructed. Our priority is to protect all of our students, he said as he pointed at the remaining villains as the teachers nodded in understanding. Yes sir, the teacher said as the rest of the heroes followed the principal's instruction as they began to fight the remaining villains off. The pros are here, it's game over for real, let's go home Kurogiri, Shigaraki said. 13 uses her quirk on Kurogiri as he struggled not to get sucked in by the black hole. Shigaraki, let's go, Kurogiri said as he struggled not to get sucked in the black hole. Shigaraki growled, alright fine, let's go, but remember this heroes, we will come back. Shigaraki said as Kurogiri activated his quirk making them disappear in a warp gate. All Might dropped into his knees as he was breathing slowly as smoke started to emit from him covering the place. All Might, Izumi yelled as she ran towards her father as she looked towards him to see half of his face was his usual skinny form and the other was his muscle form. Izumi, I'm proud of you, All Might said as he smiled towards his daughter. You have fought down the villains with a brave determination and kept your classmates safe. They would be proud of you, he said as Izumi had tears on her eyes as she smiled at her father. Thank you Dad, Izumi said as she wiped the tears away from her eyes. Izumi, Bakugo yelled as he ran towards her but was blocked by Smintos to protect All Might and Izumi's identity. I think it is best for you to join the others so you can get checked for any injuries, Mr. Bakugo, Smintos said as Bakugo looked at him angrily. The hell I'm fine, I wanna know if Izumi's okay or not. Bakugo yelled furiously. I assure you that Ms. Yagi is quite okay now, join the others and get yourself check out for any injuries, Smintos said as Bakugo growled at him before walking away reluctantly. The rest of the teachers started to gather the students and pick up some thugs while an ambulance was called as Aizawa and 13 was put onto a stretcher to take them in the nearest hospital and some of them attended to the students to see if they had any injuries, mental or physical trauma. Madara was watching as he was hidden in the shadow near a building looking down at the pro heroes and students. As he was watching, some of the teachers arrested the villains while the others were interrogating the students. Looks like your little pet project failed all for one, how disappointing, I would expected more from the boogeyman of the criminal underworld, Madara said as he looked down at the teacher and students. Oh well, this is just to test the waters, so to speak. The real fun will begin soon once I formed my organization and captured all of the tailed beast. I think it's time to form the Akatsuki, Madara said as he disappeared in a swirling vortex. At the bar, Kurogiri had successfully warped him and Shigaraki at the bar as the screen with All for One was already waiting for them to return. Master, you lied to me. All Might isn't weak. In fact, he is still as strong as he was before. On top of that, we lost the Nomu, Shigaraki said angrily as he looked towards All for One. Do not worry, young Tamura, All for One assured his student. Although we lost the Nomu, we still have gained an invaluable amount of knowledge about the enemy, and you know what they say, knowledge is power. All for One said as he reassured his pupil. He has grown weaker since our last battle, and it will only be a matter of time before he can no longer protect those around him. All for One turned around to look for Toby. What about the villains you've recruited? Where's Toby? All for One asked, curious. Shigaraki scowled. Aside from being completely useless, they were all captured, including, he was cut off as a swirling vortex appeared and came out, Toby holding a slushie. Howdy, Toby said as he waved at them after stepping out of the swirling vortex. Shigaraki turned towards him. Where the hell did you come from? He asked as he looked towards Toby. Sorry Shigi-senpai. Just had to stop and grab a slushie, Toby said as he took a sip from his slushie, sipping it loudly much to Shigaraki's annoyance. All for One smiled seeing Toby. Ah Toby, it's good to see you, at least you weren't captured like the rest of them, All for One said as he was proud of his master. I'm just happy that I could be at service, boss, Toby said as he bowed towards the screen before looking towards Shigaraki. So what do we do now, Shigi-senpai? Toby asked. For now, keep a low profile. I'll have Kurogiri send you a message if your next assignment if need be, All for One said as Toby nodded. Ya got it, boss, Toby said as he saluted All for One before disappearing in a swirling vortex. Unknown location. Madara jumped out off the swirling vortex as he entered to his hideout with Zetsu already waiting for him. How did it go, master? How did it go, boss? Zetsu asked. It went well, Zetsu, I have what I wanted, Madara said as a swirling vortex appeared in his hands and it came out a small piece flesh that belonged to one Izumi Yagi. Flashback. Toby put his hand in the vortex and pulled it back out as he was now holding a black metal rod as he spun the rod in his fingers before blurring away from them. Toby suddenly rushed towards Izumi, as Izumi gasped in shock as she felt the black rod he was holding ripped through her stomach impaling her, but unknown to them Toby grabbed a piece of flesh that belongs to Izumi before a small swirling vortex appeared as Toby put the flesh into his pocket dimension. Present time. Soon I'll have the power of a god, Madara said as he stared at the piece of flesh in his hands with a smirk on his face. Time skip. Madara had successfully surgically attached the flesh onto his body with the help of Zetsu as he waited. Suddenly he felt pain in his body and eyes as he screamed in pain. Aarggghh, Madara screamed in pain as he resisted the urge to claw his eyes out just to ease the pain. As he endured unbearable pain he had never experienced in his life, even the pain that he felt when his cider and bully tormented doesn't even hold a candle to all the pain that he is experiencing right now as his body was evolving atom by atom, cell by cell, molecular structure to molecular structure for him to awaken the Rinnegan and the wood style as his eyes and body slowly began to change. Master, boss, Zetsu yelled as he ran up to help his master. After a minute the pain finally subsided as Madara shakily got up with the help of Zetsu as his body and eyes still ache from the pain. Madara had his hand over his eyes as they tried to adjust to their new surroundings. As Madara faced the mirror as he slowly opened his eyes only to reveal purple eyes with ripple pattern on them, the legendary eyes of the Rinnegan, the eyes of a god. Madara stared at the mirror in both awe and amazement as he stared at the legendary eyes of the sage, before he began to giggle then chuckle then going out of a full-blown maniacal laughter as he finally awakened his birthright. Madara quickly recomposed himself before turning towards Zetsu. Zetsu, I want you to gather some bodies, 6 to be exact. It's time this world knows the power of a god. It was a few minutes since what had happened in the USJ as the students were currently outside with a police detective while the villains were being lined up and were currently being escorted to the police station by a couple of police officers in the background. 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20 inches, a detective said as he counted all of the Class 1A students. Everyone seems to be here, that's good, the detective said as he checked the list on the paper again to make sure. Hey Ojiro, Hagakure said as she grabbed Ojiro's shoulder to get his attention. I heard that you were a really good fighter. One had no idea you were so strong, and I heard that you were able to spit that ball of lava. I didn't know that you could do that," Hagakure said with stars in her invisible eyes. "I didn't know I was the only one of my own. I survived using hit and run tactics, and the lava part is my other quirk," Ojiro said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "So where did you ended fighting Hagakure?" Ojiro asked as he turned to the invisible girl in the class. "The landslide zone," Hagakure said excitedly. "I was with Todoroki and Uraraka. You wouldn't believe how strong was his amazing, and also Uraraka, how he protected Uraraka like a knight in shining armor. It was so romantic. I totally shipped the two of them," Hagakure said before she gained a mischievous smile on her invisible face. "Speaking of which, I should probably tell Mina about this later on." She was saying something about finding new material. Hagakure muttered and began to cackle to the possible new blackmail material on Uraraka, much to Ojiro's confusion. "You don't say. Well, I'm just glad that you didn't get hurt," Ojiro said as he smiled towards he. "I didn't even know she was there until she interrupted us," Todoroki and Uraraka thought with a sweat drop. "Aren't you wondering about moi?" Aoyama as he looked at the others, his eyes were weirdly sparkling. "Where was my sparkling life?" He gestured his hand towards Kaminari, Kirishima, Kota and Tokiyami, only to be ignored by them as they were too busy talking with each other as Aoyama looked down to the ground, dejected about being ignored. "Interesting, so the people you fought were also low-level thugs and low-ranking villains," Tokiyami said as the others around him nodded. Kirishima palmed his fist in a gesture as he looked at the other. "Yeah, they messed with the wrong kids, huh?" Kirishima said with a grin as the others nodded, well except for Kaminari. "Yo Kami bro, is something wrong?" Kirishima asked, wondering why he was so kate all of a sudden. "Huh, oh yeah, I'm fine," Kaminari said as he rubbed the back of his head. "Low-level thugs, huh? Well, the guy me, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Yagi and the others fought was beyond thug level. He was just toying with us from the beginning, and when he got serious he completely destroyed Yagi and almost killed Asui. We stood no chance," Kaminari said as he still remembered Toba's word about him being pathetic and how they were defeated so easily, like he was just toying with them, like it was all a big game for him. The others gasped in shock. "No way, he was really that strong?" Kirishima asked in shock as an unknown villain completely destroyed one of their strongest members of their class and almost killed their other female classmate. To think a villain was that strong was terrifying for them. Kaminari nodded grimly. "Yeah, it's true, we stood no chance against him and he completely destroyed us, and he wasn't even going out, like he was just playing with us for fun. But what's even worse is that he said that he was our age," Kaminari said, further shocking those around him once more. "A teenager is a villain. I wonder what could have led him to this path?" Tokiyami asked, intrigued as the other started to wonder about it too. "Did you miss me?" Aoyama turned his attention to Shiro, Shoji and Sato, only to be ignored once again. "All might put that hole in the dome after all, huh? I figured," Shiro said as he smiled in awe at the hero. "Man, that guy is insane." "Yeah, that took some hardcore power," Sato said as he looked at the others. "It was so cool seeing him in action like that." "Yeah, it was crazy," Shoji said as he nodded his head in agreement. "That bird monster looked really strong too, and he still took it out like it was nothing." "Where did you think I was?" Aoyama asked as he puts a hand on Suyu's shoulder. Where?" Suyu asked as she tilted her head to the side in confusion as Aoyama's eyes sparkle and he flashed his arms flamboyantly. "It's a secret," Aoyama said as he flashed his arms in a flamboyant manner as sparkles can be seen around him. The class continued to chat with each other about the USJ attack, but Momo looked thoughtful, currently lost in her own thoughts about what had happened earlier in the USJ. "That guy, Toby, was it? He feels familiar for some reason, and his eyes also look familiar, like I've seen them from somewhere. And why did he save me and looked relief when I was safe? And his quirks phasing, some kind of illusion, fire breathing, some kind of skeleton quirk. Is it even possible to have so many quirks all at once? This doesn't add up. Just who are you?" Momo thought, too busy to notice Jiro, who was calling her name. "Momo, Momo, you okay?" Jiro asked worriedly, waving her hand in her face as Momo snapped out from her thoughts. "I have been calling your name for a few minutes now." "Why, yeah, I'm fine, Jiro-san, just lost in my own thoughts, that's all," Momo said with a smile as she rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment as Jiro sighed in relief. "Let's go ahead and get this students back to the main campus," the detective said as he returned from escorting the villains, making sure that no villains escape. They've been through a lot, we don't need to interrogate them right away. Detective, what about Aizawa-sensei? Is he okay? Suyu asked as she hopped towards the detective. The detective sighed as he looked towards them and grabbed his phone and click a recording. The bones in his arms were splintered. He got facial fracturing fortunately. There doesn't seem to be any serious brain damage, but orbital floor has been almost completely destroyed, he said as the students gasped in shock at the condition their teacher was in. We have no way of knowing if his eyesight will be impaired once he's healed up. He stopped the Ryoshiarding as he looked at them. Well, you heard the man, he's currently in critical condition and the doctors are doing everything they can to save him, he said as the others looked down in shock, worried for their teacher's well-being. Sir, what about 13? Mina asked in a concerned tone. The detective smiled as he looked at her. There's no need to worry there despite some pretty bad laceration to them, and All Might is also without serious injuries. 13 is currently recovering in the hospital as we speak, he said as Izumi sighed in relief knowing her father was safe. He's in the nurse's office right now. Recovery girl's power should be all treatments he needs. Huh, thank goodness, the class muttered in relief that their teachers are going to be okay. Now let's get you back to class, okay, the detective said as the class nodded in agreement. Sansa, the detective called to the cat-headed police officer. I still have some business in the nurse's office. I'll trust you to leave this to you, okay, he said as the cat-headed police officer nodded his head in affirmative. Yes, sir, the cat-headed police officer said as he gave the detective a salute. Inside the USJ, the principal, Midnight and Snipe can be seen overlooking the aftermath of the attack inside the USJ as smoke was everywhere due to the attack. We need security improvements, the principal said as he looked at the carnage that the villains had caused. Perhaps an entire system overhaul. I will ask Power Loader to upgrade our security system to make sure that this never happened again, the principal said as Midnight and Snipe nodded in agreement. Agreed, Snipe said. Warp quirks are very rare, Midnight said as she looked towards the principal and co-worker, and can completely change the course of a battle, Midnight said as she looked at the central plaza of the USJ who was still smoking. It's frightening to know that a villain has such a power, Midnight said as the principal looked towards her. What about the other two that escape? Snipe asked as he turned towards the principal. Detective Tsukauchi is currently investigating about the other two. The only thing we can do is wait for some kind of news he and his police force might give us, Nezu stated as both of the teachers nodded in understanding. Outside, the detective was about to enter his police car when he heard his name was called and looked towards a police officer who was running towards him. Tsukauchi, sir, the officer said as he saluted in front. Tsukauchi turned his attention towards him and nodded for him to continue. Someone thought to be involved in this attack was just apprehended in a wooded area nearby, sir, the officer said as Tsukauchi's eyes widened as he looked towards him, shock. Report, Tsukauchi said. His expression was deadly serious, making the police officer nervous. He has no apparent injuries and seems to be complying with the officer's command for now, the officer said as Tsukauchi looked on in thought. He hasn't said a word through. We're not sure if he can actually speak. What are your orders, sir? The officer said as Tsukauchi nodded in understanding before walking towards Nezu, Midnight and Snipe, who recently just exited the USJ after examining the damage and taking notes on the security's improvement to prevent this from happening ever again. I would like to every inch of the school just to be safe, Tsukauchi said as he removed his Pandora and slightly bowing towards the principal asking for permission. Of course, the principal said excitedly. Please do. You'll have full access to the campus. We defiantly need your assistance on this matter. I don't care who makes a fuss. You have my blessing, the principal said as he nodded in understanding. Thank you, sir, Tsukauchi said as he put on his Pandora back in his head and bowing slightly again, then returning his attention to the rest of the police officers. Teams proceed as planned. Yes, sir, the officers nodded their heads as they quickly returned to doing their work. Entrance. The class were currently walking back to their classroom after being dropped off by the school buses. They were chatting with each other about the USJ incident and the villains that they had fought. Hey Yagi-chan, where are you going? Suyu asked, seeing Izumi was about to run off. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, Izumi said, making a quick lie before running off to the nurse's office to see if her father was okay. UA's nurse's office. Well, I guess I won't scold you for you being back here since it wasn't your fault, Recovery Girl said to the bedridden Toshinori who was covered in bandages. I can't be sure yet, but I think I shortened my time limit with that fight, Toshinori added in a raspy voice. At least I can still hold the form for an hour. Suddenly they heard loud footsteps coming towards them as they looked towards to see Izumi running with tears in her eyes, worried for her father's safety. Dad, are you okay? Izumi ran over to her father's bedside to check if he was okay. Izumi, I'm fine, Toshinori said as he put on his signature smile to ease his daughter's worries. I just need a little rest, that's all. Well, there's no need to worry, things happen, Toshinori said as he tries to get up, Izumi helping him get up to his back. Dad, I'm sorry, Izumi said as she looked down towards the ground. I've heard you talk about you shortening your time limit of one for all. I'm sorry, Izumi said as tears started to weld up her eyes as she looked down towards the ground as Toshinori puts his hand on her head. It wasn't your fault, Izumi. Stop blaming yourself for something you had no control over. It was my decision to fight that thing, and even if it means losing one for all to protect the only family I have left, then I would do it in a heartbeat, Toshinori said as he gave her his signature smile to assure her that he was okay as Izumi moved forward and hugged her father tightly. The father-daughter scene was interrupted when Detective Tsukauchi entered the nurse's office. Excuse me, Tsukauchi said as he removed his Pandora from his head. Hey Toshi, Izumi, it's been a while, he said as he smiled at his old friend. What the hell, I didn't know that you were investigating, Toshinori said as he spit some blood in his mouth in shock. Ah, Tsukauchi-san. Dad, is it really okay for Tsukauchi-san to see you like this? Izumi asked, shocked and worried that her honorary uncle could find out about her father's secret. Oh yeah, it's fine, your uncle Tsukauchi knew that I was All Might from the beginning, Toshinori said as Tsukauchi walks towards them. Namaste Tsukauchi, Toshinori greeted his old friend. Hey you two, sorry if I'm disturbing something earlier, but we could really use any information you might have, Tsukauchi said as Toshinori interrupted him. Hold on. Before all of that, tell me, are the students are okay and Aizawa or Eraserhead and 13, Toshinori said in a worried tone. Tsukauchi smiled at him and shook his head. They're fine, Toshi, they just had some scrapes and bruises and Aizawa and 13 are in stable condition right now, relax, he said as Toshinori and Izumi both sighed in relief knowing that their students' classmates were okay and that their teacher's co-worker are now in stable condition. Ah, that's good to hear, Toshinori said, thankful that everyone was safe. If you heroes hadn't risked your lives, that students would have never made it, Tsukauchi said as he continued what he was about to say earlier. You three saved that entire class of kids today. Toshinori frowned and turned towards him. You're not seeing the whole picture, Tsukauchi, he said, gaining Tsukauchi's attention. Those students also risked their lives, they fought as hard as us. Izumi smiled towards her father. Thank you, Dad, she said as she smiled at him softly. I don't think there's ever been a group of first years who experienced a real fight like this so early in their training, Toshinori continued. Not only did they survive, but they also learned what it means to be a pro. Those villains made a mistake attacking them. This class is strong, they're filled with courage and drive, Toshinori said as Tsukauchi and Recovery Girl smiled towards him. Mark my words, they'll become great heroes someday, Toshinori said as Izumi smiled and clenched her fist in determination. Yeah, I'll become a hero for you, Ani-chan, I promise, Izumi thought as she smiled and looked towards the sun in determination. After what happened at the USJ attack, the school had decided it was best for the students to recover for their physical or mental injuries, as some of them were still shaken up by the event, so the school thought it would be best to cancel the school and give the students a week break so that Aizawa, 13, All Might and the students can recover. Unknown location. Madara appeared in a swirling vortex in his base of operations for his new organization as he was overlooking it deep in thought. I need to gather more members quickly, maybe I can ask All for one if he has someone he can lend me, Madara thought. The sooner I can gather the members of my organization, the sooner we can capture those tailed beasts. Madara was currently in a hollowed-out cave as he was overlooking the new base of operations for his new organization. Madara went in some hand signs before exclaiming, summoning jutsu, Geto Mazo. He yelled as ink started to appear on the ground and smoke started to emit from it. And with that, smoke started to fill the area, and when the smoke cleared, Madara gave a sinister smile. In front of him was a gigantic 10-eyed monster statue that looked like it was buried from the waist down with chains around its arm. It was the Geto Mazo, the husk of the 10 tails. It's magnificent, Madara said as he stared at the statue. It's truly magnificent. Madara smiled as he stared at the statue with awe. Truly it is beautiful, wouldn't you agree, Zetsu? Madara looked to the corner of his eye to see Zetsu emerging from the ground. Yes it is, master, looks kinda creepy, boss, Zetsu said in disagreement. Madara suppressed a smile at the white Zetsu's words before asking him his question. Did what I had asked of you, Zetsu? Yes master, yes boss, Zetsu said. We have brought you the bodies that you needed, Zetsu said in unison. Excellent. Well done, Zetsu, Madara said as he smirked, and with this I'll accomplish my dream. Soon I can finally start my plan, the infinite Tsukuyomi. At the Yaoyorozu mansion. Momo was currently watching the TV news in her room as the newscaster was talking about what had happened yesterday about the USJ attack. Up next is an update yesterday's incident at the UA Rescue Center where Hero Course students were attacked by a gang of villains. According to the new police officials, the criminal forces called themselves the League of Villains. Investigators have reportedly uncovered that this group has been plotting to kill UA teacher and popular hero All Might. Since the spring of this year, police arrested 72 villains at the scene, but the League's leader escaped and his whereabouts are unknown. Momo turned off the TV as she plopped herself at her gigantic bed as she sighed and turned around to gaze at her bookshelf. All of the books of the Harry Potter series was in there, but one was missing. It was the book of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. It was the one that Izuku bought when they were in the park. She sighed again as sadness can be seen in her eyes as she looked at the book collection in silence, all the while thinking of the good memories she had with him. She wanted to see him again. His smile that makes her heart flutter. Making her happy whenever he's always there by her side. She wanted to feel that again. She wanted to see him laugh. She wanted to touch his soft face. She wanted to see his mesmerizing eyes. She wanted to see his cute diamond-shaped freckles. She wanted to run her hands on his soft hair. She really wanted to see him again. She sighed sadly as she stared at the photo of her and Izuku on her nightstand, as she took it out of the nightstand and gently rubbed the photo of Izuku sadly. She really misses him. Mistress Momo, dinner's ready. Momo was cut off from her thoughts as her maid had called out for her for dinner. Momo got off her bed and went to have dinner with her parents. 1 week later. A week has passed since the USJ incident as Izumi woke up in her room filled with All Might posters and merchandise that covered the walls and shelves. She sighed before looking at a photo of their family with her mother and brother in her nightstand as she held back her tears before slowly getting up from her bed. She quickly stretched up and fixed her bed before heading downstairs prepare herself some breakfast, as she went downstairs and saw her father who was already cooking breakfast for them. Morning, Izumi, Toshinori said as he flipped an egg on the pan. Ah, morning Dad, Izumi said as she greeted her father. So, how are you today? She asked as Toshinori had a sad smile on his bony face. Fine, still a little sore from last week though. Toshinori looked down sadly before deciding to changing the subject. By the way, are you ready for the sports festival? Asked as she nodded her head sadly as she sat down on the table. Well, that's good then, Toshinori said as they just sat there while eating quietly. Dad, Izumi asked as Toshinori turned towards her, is it true that about your time limit? Is it really cut in an hour and a half? Izumi asked worriedly. Toshinori sighed as he poured his cup with coffee. Yeah, that's how long I can use one for all now, he said as he put his cup of coffee down. I overdid it too many times. That Nomu was a real tough costumer. He took a lot out of me, he said as he sighed. At this point I can barely even look like All Might for an hour and a half, he said as Izumi looked down. I'm so sorry Dad, I should have just, she cut off as Toshinori put a hand on her head. Izumi, you don't need to apologize for anything. The USJ attack wasn't your fault, he said as he reassured his daughter that none of it wasn't her fault. The problem is that you can't fully control one for all yet, so then what's your plan? He asked as Izumi looked down in thought. Yeah, I can go about 10% without injuring myself, but 15% is when my body starts to ache, Izumi said as Toshinori nodded as he sighed. To be frank, I don't have a lot of time left as the world's symbol of peace, he said as he looked down in sadness. I just wish I could be better, for your brother and mother. Those two are the greatest regrets I have to this day, Toshinori said as he sighed. Izumi, some villains out there is starting to notice that I'm getting weaker. Someone has to step up and make people safe, he said as he looked at his daughter. Izumi about this sports festival, Toshinori said as his daughter looked up at him. In this sports festival the entire country will be watching very closely. Think of this sports festival as your debut. You will be the new symbol of peace. Someday you must dedicate this event for your brother and mother and make them proud, he said as Izumi gained a determined look. I want you to say I am here for your brother, for you to accomplish his dreams for him, he said with his signature smile. Izumi nodded in determination burning in her eyes as she thought, this is for you Ani-chan, I'll dedicate this festival for you, she thought as Toshinori smiled ptoudly at his daughter before looking at the time. You better head out, you still have somewhere to go, right, he said as Izumi nodded. All right. She nodded her head as she grabbed her backpack before walking out of the house going somewhere. Cemetery. Izumi was walking quietly to the gravesite with a bouquet of flowers on her hands as she arrived at the grave that said, Rip Inko Aizawa Yagi, a loving mother, wife and sister. May you find peace in the afterlife. Hey mom, how are you? She asked as she placed the flower on the gravestone. Me and dad are doing okay, Izumi said as she held back the tears on her eyes. I hope you and Ani-chan are having fun in heaven together, Izumi said as a sad sigh escaped her lips. Today UNC Aizawa-sensei is still recovering in the hospital along with 13-sensei. I'm sure you two must be worried about him, Izumi said as she smiled at her mother's grave. Don't worry Aizawa-sensei is strong, I'm sure he can make it. You two have nothing to worry about, I'll be strong too. I'll be a hero for you and Ani-chan and I will make you both proud of me, Izumi said as she smiled then looked at her watch to see that it was almost time. Sorry mom, I have to go, I still have to visit Ani-chan's grave and I might be late for class, she said as she did a silent prayer for her mother before walking out of her mother's gravesite and into her brother. Once she was out of view, a swirling vortex opened up and came out a man wearing a black hoodie with matching pants with a black leather jacket on top of his hoodie and a pair of combat boots as he stepped out of the vortex and landed into the ground. Hooded figure grabbed the bouquet of flower and tossed them aside as an angry expression was seen in his hooded face as he knelt down into the tombstone. You don't deserve to see our mother Izumi. Let alone be here after what you did. She would be disappointed in you, the hooded figure said angrily as he glared at the now thrown bouquet of flowers on the ground as he put some flowers on the tombstone before disappearing in a swirling vortex after saying a little prayer to say his respect for his mother. Izumi was walking quietly to the gravesite with a bouquet of flower on her hands as she finally arrived at her destination, the grave of her brother. Izumi gently sat at her brother's grave and gently placed one of the bouquet of flowers on the ground. Ani-chan. I'm here again. I just want to say sorry, again, she said sadly as she stared at the tombstone of her brother with tears on her eyes. I'm really pathetic, am I? I really regret it, I regret all of it. If I can turn back, I'll definitely save you, she said as tears were slowly escaped from her eyes rolling down her cheek. How can I be in the hero course after what I did to my own brother? Izumi whispered as she clenched her uniform as she was now sobbing as her tears was falling from the ground. Oh, and what is the demon doing here? A familiar voice said as Izumi turned around and saw Momo glaring at her with eyes full of hatred with a scowl on her face. Why Yaoyorozu-san? Izumi exclaimed in shock as she quickly wipes the tears from her eyes. Momo gritted her teeth as she clenched her fist tightly. I said, what the fuck are you doing here? She said as she glared at Izumi with every hate possible. Look, why Yaoyorozu-san, I know that you're mad, but please hear me out, Izumi said as she shakily got up as she closed her eyes and was gripping her clothes tightly. Mad? Momo said as she chuckled to herself. Oh, you misunderstood me, Yagi, I'm not mad at you. I'm downright furious. You shouldn't be here after what you and your little pet did. You don't belong here. Leave, Momo said as she walked past Izumi, purposefully shoving her shoulder against Izumi. I don't have time for you, Momo said as put a rose on Izuku's grave, giving him a silent prayer. If you want forgiveness, it's too late for that, she said as she looked over her shoulder to see the sobbing Izumi. To say that to him, Momo said as she walked away. Momo walked off the cemetery with an angry expression on her face. She walked towards her limo where her driver was waiting for. Why is she even doing in here? After what she did to him, she doesn't deserve his forgiveness, she thought angrily as she opened the door of the car and went inside. Are you done paying your respects with Master Izuku, Mistress Momo? Her butler asked through the glass window of the limo. Momo sighed. Yes Simon, we can to go now, she said as her driver nodded before closing the glass window and driving off. The limo quickly drove to UA as they quickly arrive and Momo got out of the limo after thanking her butler before going inside to her classroom. She quickly made it into her classroom before sitting next to Jiro walking past the puffy red-eyed Izumi ignoring her. The class began to chat with each other talking about last week's USJ attack as Momo began to chat with Jiro. "You guys, did you watch the news last night?" Hagakure said excitedly. "Yeah," Ojiro replied as he looked towards Hagakure. "It was so cool that we got a few seconds of screen time," Hagakure said as she recalled the news last night. "Oh, I bet nobody even notices me hanging out in the background," she said a little sad. "Probably not," Shoji said next to her. "It's probably hard to stand out when you're just gloves," Ojiro said with a sheepish smile as Toru hung her head dejectedly. "Nonsense, Hagakure-san, I'm sure with the potential of your quirk I'm sure you've caught a few eyes," Momo said as she reassured her classmate. "Yeah, thanks Yao Momo, I really needed that," Hagakure said as she instantly cheered up. "We're totally big deals," Kaminari said as he leaned back on his chair and putting his hands on his head. "Those news channel love us, we're basically celebrities," he said as he looked at his classmates. "Yeah, it's kinda crazy, right?" Kirishima said. "Get over yourself, it's the villains and All Might is what they care about," Jiro said as she stopped twirling one of her earphone jacks to scold Kaminari. Zero leaned on his table and said, "Who knows what would have happened to us if the teachers hadn't shown up," he said but was interrupted by Mineta. "Why would you say that?" he yelled frantically as tears started to fall from his eyes. "I'm gonna pee myself just thinking Abu," he said but he was interrupted by Bakugo. "Oh shut up, just grew a pair you fucking loser," Bakugo yelled at him annoyed at his whining. "Did you guys see All Might fighting that bird guy?" Sato said as he made some punching motion with his fist. "That dude was super strong and he still destroyed him," he said as Tokiyami nodded in agreement. "Yes, his strength is truly a thing of wonder," Tokiyami said as he nodded his head in agreement. "Yeah, he was super cool," Kaminari said with a grin before shifting into a slightly fearful expression. "But that bird guy was creepy," he added as a shiver ran up in his spine. Tokiyami just looked at him blankly as Jiro elbowed him for being an idiot once again. "Ow!" Kaminari yelled as he rubbed his elbow while glaring at Jiro. "Dude," Jiro said as she gestured towards their very own bird person in their class. "Not cool," she said as she glared at him. Hee, sorry," Kaminari said as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment all the while smiling sheepishly for his actions. Tokiyami just shrugged it off before continuing to chat with their other classmates as suddenly they heard the door slam open, startling some of them. Suddenly Iida started running towards the front of the class. "Attention homeroom class is about to begin," he said as he stood in front of the classroom podium. "Everyone stop talking and take your seats," he said as the others gave him a deadpanned expression. We're all sitting," Zero said as he sweat dropped at his vice rep's actions. "Yeah, you're the only one standing," Kaminari added as he deadpanned at his vice rep's actions. Iida sat down in his chair dejectedly clenching his fist. "Dang it," he muttered dejectedly. "Don't worry about it," Uraraka smiled as she patted Iida's back to comfort him. "Hey so," Mina said as she leaned her chair to the back to talk to Asui who was sitting behind her. "Who do you think's gonna teach class today?" Mina asked as Asui thought about it. "No idea," Suyu said as she put her finger in her mouth in thought. "Aizawa-sensei is still in the hospital recovering from his injuries," she said as the door slid open as the class looked towards the door. "Morning class," Aizawa said in a bored tone as his face was covered in bandages and both his arms were in a cast. "Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here?" The class yelled in shock to see their teacher in the doorway. "Whoa, what a pro," Kaminari said, impressed that his sensei can still stand let alone walk after the beatdown he got from the bird creature as Aizawa started limping slowly in front of the class podium. "Aizawa-sensei," Iida said as he raised his hand. "I'm glad you're okay," he said as Uraraka looked at him weirdly. "You call that okay?" Uraraka asked as Aizawa finally made it in front of the class. "My well-being is irrelevant," he said as he faced his students. "What's more important is that your isn't over yet," he said, shocking and scaring most of the class. "Our fight?" Bakugo asked. "Don't tell me?" Izumi said as her eyes widened. "No more bad guys," Mineta said shakily as he was close to having another panic attack. The UA Sports Festival is about to start, he said as he narrowed his eyes at them behind his bandages. Why would you scare us like that? The class yelled in relief but also annoyed that their teacher scared them near to death before getting excited. The sports festival. Enough, Aizawa said as he activated his eyes behind his bandages, face silencing the class. Wait a second, Kaminari said but was cut off by Jiro. Is it really such a good idea to hold the sports festival soon after the villains attack the USJ? Jiro asked concerned. They could attack once we're all in the same place, Ojiro said, agreeing with Jiro's logic. Apparently the administration thinks that this is a good way to show that threat handled in our school is safer than ever, he explained. Plus they're beefing up the security compared to past years, he said as he looked at them. This event is a huge opportunity for all students in UA. It's not something we can cancel because of a few villains, he said as Mineta grew worried. I'm sorry, why not? It's just a sports festival, Mineta asked as Izumi looked at him from her back. Mineta-san, don't you know how important this competition is? Izumi asked. Of course I do, just don't want to get murdered, he said in a panicked tone. Our sports festival is one of the most watched events in the entire world, Aizawa said, ignoring Izumi and Mineta. In the past everyone obsessed over the Olympic Games, but then quirks started appearing. Now the Olympics have been drastically reduced into terms of scale and viewership. For anyone who cares about the competition, there's only one tournament that matters, the UA Sports Festival, Aizawa explained to the class. That right, Momo nodded. The top heroes from everywhere will be watching. This is where you get scouted, she said. This is a good opportunity to dedicate this festival for Izuku. I'm gonna win this for you, Izuku, she thought with a determined look on her face. She's right, Kaminari said. After graduating, a lot of people join pro-hero agencies as a sidekick, Kaminari explained. Yeah, but that's as far as some people go, Jiro said. They missed their chance to go indie and stays as an eternal sidekicks. Actually, there's probably where you're headed. Jiro looked at Kaminari, who just deflated in his seat. It's true that joining a famous hero agency can garner you a greater experience and popularity, Aizawa continued. That's why the festival matters. If you want to go pro one day, then this event could open a good path for you, he said as the class gained a determined look, especially Momo and Izumi. One chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival, he said as he glared at them. That means you better not slack off on your training. Yes, sir, the class said unison as Aizawa nodded his head at them. You have 1 week to prepare. Until then class is cancelled, Aizawa said. Class dismiss, he said as he walked off. Cementos left the classroom as the students got up excitedly talking about the sports festival. That villain stuff sucked, but I'm pumped for these games, Kirishima said as he pumped his fist excitedly. Zero walked towards Kirishima. We put on a good show and we're basically on the road to being pros, he said as he nudged his shoulder to Kirishima, then pumping his fist excitedly. Yeah, that's why I'm here in the first place, Sato said as he palmed his fist. So we have to make the most of this, Tokiyami said. Hey Momo, are you excited for the sports festival? Jiro asked her as she walked towards Momo. Momo nodded as she smiled towards her. Yeah, I'm gonna dedicate this sports festival to him, she said as she smiled brightly, remembering Izuku. Oh man Ojiro, I'm getting kinda nervous about the sports festival, Hagakure said excitedly as Ojiro just smiled at her bubbly attitude. I have to come up with a way to get notice. Sure, maybe you should be looking at a shinier costume or something, otherwise you're gonna have to try really hard, Ojiro said as he watched her jump upside down from excitement. What's a boy to do? Aoyama said as he did some dramatic poses. I stand out even when I'm standing still. That means the scouts won't be able to take their eyes off me, he said as he went towards the nervous Koda. Don't you agree? He said as Koda waved his hand and nodded his head frantically. You're so lucky. Shoji people are bound to notice your unique quirk, Kaminari said. Sure, but what matters is that I show them how useful I can be, Shoji said, he said as he clenches his fist. No doubt you'll make a scene to everyone, Jiro said as she struggled to hold her laughter, imagining Kaminari in his jamming yay state. Everyone's so excited, Izumi said. Well yeah, of course we are, Iida said as he stood up from his chair. We enrolled at this school with the sole aim to become heroes. I don't really care as long as I can show my old man that I don't need his quirk, Todoroki said in a monotone voice. So naturally we're all getting fired up, Iida said as he did a weird dance. Wow, those are some interesting moves you have, Iida, Suyu said as she and Mina watched Iida did his little dance. You have to be excited to write Yagi, Todoroki, Iida said as he made some chopping motions towards the two. Of course I am, Izumi said as her eyes were burning in determination. This is for you, Ani-chan, she thought as she clenched her fist tightly. Whatever, Todoroki said, not interested. Todoroki, Yagi, Iida, Uraraka said as they looked towards her direction to see Uraraka giving them an intense look. Let's do our best in the sports festival. You Uraraka-san, what happened to your face? Izumi asked as it scared the hell out of her. Seriously, what's up? You're normally like the most laid-back girl ever, Mina asked her, curious. Mineta was about to say something when Suyu slapped him with her tongue to shut him up. Uraraka pumped her fist into the air, her face still holds the intense look in them. Everyone, I'm gonna do my best, she yelled as everyone cheered at her. She turned to the others. I said I'm gonna do my best, she yelled as everyone cheered at her with much less enthusiasm this time. Got it. You okay? The class said, confused. You kinda look like you're losing it. Ua cafeteria. Momo, Jiro, Kaminari, Mina, Kirishima, Uraraka, Iida and Todoroki were currently eating their lunches until Mina notices Izumi, who was having a hard finding a seat. Hey Yagi, come sit with us, Mina said as she pulled Izumi along, much to Momo and Jiro's annoyance. Ashido-san, I don't think it's best for her to eat here, Momo said as she glared hard at Izumi, making her squirm under her gaze. Why, yeah, Ashido-san, I think it's best for me to. Izumi was cut off when Mina pushed her down the chair. It's okay, we don't mind, right guys? Mina asked them excitedly as everyone nodded except for Momo and Jiro, the latter still glaring at her, hoping to miraculously gain a laser vision quirk to fry one of her most despised person. Hey Uraraka, Mina suddenly asked the brunettes, gaining her attention. What's up? Uraraka asked Mina. I've been meaning to ask you, Mina said as she asked her question. Why do you decided to come to Ua? What made you want to be a pro hero? She asked the brunette, gaining everyone's attention. Yes, if you may, I'm also curious about that, Uraraka-san, Momo said in curiosity. Yeah, me too, Todoroki said, making Uraraka blushed in nervousness. Oh well, because I want to be a hero for money, Uraraka said as she rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Huh, for the money? They asked in shock. You want to be a hero so you can get rich? If we're cutting right to the chase, then yeah, Uraraka said before apologizing at them frantically. I'm sorry if it sounds greedy, all of you have admirable motivations, I hope you don't think less of me now, she said as she cupped her cheeks in embarrassment and looked away from them. Of course not, Uraraka-san, I'm sure you have your reason why you want to be a hero for money, Momo said, waving Uraraka apology off, momentarily forgetting about Izumi, much to the girl's relief. Yeah, we're not going to judge you, girl, I'm sure you have your reason, Mina reassured her, giving her a thumbs up. I'm sure whatever your reason is, manly Uraraka, Kirishima said. Yeah, you don't have to worry about it, Uraraka, Jiro said. Yeah, whatever reason you have, I'm sure it's for a good cause, Kaminari said. Not at all, your goal is just to support your well-being, which is a perfectly admirable reason to have, Iida said as his hand made some chopping motion. That's true, Uraraka-san, Izumi said quietly, still avoiding Momo's gaze. You don't have to be ashamed of it, Uraraka, Todoroki said in a soft tone, replacing his usual monotone voice, making Uraraka blush madly. Well, you see, my family owns a construction company, Uraraka said as she sighed and looked down sadly, but we haven't gotten any work lately, so we're flat broke. Anyway, this isn't really something I tell other people. A construction company, Iida said in thought. Ah, I see, if she got a license she could use her quirk to bring cost down a lot, Momo said, finally understanding her reason. Then she can sell all of their heavy lifting equipment, as she could just use her quirk to make it float. I know, right, Uraraka said. I've been telling Dad that since I was a kid, but Uraraka said as she looked down sadly, remembering her father's words to her before gripping her skirt tightly. I'm gonna become the pro all sign with a good agency and make plenty of money. She looked up with determination in her eyes. Then I'll be able to let my parents have an easy life, she said as the others just smiled at her brightly. Hey, are you guys excited for the sports festival? Mina asked them excitedly. Yes, this is a good opportunity to show the pros what we can do. Ida said, his hand in a chopping motion. Indeed, Momo said as she nodded. It will be beneficial to show the heroes our capabilities, to show them the power of the new generation of future heroes. Hey Yagi. Todoroki said, gaining her attention. I don't mean to pry, but why did Yaoyorozu-san mad at you and Bakugo? He asked as Izumi stiffened, as Momo was now going back into glaring at her. They look at Izumi, waiting for an answer. Well, most of them anyway, considering Momo was still glaring at her and Jiro was looking at her annoyed. Izumi looked down in shame, gripping her uniform skirt tightly. She opened her mouth to say something but was interrupted when something smacked at her head, much to Momo's amusement. Oh ops. Sorry about that, I didn't see you there. Must be that hard big head of yours. A kid with blonde hair and gray eyes said, looking smugly. This is Nato Monoma of Class 1B. Hey, Uraraka yelled as she stood up. That's not very nice, you did that on purpose. Uraraka yelled at him. I agree, that's not very heroic of you, you should apologize this instance. Ida said in a lecturing tone as his hand were in a chopping motion. What, you think you're better than us, you one ASCU? He was cut off by a chop on his neck by orange-haired girl. This is Itsuka Kendo of Class 1B. I'm sorry about his behavior. She bowed in apology before walking off, dragging Monoma with her. Alright, that's for now, remember, don't slack off on your training for the sports festival. Class dismiss, Aizawa said as he walked out of the classroom. Momo packed her things in her backpack before picking it up as she slung it over her shoulder as Jiro walked towards her. Well, are you ready to go, Jiro-san? Momo asked as she saw her friend walking towards her. Yeah, I'm ready, let's go, Jiro said as they walked towards the door. Uraraka opened the door only to be met by a group of students blocking their way as the class flew on in confusion, wondering why there was a group of students blocking their way. Why the heck are you all here? Uraraka asked, confused as to why a group of students were blocking their doorway. Do you students have some sort of business with our class? Iida asked. Why are you blocking our doorway? I won't let you hold us hostage. Mineta yelled. You idiots, they're scouting out the competition. Bakugo growled as he walked past them. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes. Bakugo stood in front of the group of students as he looked at them. At least you now know what a future pro looks like. Now get lost, you fucking extras. He growled at them, irritating the group of students and shocking his classmates. You can't just walk around calling people extras just because you don't know who they are, Iida said as he scolds Bakugo in the background, chopping his hands while Bakugo just ignored him. So this is Class 1A, huh? A boy with purple hair with tired-looking eyes that reminded the class of their teacher suddenly walked forward to the crowd. I heard you guys were impressive, but I think you're just a bunch of ass, he said as he puts his hands in his pocket. Seems like everyone in the hero course are delusional, or is it just you? The Shinso said, pissing off Bakugo while Momo was desperately trying to hold her laughter but is failing to do so. Sigh, what a drag, he said as he sighed in annoyance. How sad, I came here and found a bunch of egomaniac fools, the Shinso said as he rubbed the back of his neck. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here I was forced to choose a different track such as life, he ate as Bakugo narrowed his eyes at him with his signature scowl. I didn't made the cut the first round, but I have another chance, Shinso said as he looked towards the class. If any of us do well in the sports festival, then the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course and drop one of you to the general studies, he said as the class gulped in shock. Scouting the competition. Well, maybe as some of my peers are here to do just that, but I'm not here to do that, Shino said as he smirked similarly to their sensei, gaining Todoroki's attention, who grabbed his theory notebook out of nowhere and started writing frantically on it. No, I'm here to let you know, if you don't bring your all in this festival, then I'll steal your spot in this course from right under your noses, Shinso said as he glared at them. So consider this as a declaration of war, he said as the class were shocked. Where this guy even come from? Most of the class thought at the sudden declaration. Bakugo and Shinso just continued to stare at each other until a silver-haired boy from 1B interrupted them. Hey you, I'm from the class next door to you, he yelled. We heard you fought some villains and I came to see if that was true, but you're just a bunch of brats. You think you're better than us, huh? He said, only for Bakugo to ignore him, still glaring at Shinso. Crap, everyone hates our class now. The class thought. Talk all you want, it'll just be more embarrassing when I KO with one punch, he yelled as Bakugo started walking away. Hey, don't you ignore me. I'm coming for you. Hey, say something, it's your fault that they're all hating on us, Bakugo, Kirishima said as he called out to him. What does it matter, these people doesn't even hold a candle to me, he said without even looking at them. The only thing that matters is when I beat them, Bakugo said, further irritating them. What do you expect, Tetsu? A familiar voice from earlier said. It is Class 1A after all, a bunch of egotistical moron. I mean, the living proof is the arrogant asshole that is currently walking away like a coward right now, Monoma said as he smirked when Bakugo stopped dead in his tracks before turning to glare at Monoma with hatred in his eyes. What the fuck did you just say, you fucking extra? Bakugo asked as he growled at Monoma. Monoma smirked. You heard me, cowardly imbecile, Monoma said. How pathetic, the class that survived a villain attack is just some arrogant cowardly assholes, or is it just you? Grr, watch your fucking mouth before I destroy it, you fucking extra, Bakugo said as he growled as he glared at Monoma while popping tiny explosion from his palms. Oh my, Monoma said as he put his hand on his chest. Thanks for the offer, but I don't swing that way, he said, gaining some snickers from the crowd. Listen here, you fucking extras. I don't give a damn about who you are, so fuck yourself and I'll be winning this damn festival. The least you fuckers can do is make a good stepping stone for me so I can be number one, Bakugo said, further infuriating the crowd due to his speech. Bakugo, his classmates yelled while Momo just rubbed her forehead, already feeling the headache enter her head. My, is this how the famous Class 1A acts? Not very heroic of you. Maybe you should just drop out cause you fit the role of a villain than a hero, Monoma said as he smirked. Bakugo had enough of the blonde prick and was about to deck him when he was stopped by Izumi. Kachan, just stop, Izumi said as she put a hand on his shoulder, calming Bakugo down. Oh, like you're any better, have you ever heard of the name Izuku Yagi? Monoma said as he smirked at their reaction. Izumi, Bakugo and Momo froze when they heard that name. Oh, did I hit a nerve? That's right, I know all about your little secret, I did my research. After all, better to know your enemy's strength and weakness ahead of time, and guessing by your reactions I see I have found that said weakness, Monoma said as he looked at Bakugo, who was looking at the ground oddly silent, and Izumi, who had tears in her eyes desperately trying to hold it back. Let's go guys, this imbeciles aren't even worth it, Monoma said as he began to walk away, shortly followed by his classmates and the rest of the crowd. The rest of Class 1A just stood there in awkward silence until Kirishima and Tsuyu went forwards to comfort Bakugo and Izumi respectively. Yagi-chan, are you okay? Tsuyu asked as she put a hand on her shoulder in a comforting manner. Why, yay, thanks Tsu, Izumi said as she wiped her tears from her eyes. Hey Bakubro, you okay? Kirishima said as he put a hand on his shoulder. TCH, I'm fine, shitty hair, Bakugo said as he scoffed and pushed off Kirishima's hand from his shoulder before walking away. Momo just stood there in silence, reminiscing about her love as her were slowly starting to form in her eyes. Hey Yao Momo, you okay? Jiro asked in a soft voice as she put a hand on her shoulder. Momo looked towards Jiro before wiping her tears. Yeah, I'm fine Jiro, she said as she smiled at her friend. Man, I can't believe that they now hate our class all because of Bakugo. Jiro sighed, then smiled at Momo. Come on, let's go home. Momo nodded. Yeah, let's go. Momo returned her smile before walking off with Jiro. Teachers' meeting room. The teachers were currently having a meeting with Detective Tsukauchi, reporting what he and his police force know so far about the attack. I'm guessing you all know the reason why I called you all in here, right? The principal said as the teachers nodded. Yes, it's about the incident in the USJ, correct? Snipe said as the principal nodded. Yes, that is correct Snipe. Now detective, if you please, Nezu said as he gestured for Tsukauchi to begin. Our investigators trying to learn everything we can about this so-called League of Villains, Tsukauchi said as he looked at his notes. We've made some progress but we can't find anything on this. So far we made a total 72 arrests, mostly some low-level thugs and small-time villains, he said as the principal and teachers nodded. Although luckily it appears that none of the students were seriously hurt during the attack, just some scrapes and scratches, Tsukauchi said. Aizawa, how is 13 recovering? Midnight asked while looking at the living mummy. She's stable for now, Aizawa said as he grumbled. What about the other 3 that escaped? Vladking asked. The three in question described by most of the students that were in serious danger, Tsukauchi said. The first one is the mist villain named Kurogiri. His quirk is currently not identified by any department or records, but currently his quirks is described as a warp or teleportation quirk that can send people into different locations. Warp quirks are extremely rare, Midnight said. For the villains to have one in their possession is extremely off-putting. With this they can basically strike at any part of Japan with us even knowing, Present Mike said with a look of concern on his face. The next on the list is a man named Tamura Shigaraki, Tsukauchi said. During in the USJ raid, he was described as a man-child that acted out when he didn't get his way. I mean, he displayed characteristics of a child throwing a temper tantrum, Snipe said. If anything, he didn't really look like a huge threat without his bird monster, Vlad said with a grunt. Then in the student's opinion there's the most dangerous one out of the three, Tsukauchi said, a man named Toby. Toby, what kind of name is that? Present Mike said confused. Aizawa, you're awfully quiet. Is something wrong? Midnight asked as she noticed that Aizawa has been quiet this whole meeting. Aizawa-kun, tell them. The principal encouraged him. Tell us what? What's wrong, Shota? Present Mike asked worriedly. Toby was here during the time when the media invaded and broke into the school, Aizawa said, shocking the teachers and detective. He was inside the teacher's office where he stole some files, most likely information about the students and the schedule for the USJ, and what's more is Toby isn't his real name. His name is Madara Uchiha. That's not all. According to the students that fought him, he's the same age as them, Tsukauchi said, shocking the teachers even more. What? That's absurd. Why would a child be a villain of all people? Midnight said in disbelief. I'm afraid we don't know Nimari, although it is a shame that someone so young is already in the path of villainy. The principal sighed before gesturing for Tsukauchi to continue. Please, Tsukauchi-san, continue if you would please, he said as the detective nodded. This kid is the most troublesome of the three, he said. The students that faced him in combat while not receiving any damage due to him being a difficult one to hit, the students described his quirk as a phasing and warp quirk. Wow. They were lucky that he didn't fight them, Midnight said. He was apparently just toying with them, like it was all a big game to him, Tsukauchi continued. Vlad scoffed. So, he was dodging their attacks. Big whoop, so what? Vlad said. Yeah, until he got serious, Tsukauchi said, gaining their attention. When he got serious, he completely destroyed the students and impaled Yagi in her stomach and causing her to use her other quirk, and that was 6 against 1, mind you, he said, shocking the teachers even more. I'm afraid there's more, Tsukauchi said as he looked fearful for the first time. Then there's his other abilities. What? The teachers asked in disbelief. According to the students that fought him, he fought Yagi with Yagi activating her other quirk, where he completely destroyed Yagi by using a purple skeleton-like aura that acted as a shield, and he blew a massive fireball towards her which she narrowly dodged. Then before he fled the USJ by disappearing like a magic trick. My guess is it's some kind of illusion quirk, Tsukauchi said as the teachers were now gaping like fishes. So has a phasing quirk, fire breathing, an illusion-type quirk, some kind of warping quirk, and a skeleton quirk? Midnight asked. How can someone have so many quirks at once? Vlad asked. That's the only thing that we haven't figured it out yet, I'm afraid, Tsukauchi said as he sighed as everyone fell silent, still digesting the information. Enough about that for now, Nezu said as he broke the silence. Our priorities are the students' well-being first. I have already planned to install a different security system far better than our old one with the help of Power Loader, of course. Also, All Might, I have watched the fight between Yaoyorozu and Bakugo during the battle training exercise, Nezu said with a frown, making All Might gulp and Aizawa to glare at him. I have already warned Bakugo not to do it again or else he'll be dropped in the general studies. So far he's on thin ice, Aizawa said without looking away from All Might as he continued to glare at him. Midnight sighed. So did I. In fact we all did, she said as the others nodded, confirming her claim. She still isn't moving on, I see, she said as she gave a sad sigh. Yes, we all know the reason as to why, don't we, Toshinori-kun? Nezu asked as they all glare at him. Momo was currently running as fast as she could to her destination, not even looking back to wait for her parents, who were desperately calling out her name while she was breathing shakily and tears were starting to fall from her face. Momo, dear, please wait up, her mother called for her as she desperately tried to catch up to her daughter. This is not happening. Maybe he's just playing another prank again like he always do. Momo cried desperately hoping that this was all a big joke. But now, she finally arrived at her destination. Her eyes widened as her jaw dropped as she fell into her knees heartbroken. Her worst nightmare had happened to her as she desperately blinked her eyes hoping to wake up from this nightmare, but she knew that this isn't a nightmare, this is reality and the worst thing had just happened to her, the death of Izuku Yagi. She ran towards his grave, ignoring the people that were staring at her. And no, this is not happening, she yelled as she went to her knees in front of the tombstone of her lost love. Momo. Both her parents screamed at the same time as they ran towards her who was now crying out loud. Why? Izuku, wake up. You promise me that you'll never leave me. Wake up. Don't play some pranks. This isn't funny. She yelled through the top of her lungs while she cried while clutching the dirt in the ground with her mother trying to comfort her. Toshinori was silently crying at his son's grave while comforting Izumi who was in her knees in regret. A teenager with blonde hair that covered the left side of his face and with a ponytail clutched his hands tightly as he stared at the grave of his pseudo-brother before looking at his real brother with pure hatred and disgust. You're a monster, he said to Bakugo in a disgusted tone before walking off. Deidara, come back here. Mitsuki desperately screamed for her son to come back while tears were slowly falling from her eyes. Aizawa clenched his fist as the last living memory he had of his sister was now gone and buried to the ground like her as he glared daggers at Izumi and Toshinori. Izumi doesn't count in his opinion, not after what she did. Some of the heroes and staff along with the principal were present for the funeral. Midnight, Present Mike, Smintos, Ectoplasm, Principal Nezu, Detective Tsukauchi and even Gran Torino who was absolutely pissed at the two. Then Mr. Ichigo Yaoyorozu stood up and looked around while clenching his fist tightly as tears were falling from his piss of eyes as he met the gaze of Toshinori before he punched him clean in the jaw making Toshinori fall to the ground. You're the most pathetic father I'd ever met. Ichigo yelled through the top of his lungs while Toshinori struggled to get up as Smintos and Present Mike quickly took hold of Mr. Yaoyorozu to hold him back from killing Toshinori. Mr. Yaoyorozu, please calm down, Present Mike said as he struggled to hold Ichigo. Let go of me, this still isn't enough after all you and your pathetic daughter have done to him. He yelled as he tried to escape the hold of the two heroes. Mr. Yaoyorozu, please calm down, Nezu said as he tried to defuse the situation. You don't even know how much pain he has gone through. We know him so much than all of you. He yelled again. Izuku is the most precious boy I've ever met. His pure kindness towards everyone. Who just wanna be a hero like his idol All Might. But he can't. Why? Because he's quirkless and you all despised him because that. He yelled as he punched Present Mike in the nose and elbowed Smintos in the stomach catching them off guard before running towards Toshinori. He grabbed his collar and pulled him close. You're pathetic. You're worse than villains. Along with your whore of a daughter with her little dildo named Bakugo. He yelled as he punched him in the face again. Toshinori. Mitsuki yelled as she clenched her fist and slapped him hard across the cheek. You son of a bitch. How could you? Inko would be disappointed in you. Izuku was a pure boy, he was just like Inko who was my sister in all but blood, Mitsuki said as she sobbed. Why did you do this Izumi, Toshinori, Katsuki? Exclamation mark quote. Masaru yelled while turning around to see Katsuki and grab his collar. You fucking piece of shit. Your brother was right about you. You're a monster, an abomination. I wish I never even have you. I wish you were never born. I had always preferred Izuku than you. Because he was kind, gentle and everything I want as a son. Masaru yelled as he punched Katsuki in the stomach then turned towards his wife. I want a fucking divorce Mitsuki, he said shocking his wife as Katsuki's eyes widened. What? Mitsuki asked in shock and heartbroken as gears were falling from her eyes. You heard me, I want a fucking divorce. You can keep this thing if you want, I don't give a fuck about him and I'll be taking Deidara with me, Masaru stated firmly. This is all your fault, demon. Katsuki looked up and flinched when his father's usual warm eyes were now replaced with cold uncaring ones towards him. I'm sorry Mitsuki, Masaru said genuinely, but it's either I divorce you or we put this thing up for adoption because I can't be in the same room let alone the same house with a murderer. He's our son Masaru, Mitsuki yelled at him while she sobbed. That thing is not my son Mitsuki, Masaru said as he growled towards Katsuki. Masaru, just think about this. Toshinori tried to reason with him, possible making a terrible decision. I have made my discussion, Toshinori, he growled at him as he glared at Toshinori before walking off, leaving his wife sobbing in the ground. Katsuki just stood there with wide-eyed as he watched his family crumble before him for something he did. He watched his mother crying in the ground while being comforted by Midnight and his father walking away from the scene, while Mr. Yaoyorozu was still fuming with anger at them. While Momo was still crying on the ground while her mother comforted her crying daughter. TT, this I is NN not T true. He pr promise me TT that he'll n never leave me. His J just P playing AP prank. L like he always D do. A and his G going T to G give me T that 01 meter million W what S smile O of his. W who I is B brighter T than T the E entire S sun. Momo cried as she hugged her mother tightly while tears were falling from both of the mother and daughter's eyes. Unknown to them, a pair of eyes were watching Momo as she sobbed in the grave, a pair of eyes that hold both regret and anger, regret for leaving his best friend alone and making her cry, and anger directed towards his sister, father and former bully. The eyes glared daggers at them before disappearing in a swirling vortex. We should have just grabbed him with us when we had the chance. But he always refused. And why? Because he didn't wanna be a burden to us. He was L like a son to me. Ichigo said as he finally dropped to his knees with tears rolling down in his eyes. P please. Aizuku, P please wake up. Momo begged weakly as she passed out from exhaustion and shock as her mother carried her. From this day forward, Iharbi announced that Izumi Yagi and Katsuki Bakugo are no longer be getting any recommendation letter from Uehiro course, Nezu said sadly as he wiped a few tears in his eyes. Nezu, Aizawa growled at him, speaking for the first time, why even accept them in the first place? They're the reason why my nephew is gone, the last living memory I have of my sister. Aizawa said as he glared daggers at the principal. Shota, we can't just decline them, Nezu said as Aizawa glared harder at him, because there is a chance that they might turn into villains, Nezu said softly while Aizawa scoffed. I think it's a little too late for that, Nezu. They're already villains in my eyes, and if they are put in my class then I'll expel them on the spot, Aizawa said as he walked away. Nezu sighed as he looked at Toshinori. Meet me in my office, Mr. Yagi. Nezu said as she glared at him before walking off. As Momo's mother, Mikasa Yaoyorozu carried her exhausted daughter from the car for her to rest. Izuku Yagi, who had committed suicide by hanging himself at his own room. I know it's all my fault for being a pathetic father, Toshinori said as he looked down to the ground crying silently. If the Yaoyorozu family finds out that you're All Might, especially young Yaoyorozu, then it's the end of the world for you, Nezu said with a frown. I'm still pissed at you, Toshinori. You have no idea what my nephew went through, Aizawa said as he started to fume angrily. Shota, calm down, Present Mike said as he tried to calm his best friend. Midnight was crying. I already know why he was special to Yaoyorozu, because she loves him, she didn't even have a chance to tell him how she truly feel, she said as she broke down crying. She truly loves him, she said as she sobbed while Snip was rubbing her back comforting her. She still can't move on. The pain was still inside her, that poor girl. Ectoplasm said sadly. The teachers just sat there for a minute silently mourning for a boy who lost his life in such a young age. Unknown to them, they were currently being spied on via a Zetsu spore hidden in the room. The meeting quickly ended as the teachers quickly left the meeting room, as Tsukauchi was about to leave as well when he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked back to see Toshinori along with the principal. What's up, Toshi? Sir, is something you need? Tsukauchi asked, confused as why they suddenly stop him from leaving. Tsukauchi, I think that he might be involved in this, All Might said. Unknown hideout. Madara was currently waiting for Zetsu to arrive for him to tell him if anything significant is happening in the world. Madara looked to the side to see Zetsu emerging from the ground. Zetsu, is there any news you might want to give me? Madara asked as Zetsu nodded. UA is currently holding the UA Sports Festival within a week from now, Zetsu said. The Sports Festival Interesting. Madara hummed in thought. What should we do, Master? Should we attack them? Zetsu asked. No, Zetsu, attacking the UA Sports Festival will be pointless. I'm sure they already learned their lesson and has increased their security, and attacking them with so many heroes present would be foolish. Let us lay low for now, Madara said as Zetsu nodded. Now let's introduce her to her new leader, shall we? Madara said as he and Zetsu disappeared in a swirling vortex. A woman with straight blue hair with a bun and a blue paper origami flower in the side of her hair waited for her lord to return. She had amber eyes, with lavender eyeshadow and black labrae piercing, and she was wearing the traditional Akatsuki cloak, black cloak with red clouds. This is Conan, the angel of the Akatsuki. A swirling vortex appeared, gaining Conan's attention as Madara along with Zetsu step out of the vortex. Hello, Madara-sama. Conan lightly bowed at Madara. I have told you many times before, Conan-chan, there's no need for formalities, Madara said with an amused gleam in his lone eyes. My apologies, Madara-san, Conan said as she lightly bowed at him again. What did you call me here for, may I asked? Madara smiled. Well, I'm so glad you asked, as you know I'm currently starting my own organization, he said as Conan nodded. Well, I'll like you to meet your new leader of the Akatsuki. Suddenly a man with spiky orange hair and purple eyes with ripple pardon in them. He was wearing a headband with 4 lines cross out in the middle. He had piercings on his face and was wearing the traditional Akatsuki cloak, black cloak with red clouds, as he appeared in the room. And soon 5 other people joined him, all looking the same as the orange-haired man with the same eyes, hair, piercings, and wearing the same Akatsuki cloak and headband. Conan-chan, I would like you to meet Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, Madara said, and his 6 paths of pain. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.